All right, guys, good morning. Can you guys hear me? Is the mic working? Every time I ask this, it never works. It looks like we're good. Yeah, we're good. We're good to go. All right, what's up, everybody? How's everybody doing? Guys, all right? Good deal, good deal. I know. It was nice. I took a small long right up, we called that long off on the right off the bell on Tesla. Right? We said right off of the bell. It was a pretty nice setup. You had to be quick and be ready for it. You can see, and then bang, we just ripped right to 216. And then we said, hey, 214, right? 214 was the level. We pulled into it. It couldn't hold it. You saw that volume come in, just cracked it. Where was it? Right here. Was that the second part of the trade at 211? Yeah, it was VWAP 211, that short there. So if you missed the first one, you had a second opportunity at that short on Tesla. It was 216. You can't get through 216. And what I want you guys to see also here on Tesla, I know I'm just getting right into it, is that if you look back here, you see this double top? See this double top here with resistance? You guys can see that? It's at, what is that, 216? Yeah, that was the level there. So, 5 minute, that's why. There we go. So, you could see that once we didn't get up there, you can see just how dangerous that was. Once you just rejected it, and if the volume came in, because just because you pull back off of 216, then we're looking at 214 right there, like, hey, this is prior day's VWAP. Are we going to hold? All right, can we pull back with a little bit of volume? And then it just broke. So I want you guys to look here at the volume, because the volume is still on the buyer side, and we still have this level here. You still have this pivot high. Do I think it's going to hold? Honestly, maybe we pop today into like 212. I'm looking at 212 on Tesla, and maybe we get the short up here at like 212 if it gives it to us. 211, 212. And we see if we can finally break 208. If we can break 208, then we have some nice room. Looks like Tesla will be back down to like 205, the low 200s. Again, though, don't just assume that it's going to break, because if this just sits here, and it sits here, let's just say it sits here all day today, right? Right underneath the 20-day moving average, and just sits right here at this level. I think you had to hold 210 though. I think 210 was your level. But when you look at a daily chart, see, this is what the 4-hour doesn't show. Right? It doesn't show the volume. Well, really, it does, but look here, right? Look at the daily chart. If you want to look at the daily chart, that's where we're sitting right here at support on Tesla. So you really got to say 208 is your level. And then if you bounce into 210, really it's 212. That's going to be your resistance area. Yesterday, okay, so yeah, we did reject 214 up here yesterday, 215, triple bottom right here. I can throw even though the level's up right there. So we'll see what happens. You're kind of just stuck right here. So if you give this level here up at 208, that's the thing too. I would look for like 204, 205, because you have the 200-day sitting here at 203. So 200, you may not just get it directly. You'll get that bounce back off the 200-day. It's a shame though. It's a shame, But again, look at the time in sales. Look how just straight red. Small orders, couple shares, one share, a couple 50 shares, 246 shares to the sell side there. It is what it is. So I do know that Tesla does have an event coming up in October. All right. I took, if some of you guys have been a little sloppy the past week or so, it's because the markets haven't really moved and you've been getting yourself chopped up. I got chopped up a little bit yesterday. I literally traded some trades that I shouldn't have traded. I should have just been done and shorted Tesla. We were on Tesla. That was pretty much our only top idea yesterday that we were focused on was Tesla. And it is what it is. Hold on one second. I'm just trying to get you guys Trying to see what's going on this morning. That was really the only thing that we were watching yesterday was Tesla, and I should have got short that after the long, and just went and flipped short. It is what it is. It's hard for me to pay up for something, but I could have waited and got that bounce back like we just talked about a little bit ago. Anyway, all right. So what do we got going on today? Outside of you guys hitting the like button, subscribing. You want to get back to the stream, links in the description if you want to set yourself up with a one-on-one. All that information's in the stream, in the description below. Reach out. We can give you guys some help. Be patient. Don't trade just to trade. All right? It's important because you're just going to start to notice that you're just going to be wasting money, paying commissions for no reason, and you're not getting anywhere. If you're trading options, if you're not in the right part of the market. I mean, again, you're waiting on every. It feels like the market's waiting on Nvidia earnings. So you have some retailers this morning. Yeah, don't get chopped up. Options are not even paying that much to even be them in the first place. All right. Yeah, not to say that there is an opportunity because again, we've been watching Tesla this week. It's kind of been a boring week. Monday we started off with two 100% gains. So the market was boring Monday, but yet the SPY offered, we ended up calling out, I think, the short. Yeah, we went short in the morning, and then we went long before lunch. I don't know. It was like 11:30 or something like that. The first one was, a little over, a little under, depending on your broker, whatever you pay for your options. That was 200%. And then the second trade was a little over and or a little under 100%. All right, and then yesterday we called out Tesla long right off the bell. We said long. We're looking for 214, and you got up there. Or I'm sorry, 216, and you couldn't hold 214. You couldn't hold that pullback. So, and we gave out the short on Tesla too. That second part of that Tesla trade. So the call outs have been good this week. So if you've been with us and you've been hanging on, you've made some money if you were there. Anyway, let's get into it. So A&F, Abercrombie & Fitch, Chewy, they all reported this morning. Abercrombie & Fitch is down 9% after it reported a 21% increase in its revenue during the fiscal second quarter and issued a bullish guidance for the current period. It was posted at earnings at $2.50, so I'm not sure why it's down. They surpassed earnings expectations. Nordstrom, the retailer climbed more than 1%. Let's see here. J.M. Smucker, not worried about it. Nvidia, yes, we know. Bath & Body Works, down about 4%. So you're seeing a lot of these retailers. And, notice where we're at. Well, really, the next quarter is really where you're going to see how was the school year. How is the consumer holding up with the school year? You're not going to see that in these earnings. You'll see some summer buying or not buying, but obviously they're okay if guidance, the consumer's okay if guidance, and they're beating earnings and they're raising guidance. I don't know why A&F is down, so you have to wait for that earnings call. Foot Locker down 8%. Another one down 8%. SMCI. I just heard this on the scanner. They fell more than 2% as investors continue to digest that report. Okay, so that was the report from yesterday. Ambarella, semiconductor developer, popped nearly 20% after it gave a positive third quarter revenue outlook between $77 million and $81 million. That compares to the forecast. I've never heard of this. Ambarella. All right, so that's a semiconductor that is popping. Okay, we'll have to check that out. All right, let's go here. Let's go to the scanners. All right, Coinbase, MicroStrategy. Stocks tied to crypto edged lower as the price of Bitcoin fell under 60,000. So I showed you guys yesterday. This is important. Do not let this one go. Just keep an eye on it. Keep an eye on this. And I gave a little description why yesterday. Look at this. Look at that tight price action right there. I don't care if it goes up. I don't care if it goes down. Don't let it get off your eyes. I'm telling you, something's coming with it. I'm telling you, something will be coming. Again, this could last for 2 months, 3 months. Goldman Sachs lasted I think 3 months. right? I think gold, yeah, right here. Look at that. Right there. Look what happens when you get a nice tight consolidation, right? It just gears up for, you know, just an extended move. Don't matter which end of the trade it's on. And we hit this thing about 4 times, but 2 big trades off of this. The breakout, and then once we pulled back in here, the 404, 406 calls, and we were climbing to new highs at the end of the day. That was over a 2,000% gain in two days, right here off of this day here. It was that day right there. I remember that was a Friday. But anyway, once you see on the daily chart something that consolidates, it's just the price action just is really tight. If we start breaking down, cool. Maybe I'll hit that, right? It starts breaking down. I'll get one of the day or two where it bounces back. We'll look to get short. The volume, honestly, if we look at this, you know, just like it's, I'd have to say, man, it's kind of, it doesn't matter because it's not moving there. We'll let it do what it wants to do. All right. All right. So Tesla today, I'm watching Tesla. Come on. So Coinbase here. Let's see here. Let's go look at Coinbase because I guess there's going to be some volume here with Coinbase. 192. So we held 192 here. I'm actually going to get rid of these levels here really quickly. I do apologize. If you guys have any questions or really just anything, post them in the chat. If you guys want to contribute to the stream, that link's in the description. There is news on Apple coming out right now. Real quick. Really quickly. Let's see here. Boom. So you did hold 197, 198. That base there. Alright, so you guys can see that support level right there at the top left of the screen. I don't know. I wouldn't trade Coinbase. If you're looking to trade it, you got to go 190 to 200. It's a nice little $10 move there. I think that's really what you're probably going to get, unless you can get the rejection at 197.50 at prior day's close. That could be a trade. I'd watch prior day's close and prior day's VWAP. Watch 197.50 on Coinbase. All right. See if you end up rejecting that area or you can reclaim it. If you reclaim it, if you can reclaim 197.50, then honestly, you know, you have room to 202, but I would really look at like 204 to like 204 to 206. 204 to 206. Again, it's just a consolidation. Tesla. What's up, Jeremiah? All right, give me. You'll have to. Again, the link's in the description, buddy. All right, look here. So Tesla's already breaking down, guys. You're breaking down to those lows here. We only have just a few minutes. I can talk through Tesla through the bell as we get going here. I still think if you're going to watch Tesla, you know, I don't disagree with the downside. Just understand, if you get short Tesla, take your money. You're coming into the 200-day. You're coming into an area at like 204, 205. So is the risk to reward worth it? Are you okay with just taking, you know, are you going to get your entry correct so that if you only get $3 to $4, you know, a $3 to $4 move, you're happy with that? That's something you got to ask yourself. Is the risk worth the reward? If you're going to risk $3 to $4 to make $3 to $4, it's going to be a long, struggling road for you. It's going to be a struggle all around. You know, you'll probably end up saying that this whole market stuff is a scam. This, that, and the third. What I want to get to though is Moderna. There's an upgrade. I'm pretty sure it was an upgrade on mRNA. Again, there's upgrades and downgrades really for everything. Yeah, HSBC upgrades Moderna. HSBS. Let's see here. I was actually wanting to see if we could get this gap fill on Moderna here. I haven't traded this in a while. If 79.50. So look, we're starting to make 79.50 resistance. Look at that. That's a beautiful setup, guys. I don't know about y'all, but we could look to take this back down into the low 70s. Let's look to break this like double bottom here. I think we have a nice shot at taking Moderna back down to like 73.50 and even get this gap fill down here. You guys can see there's a gap here at 70 to 73.50. Let's see what happens. I might look at Moderna today. So this sucks. 79 is your level right now. You know, it is an upgrade, so you're sitting at prior day's close, which is right here. Let's actually pull this up. I'm gonna pull up a 1 minute here. Nah, give me 2 minutes. So this looks like, man, the bigger part to this trade would, in my opinion, I feel like to the downside, because 78, 9, 10, 11, 12. I mean, that is $5, so it's not bad. Let's see here. Let's see here. Let's see. Just keep an eye. You know, $79 yesterday's close and prior day's low on Moderna. All right. If we do start to crack 78.50 in yesterday's low, and we start seeing that it's going to turn it into resistance, then we have some nice room down to the downside on this thing. You just rejected 79.50, which is a clear area right here on the daily chart. That was a prior support level that was broke, that you just broke it and turned it into resistance. You guys can see that right here. Prior resistance right here at $79.50, $80. What are you doing right here pre-market right now? Look at that right there. Double topped right at it. Bink. Resistance. Prior, you hit that. That was a support level yesterday. That got broke. You came back and retested it. So as long as we have the volume. Look at the volume that came in at the end of the day and the volume that came in on Friday. It's not enough to hold this thing up, but, you know, again, listen, be patient. Just wait. This market's about to get, it's going to give us, it's going to open up. It's going to open up. We just got to give it a little bit of time. Mo, good to see you, man. I've been doing okay. Yesterday, at least this week, you know what I find myself doing? Sorry that I didn't have live chat up. I've been doing good. I noticed with the market doing what it's doing, even though we were watching Tesla, I've ended up screwing around and just being bored and taking trades. I have a natural gas trade on right now. I have a few contracts long on Boyle, which is probably dumb, right? There's no reason I should even be in it, right? There's no volume, but we do have some data coming out today. So we'll see what happens. The labor market continues to hold up. Maybe they'll be like, oh shit, demand is still here. I don't know. I got bored. This is why humans get fired from trading, because of times like this. We've had 2 triple-digit gains Monday, a nice day yesterday with that 216 and that 214 break on Tesla. Like, those 3 trades, that should be it. Like, nothing else. The market's just chilling. So Tesla, look at it. It's just cracking. Oh, we did take a long here yesterday too, guys. Off of this 207, 207.50, by the way. this wick low. We did take a long back to VWAP. I forgot about that. I did want to mention that as well. I would like to get Tesla back to 212, which is Monday's low, and it's just above that 20-day moving average. If we do get up there, then you got to watch out for 211 to hold as support, 211, 210.50, and see what type of volume comes in. Because if we end up trying to climb back, I'm not saying it's going to. I mean, it's pretty clear Tesla is weak, so don't fight the trend. But just understand what's going on with your daily chart. All right, just understand what's going on with your daily chart. This is it. All right, this is it. It is, what is that? 207.50. 207.50. Like, that's it on the daily chart. That's that double top here. You popped, rejected it, and then you broke through that with an increase in volume right here. I know it's a little hard to see, but you guys can see right there, 207.50. And that break, look at the volume that came in there on that day. Right? Now, if I pan this out, it looks a little bit better. Not that it's crazy volume, but it's still more than, you know, any of the selling pressure that we've had. So, do buyers start to come back in front of that 200-day moving average? You know. Just make sure if you take a trade today that it's moving, it's got volume, and it's got room. It's important. All right? I know it's hard. I know it can get boring. I know it might feel like the day gets wasted. You know, all that fun stuff. Trust me, I go through it too. It's like I don't want the day to be wasted. Look at the pop on Tesla, and there you go. Look at that. Just like we said. I told you guys, watch out. There it goes. There's that pop. So was there news on Tesla? I knew it, guys. I knew this fucking thing was going to pop because of the sell side volume was like, in my opinion, it wasn't. I don't want to pull in office. That's what she said, but it wasn't big enough. All right, it wasn't big enough. Like you can see, like look at the selling pressure. I talked about it yesterday. You know, you're over at least a 1.5 million on these 3-minute candles on the buy side, and you did touch that a little bit last week, but you know you were averaging 1.6, 1.4 million shares on a 3-minute candle. Sorry, so let's go see what we have here. What just happened here with Tesla? And this is what I was looking for. Those buyers or anybody that was short to try to give up. That's a nice spike there. Look at that candle. Wow. All right. Let's look here. It's getting a boost. That was earlier this morning. Yeah, hold on one second. This market's getting ready to open up here in... Wait, did it already open? We're already open. Oh, that's why. Dude, why didn't I hear the bell? What happened with my AirPod? Oh my gosh. I'm sorry. That's why it popped. Because the fucking market opened. And now now it's coming up, so my TV's behind. Alright, so I'm all messed up here. So it looks like my TV's 30 seconds behind. You gotta be kidding me. Look at that, guys. Look at that pop right into 212. 211. Alright, here we go. Let's have a great day today, guys. Let's have a great day. 212 was the level we were watching. I'm watching on Tesla. 211. Let's see here, Tesla. Sorry about that mistake. I do apologize. I feel kind of ridiculous for that. Look at this, man. This thing is on one. Look at the volume. Like, look at the volume compared to yesterday in that 1-minute candle. So it looks like it's you're seeing right now what's. Let's look for 210, 209.96 to hold here, guys. Shit. Sorry. Watch this level right here at 210 this 20 day. I told you guys, this was the last line of defense here for old Tesla. You got the trade line coming in on you. Oh my goodness. And that 50 days way up there. Shake everybody out. Come on, baby. It already pulled in, didn't it? God damn it. I'm going to be patient today.
U.S. clinical sites for relapsed refractory AL amyloidosis trial, Nexacart 2. That's India Michael X-ray.
Again, sorry about that. My TV and everything was behind. So there was no news. It was just we're at a key level here. So now look on the 15-minute chart. We are above the trade line and VWAP. So you're going to look for those to be support. I know you guys can't see it really, but and on top of that, we're literally oversold on every single time frame. We're pulled back into the support level that we broke through with volume. So the chances that that area that we broke through, when we break through it on an increase in volume, chances of that becoming support are now greater. And look what happened. We pulled right into it, shake and bake everybody. And it looks like, you know, Tesla's going to try to make a run and gun for that 50-day. We still have a gap. All right, we still have a gap. Watch out for that 15-minute and 30-minute time frames. In 5 minutes, you're overdone. But I don't think there's much room left on the downside. And look, just like we said. So, run the 212 when it pulls back into 211, 210. This like 210, yeah, 210, 211. This consolidation from yesterday. Does it hold? Can it hold? You have a gap from Monday into Friday, guys. Right up there, and that 50-day is sitting right in the gap. So watch this pullback right here, right now. Does this hold? That's a mean pullback. Does not look like it. Now you look for this 209, 210. You look for that bump into 210. Look for that to be resistance. This is a little support area right here too, though. 209. So what I'm looking for, there's your trade line coming in. Now you look for the pop, bink, and then do you get the further downside? Bada bing, bada boom. All right? That's what we're looking for now. It's exactly the price action it did yesterday. This, take notice to the volume on this pullback. That was a mean reversal. God damn it. It's going to get away from me. I'm not missing it today. All right, so now it's already turning 209 into resistance. It looks like. Look, it already bumped into 209. Now it's going to extend. Here it goes. Extend. It already hit it. So if you're looking at even like 1 minute, 3 minutes, you got to understand when you see those pop back into like when it's quickly popping into a level, you'll notice that is your whatchamacallit. Look at that reversal, man. All right, come on now. Go. Let's see if we can get a prior day's close in VWAP trade line test here. All right, so your 9 EMA on the 15-minute chart sitting at 209.45. Oh my gosh. Come on, baby. It's not gonna. Probably, yeah. See, that's what I was gonna say. That it's probably gonna break. It's not gonna give you the bounce back. It's all good. If I missed it, I missed it. That's my fault. It is what it is. If we get that bounce back, though, I would like to get a like 209 entry. I doubt it's going to give it to you, though. I doubt it's going to give it to you.
Reported earlier that the company announced the distribution agreement to commercialize mpox virus protection.
All right, I was wanting that 209 level. It's just it all. See, in my opinion, it might. Here it goes. It's going now. She's trying right now. Let's see here. 209. And that was it. Fuck. 205 is really what I was looking at. The 205 puts. There's some nice volume, nice open interest there at the 205s. It already broke, so that I'm not going to be able to participate in that, guys. I had to already be in this. So if you guys want to, that's up to you guys. Just make sure you guys are taking your profit. Take profits. You know, the target I would look for is 205. Dude, this looks ridiculous. I'm trying to get my charts to where they can look okay. I know I'm sorry I keep moving it. Alright, so it looks like it's a nice bounce back there. You still have some volume on your on the buy side on the QQQ there. Just give me 1 second. Just one more time here. Keep your eyes out if you're watching the indexes up there at 478. So you have the 50-day here. Dude, why do my charts look like this? This is so crazy. Can you guys see it? How the volume is like really low, but like just looks so weird. I don't know if you guys probably can't see that if you're on a phone. So 475 is the level I'd be watching for here on the Qs, and then obviously what's the volume like? Are we going to break it? I gotta fix this stuff really quickly, guys. Give me 1 moment. Let's see here. Alright, so now, I was going to say, I guess it just froze up on me. Tesla's just making prior day's low resistance now. Qs are pulling into the 50-day. I know this is boring. I know this is not what I know this is. This should already be done. All right, so now look, watch here on the Qs. This 476, you start making that a resistance zone. You probably might find yourself, if you end up turning, if you break 475 and turn that into resistance, I gotta be honest. You know, outside of the support that we have had step in at the low 470s, the volume is definitely, it's not there. So hold on, that is a 15-minute chart. I can't believe that 212. I was really hoping, like we said pre-market, if we could bounce to 412 or 212 and Tesla pull back the whole 210. Oh my gosh, that would have been an awesome like opportunity for a long. Why do my AirPods keep? I know my case isn't dead. All right. Oh, Moderna, mRNA. I forgot about that. All right, so we're above this level now at 79.50. So it does look like you're going to want to look for a long to $82 if it continues to hold up. $82 it would be the first target, 82, and then $84 on that. You have some volume on there you have some volume on coming in too to help back you up on that trade. And there's your pop. That's your entry right there. That's literally would be your entry here. Just to try to take that trade line through VWAP. Bada bing, bada boom. There's your extension. Nice job for anybody that was watching Moderna. Nice job. Take your money. Again, if the market's going to pull back, you're not going to have the wins at your back. So Moderna does like to hang with the SPY. For anybody that's traded Moderna with us, we've had some really good days with Moderna. Really good days. Maybe we look at the sector. Look at the heat map to see how the healthcare biotech sector is doing. Where are we at here? Let's refresh that up. Tech is weak. Tech is weak. Tech is weak. Weak. I don't know why my charts look like this. Like, I'm sorry I keep going back and forth on them, but it's like seriously bothering me. The way my charts are looking, the way that the charts are set up. Don't like it. Let's see here, man. Don't think that the Qs can't hold 476 here and, like, you know, start to run a test back to 478. If it doesn't do that, if it doesn't pop high, like here, you should start to see some volume really come in and start to really get that extension to the downside. Just these charts are just, it's just weird. There it goes. It's a nice 477 rejection. It's a nice initial days high, hold of initial days high. I just think that the volume there on Myrna is a little shady. I kind of just, I like the downside for Moderna. I like it. I think that's the better setup. Oh, that's why I went to the Qs. I'm sorry. Let me fix my daily chart and I'm done. I'm done moving these charts. That's what I was wanting to do, was fix the daily to save this. And there's your extension to the downside. It should break. Look, see what I'm saying? But look, you're not getting, yeah, you are coming in, it is coming in with the volume. I was going to say, you should start to extend lower there. You should see the volume start to pick up here. Look for a target of 472, guys. That would be your target, 472. That's what I would be, that's what I'm watching for, 472. I think you just turned that 475 into resistance. I might end up trading this. I don't know though. Like, look at that. Let me pull this back out. See, this is what's different with the Qs. Is that, look at the hours from like 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock. Like, there's so much more time. Let's pop into, keep time zoomed in, apply. Man, I can't even fucking see that. Sorry for the language. I can't even see that. let's see here on the daily. You have that gap here. Boom. I don't know, man. Because if we start breaking this 50-day, if you guys see here, if we break this 50-day and the trade line, look, you have nothing, guys. You have nothing to support you. You didn't have anything here yesterday either. I mean, you did have whatever day this was as a little support level, but if you go back down there and you start seeing that volume pick itself up, you know, be careful. Just don't get chopped up, you know. It's just, to me, right now, it feels like this pivot, you're retesting 475 as resistance. Like, that bounce into it is resist. You're making it resistance. Therefore, look at that downside from yesterday, how it opens up. Look at all of this. You have all of this area there now if you break that 50-day. See what I'm saying? Now it should start to extend. You have a minor level at 474. Look, they're trying to hold this up. And you can see that resistance and support level here. So the two areas I'd watch would be right here at 474. Right there. And this little area at 474.77, 475. But I think you're turning that into resistance. Right there. You see that resistance? Look, support, bounce off of it, gaps below it, hits it, resistance, holds the opening price. You extend higher, bull flag, support. So it's like 474, like that little, this little area right there at 474.52. Watch for that to become, if it tries to make it resistance. Which it's doing. See what I mean? I know it's hard for you guys to see. I do apologize.
The Bond Report is brought to you by PIMCO, a global leader in active fixed income. Hi, my name is Damian Clark.
Alright. You are getting a little extended. This is it here, 474. Watch 474. Let's go look at the time frames. So what do we do if we're looking for a trade? If we didn't trade the downside? All right, we're going to go look at the 4 hour. We know, cool, we're a little bit oversold, overdone. 2 hour, somewhat same thing. So let's look at the hourly chart, which has been a little bit overdone. It's got a little more room to the downside. All right, you didn't quite get it yesterday. You started it yesterday, but you never quite, you know, that bounce back never really put you into oversold territory. So 15 minute, obviously we're overdone. We're overdone in the near term. All right, so what I would do is I'd look for using all of this with volume. Okay, yesterday's volume was pretty low, and look how low the volume is today. At least I thought the volume was low yesterday. It kind of has been this whole week. Maybe it wasn't that bad yesterday, but compared to 2 weeks ago, so you can see right there, you're seeing that tail come in. Let's watch this level there. You got to see some volume here, though. I was looking for like 474 and 474. What is that? 50, what did we say? Like 52? 50. It was right there. You can see that support and resistance zone there. Yeah, 474.50. And it looks like right there, you're trying to turn into resistance right now. So 474.66, 474.65. Okay, see if it rejects it or if we can reclaim it. So that pop right there is in the 66. Let's see if we can get above it. Look at the volume coming in on the 1 minute, trying to at least. Hesitating. Yeah, see, it hesitated. And there's your trade line coming in. I still think we're getting a bit extended. So I want to see if 474 can hold up. And watch the daily chart. Your 50-day moving average. You've literally cracked it now. All right, it is an area, This could end up being a wick. There's your wick on the daily chart. Let's see, can we get volume to extend back to the upside and hit 478? I'm not in a position right now. The thing is we're below VWAP. We're below the trade line on the 3-minute, 15-minute. The one thing we do have for the bull side is that we're a bit overextended, but we need volume. We need to start adding bull scenarios to the you know, we need to start seeing bullish things happen for us to be bullish. Right now, everything is more bearish than bullish, right? Like, you could use this as if you're, if you don't get an extension in volume to the buy side, right? If we can't really get buyers to step in here, 475.45 is would be a level I'd look to have VWAP in the 9 EMA as an entry point short to try to break that 50-day on the Qs. Go look at the Dow. Go look at the IWM. Which ones are leading? What are they doing? Which I'm doing right now. Look at the SPY. The SPY is already trying to bounce. The SPY is trying to bounce here. Sorry, guys. I don't know what's going on with my AirPods. Okay, so the IWM is still up off of the bell. The Dow screaming to the upside. All right, so if we want to be bullish, where would we look? You could look at like JP Morgan, maybe Microsoft. Look at Dow names. Tech is obviously weak, but if the Dow's going to continue, that should help the Qs reverse. I mean, you have some segregation here, which is crazy. Yeah, ain't happening. All right, let's see here. That's where I was looking for a short, or not a short, but that's where I would be looking to long if I was long. That's the level at 474, 473.85-ish. This whole area here. But again, I'm not fighting the trend. All right, so this level's out. That pivot low a day, for the most part, it's not out, but 475.50, you're going to start seeing, look how VWAP has anchored itself sideways now. I'm watching 475.50 as an entry point short. Just keeping my eye on it. I'm not saying I'm going to. Trade line is still above VWAP on the 15-minute chart. I'm going to start seeing some volume come in here. Here it comes. The Dow, guys, the Dow is screaming. The Dow is screaming right now. Look at JP Morgan. There you go. Look at that, guys. Damn. That's why it's important to go look at the indexes and to know which ones are doing what. There you go. This is wild. Not getting anything. Just nothing wants. It just doesn't want to work. For anybody that is wanting to look at JP Morgan, you have right now you're up 0.7%. So if you look on those breakout days, pivot, from your ATR, it's important to know, like, you need to know what you're going to get out of it. You can't just go long and just have no expectations of what it does. You need to know how much it moves. So even on a breakout, there's your pivot low. What is that? 207.75. We'll call it 207.50. We'll call it 213.50. So about $6. Low to high, 19.25. We'll call it 19.50. 22 or 221. What did I say? That breakout right here was $6, right? This breakout to a new high. Yeah. Oh, that was after earnings, though. What is is this here? What is that? 208, so 209, 213. So you look for like you should expect about $3.50, 350 to 450. I'd say like $4 on JP Morgan on a decent day. And right now, 219.25, so we'll say 219, 221. You've done half of it. 2021. So you've done half of it. If you can get a pullback, if you get a pullback to like 221, maybe you look for the long. But you got to watch because the Dow is could start to run out of steam here. But if it doesn't run out of steam and this pullback can hold, then you could look for at least $1.50 out of the $2 left on JP Morgan. Maybe it gives you more. Maybe it gives you more. But so that's an end. That would be, dude. Guys, I hate Thinkorswim. I really do. That's a nice rejection point off that support level from yesterday. Let's see. Are we gonna? Is that our entry point? What should be an entry point short? Let's see. Let me see something here. I gotta make it bigger. That's what she said. All right, so you can see here we ran a test down to where yesterday's opening price, and we're bouncing back off of that opening price from yesterday. Where's the target for the upside? Prior day's close. Even though we already ran a test to that this morning off the bell. Let's see if we could go for, you know what? I would look for Monday's close, actually. 475.30. And look at 475.30 is what? That pivot low from this morning. So now we're going to watch for Monday's close. Keep your eye on Monday's close if we reject it. It's right there. It's right there, 475.38, which we already had, which you're going to have VWAP line up at. All right, and we did not get that increase in volume to the buy side. We did not get it. We did not get an increase. That's a decrease, my friends, on a bounce back. So we look for that low volume bounce back to be an entry point where right in this here. I'm going to try and shoot for VWAP. I want to get short at VWAP. What I would expect, I want to see what happens here. Like, do we put in a double bottom? Can we put in a double bottom here? Waste a little bit of time. We do have some data coming out here in 1 minute, so that could start to, make things a little fun. Oh, no, 10:30. So, no, 10:30. Okay, so we don't have data. 2 year, 17-week bill at 11:30. 5-year note at 1 o'clock. Okay. And 2 year at 1 o'clock. Okay, so we do have a little bit. Hold on. Was I on Wednesdays? Yeah, I was on Wednesdays. 17-week, 2 year, 5 year. Oh, damn. So we have a 5-year note auction. 2 year. I forget what FRN is. Oh shit! I still gotta watch. I gotta watch UNG because I have a position on UNG. And look at that, guys. That low volume bounce. They just attacked it right at the trade line. Look at the 1 minute volume that came in there. Something just happened. What's going on here? Look at that. God damn! And there's that double bottom. They're holding it. Let's go. Let's go. Put in that double bottom because I think we can get a test of VWAP. Unless they're just going to continue to yank this thing down. Yeah, I got to... Dude, why are my AirPods going crazy? I'm get fucking pissed. I know my AirPods are not dead. And look at that. There's that double bottom, guys. You're just not getting any volume, though. So I have nothing on right now. I'm going to be patient because I've noticed the past couple days outside of Monday. Monday I was patient. It worked out nicely. 2 triple-digit gains. 200% and 100% trade. Yesterday we called out Tesla, and I did a little bit more because I got bored, and I could see that I'm just kind of like I'm chewing myself up. So let's see here. That was a nice scalp off that level. Now do those shorts that just made money this morning start to cover. Remember, we're oversold on a ton of time frames. We should be looking for the long, and they're going to do everything to shake you out of that long. Let's go. Let's start yanking this thing up. Again, the target is VWAP. I'm watching VWAP. Am I going to take a long to VWAP? No, like, it's not, in my opinion, it's not worth it. What am I going to risk? 50 cents to make $1.50? You could, but, you know, I would like to try to get up there to 476, 478. I would like to get like a nice trade like back to, you know, this level here back. See if we could get like a move back to 478, but we're not going to get that if we continue to be this weak. You know what I'm saying? We pretty much took back everything from yesterday. You put in a double top up there. So yesterday, you already made 478 resistance. You could look for a move to 476, which would be Monday's resistance level, right? Since we broke that, you would look for a bounce back to 476, right? Which is also Monday's VWAP. To be a rejection point to see if you can break that 50-day. All right, it's not happening. I'm okay with not trading, by the way, because if I'm not losing money, I'm okay. I already have a natural gas position that's I'm not sure is doing anything for me. Just going to take a look real quick, and we'll go back to the Qs. That data comes out at 10:30, I think. So that's what I'm trying to look for, guys, on natural gas is just like a bounce back to like Monday's high, you know, just to try to catch like a revert back to the mean. I actually went small, and I did take Boyle, which is it's either double or triple leveraged. It's one of the two. So that way, if I put on a small amount, I don't have to put out as much money to get, you know, an original position size. And I think a lot of people don't understand, like, if you really want to maximize your portfolio and have learned, you know, that's what double and triple leverage ETFs are for. If you're long 100 grand, maybe you put 15, 20 grand in a double, triple leverage ETF, and it'll give you that size of 80 to 100,000 position size. Just an example, right? You'd have to, you know, figure that stuff out for yourself and what's suitable for you. But that's what they're there for, right? So you don't have to overextend yourself, where you can, you know, risk a quarter of your position size, what you normally do to get the same amount as you would if you were just trading the SPY or something. All right, if you wanted to trade like TVIX, like I miss TVIX. I was so upset they got rid of it. I know a lot of you guys who have been trading for a while remember the TVIX. The last time I hit TVIX was in 2020. And I ended up using that money that I made off TVIX. I think it was like the summer of 2020 in that July when we had that pullback. It was like June, July. I went and put that money in Apple calls, and then Apple, I think, yeah, I got the October and November calls on Apple, and then they did a stock split. Dude, that was a big hitter, man. That swing trade was that was a big hitter. So really, it was definitely up there in like my top 5 trades that I've had through my career. Again, that's all by luck too. I mean, you're talking those contracts went from, you know, 400 each to $6,000, $7,000. There it goes, and it breaks. It's not surprising that it broke. It's not surprising, but the buyers are not coming in. So let them pull it back. Just let them sell it off. And what's going to happen now is that the Qs are to the downside, and then watch the Dow. Once the rest of the market starts rolling over, which you can see that pullback on the Dow. So wait, let's look here. So you see we pull back. You're looking to hold that prior high, right? What did we say with JP Morgan? There's your pullback to prior highs, and you look to get that the rest of that move off if it's going to give it to you. I don't know, man. This does have some really nice volume today. So you could get $1.50 or so. Like, part of me wants to try it, but I don't want to chop myself up. I don't. Like, it's just hard for me to. Yeah, it's some really nice volume on JP Morgan today, guys. 220, 250. Let me use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. Let's go back to the Qs. I want to see where we start putting in. Notice how, look at those tails that we're putting in. Boom, boom, boom. This could start to be our reversal. I think the Qs are going to start reversing here, guys. Keep an eye on the SPY.
Is it easy to point to what that was down to or not? It's funny you say that because I just wrote a note saying last Sunday saying, you know, I feel like I'm pretty good at knowing what already happened. I'm not that good at predicting what's going to happen. And this time, I'm not even sure I know what happened. I can tell you what institutional investors think happened. I can tell you that if I asked 100 of them, they'd all give slightly different answers with different probabilities, from Japanese carry trade to election change to competition on capex for AI from the hyperscalers to a slowing in the U.S. consumer. I mean, there's a cocktail of things people pointed to, but the recovery was pretty sharp. And if I take a step back and say, what do I care about as an investor? There's two things: perception of growth and perception about rates. Neither of those things look better to me now than they did August 5th. I think.
There we go. All right. Is this a trap? Is this the trap, though? That's still, as of right now, a lower high. Can we break 474? Come on, you can do it. I would be worried if the Dow and the rest of the market starts to start to roll over, and that's not going to help unless we're going to get some divergence back in the tech. Listen, here's also another idea. Is it worth it? Now, we're not going to be able to call the bottom. You had some people do it yesterday. They came in today, this morning, and took profits off of the long. Here, off of that long. Would it be worth it to put on a position for tomorrow? The risk to reward. 85%, 86%. Would it be worth it to try and put on like a 480 call? What do they want for 480s for tomorrow? And look at the volume, right? The volume, the volume is still. You got to think about it like that. The risk to reward. 29. What do they want for that? So they say they're packing on some premium for that move still. See, even 485, they want just about 50 cents. And you got to think though, that expires tomorrow. It's not like it's Friday. Like, come on, get real. Get real. You're gonna tell me they're expecting a a $5 move. 77. Yeah, I guess that is accurate. Got to take it down to 472. Let's see. We're holding up nicely here, guys. We're chewing up time off the clock. We're chewing time up off the clock here. Let's see. Now, what did we say? We were watching for VWAP, which is now at that pivot low from yesterday up here. Man, that was a nice move off of that there yesterday. Damn. That was a nice move. From 472 to 478, that's a nice move. 474. That's why my charts were looking like they were this morning, because yesterday's move was nice. Let me just keep it go. Let's just keep it moving here. mRNA. Let's go zoom in. Okay, so Myrna is bouncing, you guys. Myrna is trying to bounce. mRNA is bouncing. You had a nice little pullback there into yesterday's like double top. That support and resistance zone there. You pulled into it, you held it, and it's trying to extend higher now. It's trying to extend higher. It's up 1.2%. Let's look at Chewy. Chewy is bouncing. Chewy has some volume with it as well. Chewy's extending higher. Chewy's got room to $30. What is this? 20? Yeah, $39. $29.95. If you can extend higher there, it's got room. Damn, that's a nice. Look at that. It bounced right off the 50-day. That's a really nice move. Yeah, look at that $30 level, guys. That's a nice level for Chewy. You can see here on the bottom right that the daily chart here with this support and resistance zone at $30. Prior support that it held in 2022, 2021, and now, or 2022 and 2023, and it looks like it's bouncing back into it now. And that is Chewy. They did have earnings this morning. They did. Let's look at Palantir. Rip out the fossil fuel equipment? Holy shit. What's crazy is they're not going to be able to solve the climate crisis. I don't think. Here's a fact, all right? We keep having more and 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 more people that have more and 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 more people. Just stop. Just stop with the climate shit. It's going to be hot. Why? Because there's more and more and more people, and we just continue to use up more and more and more resources. Okay? That's just what it is. It's just what it is. It's just my opinion. It's not, you know. I think that's the root cause. All right, let's go have a look at Tesla. What's Tesla doing? Nothing. I had a feeling that would happen. I had a feeling she might just sit there and not do anything, because you have to ask yourself if, like, who's going to take that trade? It's not worth it. The trade's done. Trade's done. Now the question is, do they slowly start to take profit? Do they slowly start to take profit, and do buyers slowly start to step in? And you see this thing back up to 215, and we can, you know, I don't know, you know, once you break the 20-day, it kind of is what it is. You know what I'm saying? It was good to see everybody this morning. It was. All right, let's go look at what's going on in the industry. All right, let me pull this up. OSS. OSS, guys. OSS does have some room. You have some room to 350. Let me write this down so I don't forget about it.
Reported that a technical glitch delayed payroll revisions report. That's from the Department of Labor.
Payroll revisions.
In the release of jobs data, that's from Bloomberg.
Megan, am I right that you said that both of these plans, based on this analysis, see GDP decline?
What's funny is by solving the Ukraine-Russia war, coming to an agreement, that takes a huge amount of money off the balance sheet. So, in fact, he is talking about it. Like, she's saying here on CNBC that he's not talking about this, he's not talking about that. But, in fact, he is. Oh, my God.
Up slightly within the first decade, but by the end of the decade, it's about even, that 0.4% decline. Because of the size of the debt, it outweighs any stimulative impact of cutting taxes on individuals or corporations. It's just such a bigger impact there.
Interesting. And at some point, we may, and the bond market may really start to care. I wonder, you know, so many of these tax plans would seem to be based on having control of both houses as well.
It's so funny how the news report stuff today. It's so sad. I don't even watch any of them. I don't watch any of them. It's so crazy what we've.
Company earlier announcing completed its subscription.
So OSS right now is, you have a nice little trade line VWAP across here. There's not a lot of volume on this thing. But in my opinion, if you can hold $3 here, you got to break $2.99 and look, there it goes. It's going to pull back. Watch. Let's see here. Let's see. $2.99 is the level. Oh, this thing is kind of barcode-y-ish. I don't like that. Let me look. Let me look here. So XBI is going, NTLT is going today too. TLT was a nice trade.
Medicare and Medicaid, but maybe missing benefits they could really use. Extra benefits they may be eligible to receive at no extra cost. And if you have
Where was
Medicaid, you may be able to get extra benefits too through a Humana Medicare Advantage dual eligible special needs plan. Call now to see if there's a plan in your area and to see if you qualify.
Okay, well, it was back here. Damn, it was that long ago? Damn, son. Where'd you find this one? Where'd you find that one? That was another huge trade, guys. We got in these at like 20 cents. They closed that Friday at over $3. Fucking sick trade. Sick trade on TLT. And I think I had somebody on there tell me, oh, it's just trading sideways. It's not doing nothing. I'm like, yeah, that's what it was doing. I'm talking about what I feel like it's gonna do, all right? Because we were having the Fed meeting, like the momentum was, there was a fundamental shift in what was going on to make this move, and I think that's what he was not understanding or not feeling. That you got that, like that's when you know you're. It's not how you know you're good at it when you get there. It's just you need to really understand the sentiment of like what's going on. Damn, look, Pinduoduo is still getting smacked, you guys. That thing is still getting smacked. What's DraftKings up to? DraftKings pulling back today. Let's see here. So the Qs are holding on. We're holding on for dear life here. Feels like we're turning this into resistance. Oh my gosh. I have not taken any trades. I do have a trade on, so I can't say I don't have any positions on at the moment because I do from yesterday. Do you guys see anything that's moving? Like, I don't care what it is, like small caps, large caps. I know we found JP Morgan. Look, the IWM is trying to turn around a little bit there.
Fresh numbers out of two of China's biggest EV makers this morning as trade tensions rise and competition in the space, particularly around price and the use of AI, continues to grow. Let's get to Eunice with the latest. Eunice, what are we talking about here?
That's crazy.
Auto and BYD. These companies are both profitable companies, which is a rarity here in China in the EV world. But the companies both saw a nice recovery.
Looks like it's going to pull back. Feels like it's running out of steam, or this is going to consolidate and then just rip. It's going to be one of the two.
And because its first fully electric pure EV, the Mega, didn't sell as well as it had hoped. Li Auto is more focused on not only family cars but also
I think Myrna went.
For BYD, its second quarter was its second best. Gross margins again narrowed.
Good, you know, if anybody was able to take Moderna today, good job. That's a nice trade. Nice trade there, you guys. Nice job. Again, the target for that would be $82. I can see if there's anything left on it. I'm kind of just, I feel like I need to have clarity. I'm a little, you know, like this little shake and bake here, like that's rough, right? For it to sell off and then reclaim itself, only to climb higher. You know, again, unless it breaks 78.50 prior day's low, you shouldn't be out of the trade. Like yesterday's close and yesterday's low were your entry points. So no matter what it does up here, right? Whatever it does here, right? It doesn't matter. It can go up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down. But you have to stick to your game plan, and that's the hard part of trading, and a lot of people don't understand is that, you know, a lot of dumb shit will happen, right? And if, you know, you have your entry, you have your stop loss, right? And if it doesn't, if Moderna is not, you know, breaking $78, then there's no reason to sell it, right? There's no reason to sell it. So you're giving it about $1. You could give it a little bit more, give it about $1.25, $1 to make $2, $3, $4. You know, that would be the final target. Would be up there at like $86, 84. So you're risking $1 to make $4. It's not bad. It's not bad. You know, maybe I need to get a little better at explaining that too. Or, you know, practicing what I preach. Did Apple extend the new highs yet? Started to yesterday. This was one that it's just looking really strong. Let's go take a look at Meta. Meta's nice bounce. That was one trade I missed. I think it was Monday. I think we called out the short Monday or the long yesterday. I forget which one it was.
When you hear about the EV market share that is being gained by the likes of these two companies and so many others that are competing more domestically in the Chinese market, what are your thoughts as an investor?
We saw this coming. So we were one of the earliest and largest investors in NIO. We always felt like China had a supply chain superiority, huge government support, an abundant market. We hypothesized that China would be 50% of the global EV market, and it is now. And really the icing on the cake has been the ability to go global now.
So you can see you have a double top here on Meta. The double top up there at 540. And you see this flat bottom support at 525, 524. You bounced into it. Now you have the trade line coming up there. So now it looks like you have a trade from 525 to the 20-day moving average. Can you reclaim 525, 524.80? You rejected it yesterday.
higher priced alternative. And so I think you'll see Western consumers, particularly Europeans, looking at BYD, looking at Lee, NIO, as they start to evolve, and they are now.
To the extent that you have a view on one side of this trade, is there another side that you could short for?
This week I haven't done much work. I haven't been going over any charts. You know, kind of just waiting for Nvidia's earnings, I guess. I do want to do some more work tonight, but you know, I think that's why I also, it hasn't been that good of a week for me, and I feel like yesterday I got bored and I chopped myself up a little too much. All right, so it's 10:27. We have this natural gas data that's coming out here. That'll be coming out here in just a minute or so. Tesla hanging out, just hanging out. Oh my gosh, I didn't have the mic on this whole time.
Gasoline inventories, a draw of 2.203 million.
Nothing. Wow. Huh. That's so funny.
Don't take Syfovre if you have an infection.
Alright, I'm gonna get up out of these things. I'm not gonna waste my time with this shit.
Can cause serious side effects such as eye infection and retinal detachments. Severe
Alright, so you just had those draws. Okay, so oil's moving. Trying to. Kinda.
increase in eye pressure. Most common side effects are eye discomfort, wet AMD, small specks,
Alright.
vision, and blood in the white of the eye. Tell your doctor right away if you have any side effects.
Every moment counts. Act now to slow
Everything is down. Wow.
Ask your retina specialist about Syfovre.
We needed a project manager yesterday. We posted a job at
Alright. The next thing that we have up, 17-week bill auction at 11:30. Feels like it's going to be nothing but another boring day.
down 5.3%. Ticker DJT, Delta Julia Tango.
Park City is
Looks like we're trying to get some news here.
Are renaming their stadium. It will now be known as Northwest Stadium after reaching a naming rights deal with Northwest Federal Credit Union. Terms of the deal weren't disclosed. The stadium has been known as FedEx Field since 1999, but the company told the franchise it was ending the relationship after the ownership group change. Guys, back to you.
Give me 1 second. All right, watch the cues here. We're just stuck in this chop. This is a nice little level. Stuck in the chop. I'm trying to find something really
Shares of
quickly.
U-Time, ticker WTO, Whiskey Tango Oscar, resumed and halted again on circuit breaker to the downside, down 59.6%. That's ticker WTO, Whiskey Tango Oscar.
Three big issues if you're an investor. First, Nvidia's earnings are still growing, but look at this chart. The rate of change in the growth is slowing dramatically. You can see Nvidia's peak change in year-over-year earnings growth, and that's what matters. The delta occurred towards the end of last year. We were dealing with 400%, 500% increases year-over-year. Look how fast this is rapidly declining, and in the coming quarters, it's going to go down into the double digits. It was triple digits. The second concern that's out there is because the price is still rising as the earnings growth decelerates, the earnings multiple is rising. The forward multiple has increased from 40 times earnings to 47. That's for this fiscal year. That's February 24 to February 25. And from 23 to 33 for the following fiscal year. It's February 25 to 26. And these are not stratospheric levels, but it is a sign investors are paying a lot more for a future stream of earnings. The third issue is the magnitude of the earnings beats is also getting much smaller. Look at this. They were beating by almost 30% just a couple of quarters ago. Every report coming out beating 30%. Last time, only 10%. This indicates analysts are being caught off guard to a lesser extent than they were in prior quarters. It's a sign that it's getting tougher to impress Wall Street. Now, none of these are killers by themselves, but when you have this combination of high valuations, decelerating growth rates, and narrowing earnings beats, this is not a lot of room for error. And I bring this up, I brought this up a couple of months ago.
grocery.
I keep myself on the edge, like, you know what I mean? Like, for real, like, it's all bullshit. But, I can't blame nobody. Like, this shit, they got me so frustrated that these people trying everything, but I don't care. This shit ain't gonna make me touch that. You know what I mean? They're my whole mind. They only doing this shit, but I come out at 3 o'clock now. I gotta go in right now.
Oh shit, my bad, yo. I didn't mean to be chewing in front of the mic.
The caller has hung up. Hello, this is a
Mr. Copeland, can you tell the jurors who, in relation to you, were you speaking with on that call?
My sister and a friend.
Okay. And during that call, did you hear your voice, yourself, explain that you blame yourself for thinking that you have all the sense, but it backfired on you, that
How's my
they
camera
are doing
not
it
on?
intentionally, but it still
Like the
won't
light's
make you
not even on.
testify?
I don't understand.
And you say you can't talk on the phone, but you don't remember what was in the video. You said when you got locked up, you were saying anything to get them to let you go. It backfired on you, and it's nothing but BS. You say the word, and that's what they're putting out there. Did you hear all that?
Yes.
I want to play with that focus from 16 minutes to 17:23 with the court's permission, the same exhibit.
Watch Tesla. Tesla might start going lower, guys.
I just said that, shit, I ain't mad at you. Know what I mean?
For those that are coming in, I just wanted to let you know we are listening to jail phone calls from a different county outside of Fulton County. The reason why Brian Steele is getting these in right now is because the prosecution team did not, right? The prosecution team missed these. So he needs to get them on the record. So kind of like yesterday, if you guys remember, at the end of the day, Brian Steele had to bring Woody all these plea deals that he signed and things like that. You have to have either the witness look at it if it's a physical thing or hear it before you can enter it into evidence and ask questions. So that's why we're doing it. I know these are a little bit longer, so we're going to have Brian play them, but Brian is projected to finish his testimony before, his cross-examination before noon. So this seems like it's going to be the end of his cross-examination, but we need to listen to the phone calls before he can ask Woody questions about them. And from what we're seeing on other sources, it looks like that testimony is going to be pretty explosive. So bear with us, guys. We're going to get through these, but the questions that Brian's going to be able to ask after these jail phone calls is pretty important to the case.
Yeah, I can't. Shit, you ain't did nothing to me. Shit, I blame myself. Tell me what the video say because I don't even remember what the video said. And that's why. Because I just told you, man, when I got locked up, man, I was trying to say whatever got them to get these people to let me go. And shit, that's why I said backfired on. At the end of the day, shit, they know it ain't nothing but some bullshit. That's why they putting it out there like that. Nah, I mean, shit.
Mr. Copeland, I'd also like to ask you whether you heard on this same exhibit recording that you said that that they, and you can explain who they is to the jurors if you don't mind, are coming at you.
Let's see. Can we get Tesla to give us downside here? Watch this now.
And you explain.
Watch.
You say that you've been
Let's
explaining
see.
to people all morning that you've kicked yourself in the backside or ASS, and you say that it's all BS, and you can't blame anybody. Did you hear that?
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to play 1825 to the end. You're on.
If Ms. Combs said he heard it, I don't know why we're replaying, so I have an objection to replaying it if he said he heard it.
It is so hard for the jurors, in my opinion.
Well, you just read what you said was said and he affirmed it, so we don't need to hear it again.
All right. Mr. Copeland, This is going to be Mr. Williams or JW 250B. So I'm going backwards, but B as in Barry, and this is Your Honor, this is going to be February 19th, so the same day, 2023, about a few minutes later. It's at begins at 4:20 p.m.
Let's go, NG. Let's go. Let's go.
Hello, this is a prepaid collect call from an incarcerated individual at Fayette County Jail. This call is not private. It will be recorded and may be monitored. If you believe this should be a private call, please hang up and follow facility instructions to register this number as a private number. To accept charges and consent to this recorded call, press 1. Thank you for using Securus. You may start the conversation now.
Hello.
They won't let you call back again?
Yeah, I called back. Yeah, that's why I'm going to call back again.
I told her that. I said it must won't let him call back.
Yeah, tell her to call me. I don't know what it is.
Alibaba, ticker BABA, Bravo Alpha, selling off on volume down 2.15%. That's Alibaba. BA, Bravo Alpha,
Hello. That's straight. Anyway.
Wonder why y'all don't hack my phone. Y'all hack my mobile phone.
Oh shit! I ain't, man. I don't even know nothing about this on this video. Yeah.
Oh, hold on, y'all. Put it over
I
there.
don't know nothing about the video.
What you mean?
Like the interview.
Put it right there. What you mean you don't know nothing about it?
Like shit. I just was like shit. When you do shit, y'all telling me, yeah. Like y'all gotta refresh my memory.
Oh, hold on. She's on that woman.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, this damn regular phone, man.
I like to say you go back here.
Shit ain't open the door, so I'm still out.
Oh.
They told me to go in, but shit, they ain't open the door.
Oh.
But all I'm saying here, bro, I didn't get mad at you. I mean,
You said what?
I said all I was just telling you, I didn't get mad at you.
Yes, you did. Tell her you made her mind up.
You did.
No, I didn't. No.
Yeah, because I was gonna tell her to say, you don't have to explain yourself, but I just like shit. You just don't.
I might explain myself.
If we get a bounce back, I might look at Baba for a swing trade to the downside, guys. I want to get that on bounce backs, though.
I understand what I was saying first time, so I reiterated what I said.
No, I understood what you said the first time. I mean, I didn't. I just like shit. Like I told her, shit, man. That what happened when I think I got all the sense. I ain't really think this shit was gonna go there far. I mean, but shit, they knew I was bullshitting. Well, but she got me mad as hell.
Yeah.
But I was just calling you back, though. I ain't gonna hold you up.
Why you come out at 3 now?
Huh?
I said, why you come out at 3 now?
Because I ain't want to come out at 12 no more. I only came out at 12, so I called my lawyer and shit. But I be having other people that be want me to call them, but they be wanting me to call them later. So I said, I just come out, change time, I come out.
So did you, they ever came down there? The lawyer ever came down there?
Tuesday.
You could look for that first target to
That's why-
be
that's why
79.
it's
I would look
crazy
for an
that
entry
all this
at
shit
like
going on,
80.
they ain't
See if
putting
we can get
nobody else out
79.
there.
It might start
They
selling
trying to
off
make it
now
like
though.
it's because, you know what I mean?
It may not let you get it.
They feel like this shit was gonna break.
Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah,
See,
shit, I'm
this is what I'm
definitely
afraid of. I
glad
don't
that
want to get bored and
I
trade
blame
just to
nobody but
trade.
myself.
Yep.
I ain't never worried about no
Got
nothing.
one. You said what?
Nah, I ain't never worried about how nobody thinks about me or feel. Shit.
I'm not. That's not what I be saying though.
I'm just saying. What you be saying then? I heard what you be saying. You ain't gotta keep saying that.
Exactly. Because what I'm saying is very simple.
I don't know what you be making me say.
Shares of Utah ticker
Yeah.
WTO, Whiskey Tango Oscar, trading down 73%.
I said it 1,000 times. Like,
You ain't gotta keep repeating that. I just said you ain't had anything to say. I ain't say keep repeating yourself.
I really want to know stuff like that I'm supposed to know. That's all.
That you supposed to know.
Yeah.
And how the hell I know what you supposed to know?
You tell me everything if you don't know what I'm supposed to know then. Don't that sound like common sense?
Who talking to you like this? Yeah, bro, you laughing, bro. This shit here, man. This shit got me so mad myself, man.
You be acting like you don't be remembering stuff or remembering what you be doing. Like, how you doing?
You be
Remember
thinking I
that.
be playing. You think I be playing? I be dead ass serious.
So you don't remember you?
Huh?
I ain't
Let
going for that.
me tell you something about me, bro. When they motherfuckers locked me up, bro, and they got me. If I wanted to get anybody locked up or say anything, I could have started out by saying who the gun belongs to. Like, I'm sitting in jail for another nigga's gun. You know what I mean? So a lot of people look at that video or the interview and they be thinking like, oh damn, this what's going on. And my imagination is crazy. Like, I put the shit together in the heart and get what? And try to talk my way out of it. If it didn't work, it didn't work. Shit, at the end of the day, it ain't nothing.
That's a problem that you talk too much. You tell people to shut up.
But now when I tell you, now you saying shit up.
No, I'm just saying, like, in general, like.
He's telling me, yo, I lied to y'all.
Shut the fuck up.
I've been lying to y'all. I've been making all this shit up in the first place.
I don't know what you shit. You probably got some more shit up your sleeve.
I mean, you gotta give it to Brian Steele for this
I
one.
don't know. You probably got some more
That's a
stuff up
winning
your
lawyer
sleeve.
right there.
Nah, if I had more stuff on my sleeve, I would have been out of jail in December.
The state didn't want them to play that.
I ain't sitting in jail because I'm scared to get out or whatever. I'm sitting in jail because it's only one reason they want to let me. It's only one reason they saying they'll let me go.
Yeah.
And it's not just
At
this
the end
one.
of the day, shit, what done.
This is
done.
like
It
the third or
back.
fourth
Still ain't changing,
of
still ain't
proof
changing my mind.
that what he's saying about him lying
Motherfuckers say
is
whatever they
true.
wanna say. I don't do shit.
He was lying.
Trust and believe me, the motherfucker gonna say what they had to say about me.
I was watching Shopify.
And
Fuck.
I could just easily come a lawyer like, hey, yeah, fuck it, I give up. Let me out.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I don't care, bro. I mean, as long as nigga don't cross that line, man, I ain't tripping.
Okay.
Hello?
Crazy girl. Yeah.
Tell me about it.
She's not funny.
I'm not laughing, bro. I'm just.
It's not funny.
So what happened? Baba? All these names got just
Yeah, I just
ended up
been somewhere
pulling
minding my
back.
business. Maybe I just be minding my business. I'm like, huh? They said what? Let me go listen to
So
you.
Baba, Shopify, and we
Go ahead.
talked about Shopify last week. We said watch
I
Shopify
just
up
been
here. If
somewhere
it
minding
breaks
my
down to
business.
this
Just
gap,
been
you have a
somewhere
gap
like
fill here in the
doing
200-day
something.
moving
And I
average
just overhear
coming
conversation.
right
I'm
up
like,
into
huh?
it at
What they saying?
71.
Yeah, I gotta go look
Sorry.
at that myself to see what's going on.
Right there. All right. We said, hey, if we start breaking $74, that's a nice $4 move down to fill the gap.
On the phone, I don't even know.
And the 200
I
days there.
called my sister. She told me, I'm like, what? Yeah, I called somebody else, and he was telling me. I'm like, wow. I mean, like, shit.
But look at the volume
He
here
picked
at
this, you know what I mean?
1040,
Like I
1039
tell him is just
on shop.
look at what he doing.
Right? 1040.
Everybody who went to court and agreed
1042.
say
That's Baba.
whatever they said.
What else is the
They
same
ain't put
thing?
none of
Like
their interviews
Amazon?
out. They ain't
Kind of
put none
same
of their
thing, right?
statements out. They ain't put nobody out there but me. Because they trying to make this shit to seem like me and him. When they came up here and see me, they tried to talk to me, Jody. Oh, we want to know about. Hey man, listen. I just want to know why I ain't going to court. Why I ain't getting out. I don't want to know nothing about nobody. Just I made all this shit up, trying to finish my way out of jail, and I ain't do nothing. Make it hard on myself.
Bro, Brian
And you know,
Steele is
motherfucker
going to
did.
have lawyer of the year. I'm telling you.
Interview and left because it ain't what they wanted to hear.
Look, she's saying it. Yep.
I go through this shit, you know what I mean? Shit in life.
Lawyer of the year, Brian
But
Steele.
before I sit there and be the reason of
Tell the jury
somebody else down for
why the state didn't play these tapes.
They trying to make this shit. They trying to make it seem like it's in third.
You're not making no. You didn't make it no better.
I did it. I didn't even for real, bro. I didn't even. Man, it's just not like I said. I got a hell out of it. Stop this shit, but they'll believe what I say and let me go. This shit didn't work.
That's big. Another one. This is like the fourth time.
Okay.
Alright, let's go over here.
Anything else you want to know before I let you go about your business?
Anything else you want to tell me about my business?
You kept me up and you got everything to say like shit. Like I get you pretty deep.
I come to you on.
Nah, you ain't jumping out. I just
Exactly. I didn't even say nothing, but I knew that the other day I was upset. So if I got on the phone with you, I knew something don't make shit worse because I was in a bad mood. So I just told her I don't want to talk right now.
But let me tell you, but I ain't. Like I said, bro, I wasn't mad at you. I was more mad at myself. You know what I mean? Because I said, for real, I knew better.
What?
I knew better. But like I said, I don't care. They shit don't do nothing. It just give me, I ain't gonna lie, it made me mad right now, but it just give me more strength.
So, now I do got more stuff to ask you, but I can't ask you.
You can ask me. It's just up to me to answer. If I can't answer you, then I won't answer.
No, I'm not asking nothing.
Alright. So, I mean, don't sit there and say, I won't be telling you so if I told you the answer.
But certain stuff you can't tell me.
That's what I said. If you ask me certain stuff, I'm going to answer or I'm not going to answer. If it's
No,
if
I
feel
should
like
just
can't
tell
answer,
you. I can't.
say it again.
No.
It's crazy. But then, I just said it's crazy. I know one. Whatever.
Let's go, man. Natural gas is going, y'all. Look at I'm just looking at my account and it's ripping.
Ain't gonna have nothing to do with me.
Yeah, look at this bounce. Natural gas is going. I just refreshed it. Let's go, man. Let's fucking go. All right, I gotta take some of this off, man. Let's go. Let's see. I feel like I should leave this thing on. I feel like I should leave it on, man. Look at natural gas, guys. Let's go.
I know you.
Let's fucking go. Yes. Let's go. All right.
But no, you really don't. A lot of people don't know what's really going on.
Yes, I do know.
30th. 950.
Because
I gotta go to boil. I gotta go to boil. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Shit. Let's go. There's a profit. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Got in those at 6 cents yesterday. They are. Oh my gosh.
Really stressing me out.
Fuck, I don't know what to do. What's today? 28, 29, 30. Should I just let this go? What do you guys think? Can we get a vote? Do we just let it go?
It's gonna take so long to do. But they're gonna keep you in there that whole time. This whole time.
I go to court this week right here. It's coming up.
Man, he's not going to damn court.
Oh my God, they just did that, didn't they?
What court you going to?
Where court I'm going?
I'm gonna set a limit.
My sister.
Nah, the way you be stressing her out, she ain't coming to get you.
Man, well, I just had to call her phone like 20 times for her to answer. I'm like, man, what the fuck?
Holy shit, we made it up top. We made it up top. We made it up top.
Yeah, man.
All right, I got a limit order out on 10 cents on those. I got in these boil calls at 6 cents yesterday. They're now 10 cents. Dude, so I didn't say anything to you guys, but I wanted to start to try to trade natural gas. All right. Let's go. Oh man, that might be it. I might just end up just getting rid of it here. Come on, come on, come on. All right, I got some off there. I just took some off. I just market ordered some of it, some there. Wow, guys, you guys could have got these at 3 cents this morning. I think this morning you could have got them anywhere from like 4 cents, 4 to 5 cents. You could have got them a cent or two cheaper. And now you're up. If you would have got 5, you're at 100%. So just think about that. All right, this could be it's really liquid. I mean, look at these options. You know, they were a lot more liquid yesterday. Like you're talking the $9 calls. You know, you're talking 1,100. I mean, it's not that much because they're cheaper, but I think they're liquid. I think they're liquid. All right. Anyway, I'm gonna go back to this because I want to hear this. Let's go.
Because I knew these motherfuckers
I needed that. I needed that.
I don't know who made that yet.
Yeah, I had a fucked up way of thinking like, shit, but if I got down, if I land this motherfucker right here, I know they're not gonna touch this motherfucker or do nothing. And
so the contracts change. Damn, look at this, you guys. Look at natural gas.
Oh, hell no.
Say what?
Hey,
then I really feel like they got motherfuckers in here goddamn working for them.
You work for them.
I do. I ain't laughing.
You have 1 minute left. Oh my God. I can't laugh now.
Nah, cause you really made me goddamn. You know what I mean?
I made you wait.
So,
Nah, I just like shit. It is what it is, bro. You know what I mean? I ain't gonna let these people goddamn, I don't work nobody. Let these motherfuckers get me. Nah, I just say I ain't letting these motherfuckers get me. But I ain't gonna keep holding you up, bro. You know what I mean? I ain't trying to hear that shit you talking about. You trying to get excited.
I'm just joking.
I know you ain't. You be saying laughing at shit.
Alright, I was just joking.
Yeah, alright, man. Well, kid, I'm gonna call you.
Okay, good. The caller has hung up.
Mr. Copeland and Jeffrey Williams 250B as in Barry. Did you hear, and it's at the 410 mark starting, you said that you didn't think that this SHI, I'm just not saying the word, blank, was going to go that far, and that they, meaning the prosecution, the police, knew that you were BSing. Did you hear you say that?
Yes.
I want to ask you also, did you hear in this February 19, 2023 recorded call, and by the way, tell the jurors who you're speaking with in relation to you.
A friend.
Did you hear you discuss and you say that this is crazy? You tried to talk your way out of it. It didn't work. Your friend says that that's the problem, is that you talk too much and that you need to be quiet. She says it a different term. And you ask, you say that doesn't your friend realize that you're kicking yourself in the backside or ASS for that? Did you hear that?
Yes.
And that you're sitting in jail. There's only one reason that they will let you out, meaning the police and the prosecutor. Is that who you're referring to?
Yes.
And you said what's done is done. You can't take it back. You hear you say something to that effect?
Yes.
Okay. Did you hear on this recorded call that you said that they didn't put anybody else out there but you? They are trying to make it seem like it's you and Thug. You said that when they came to see you, they asked about it. You just wanted to know why you weren't going to court. You don't know anything about anybody else. You said you told the police and the prosecutors you made all of this SHI blank up to try to finesse your way out of jail. Did you hear something to that effect?
Yes.
And who is the person, when you said when they came to see you, who are you referring to?
Them two right there.
And when you say them two, the two prosecutors sitting at the front table before the Honorable Judge Whitaker?
Yes.
Ms. Hilton?
Huh?
Ms. Hilton?
And Ms. Love.
Okay. And did you tell them back in 2023 that what you said previously was to finesse your way out of jail and it's untrue?
Yes.
Did you make that clear?
Yes.
Did they come visit you at the Fayette County Jail?
Yes.
Did you hear on this recording, you then said that they ended the interview and left because because you weren't doing what they wanted to hear. Did you hear that?
Yes.
And you're talking same as two prosecutors that sit before the jury every day?
Yes.
Did you hear yourself say that you thought that they would believe what you said back in 2015 and let you go, but it didn't work? Did you hear something to that effect?
Yes.
Who is the they? Who are you, when you say, I thought that they would believe what I said and let you go? Who are you referring to?
The police. Okay. The gang unit.
And the jurors know who they are, but the same people that's been on the videos?
Yes.
And Detective Thorpe, I assume, if I'm wrong?
Yes.
Okay, and Agent Cunningham?
Yes.
Did you hear, and this is at 17:50 start time on the same Jeffrey Williams 250B as in Barry? Did you hear you say that you have effed up, you have an effed up way of thinking? You think that you have all the sense, but you don't have any. Your friend agrees. You say you had an effed up way of thinking. You thought that if you lied on that MF, I'm not saying the word, but MF, they wouldn't touch him or do anything. Do you remember hearing that?
Yes.
Who is the MF you're referring to? If you lied on the MF, who are you pointing at?
Thug.
Thug. Okay. And you made that clear to these prosecutors and the police.
Yes.
You mentioned in the last recording that the jurors heard, as well as this recording, there's a lot of talk about a video. Do you know what I'm referring to? There's a lot of talk about the video getting attention. Do you know what I'm referring to?
Yes.
Tell the jurors what you are referring to on your calls that we just heard.
Interrogation footage, video.
And was it one of the ones that we saw, or the jurors saw in this courtroom before the Honorable Judge Whitaker?
Yes.
And when you say, when you're talking and your friend is saying, you know, people are talking about, you heard all those conversations, right? On the
Yes.
recording? Do you know who put that video on the internet during this, before this trial started?
I don't know who did it.
Do you have a belief who did it?
Yes.
And who are you referring to who did that?
Objection. Relevant to who he believes.
Goes to his state of
And
mind.
speculation.
Goes to his state of mind on the conversations that you're referring to. Puts it in context.
I'll allow it.
Who did you believe put out the videos on the internet of your interrogation, or the video?
The state.
Ooh. The state, the same people you've been referring to?
I can't say specific if it was them, but the state did it.
Okay.
Wow.
And what did that have an effect on you or your family when you believe the state of Georgia put out your interrogation?
Well, they believe I'd be, if everybody say I'm a snitch, you know, this and then third, they believe that I'd be like, okay, and just do what they want me to do.
And is that, there's a mention in the last recording that your friend was saying, or your sister, we're getting a lawyer, they put us in harm's way. Was that a lawyer for what?
To go out to the state.
For putting that video out?
Yes. To see who put it up.
Okay. I'd like to go to...
Would this be a good time for a break?
Sure.
Okay. Let's take a bathroom break.
Well, luckily for us, we have TiVo time. So that was actually big. Before the break, guys, Brian, like I mentioned, had to play those phone calls so that way he could ask Little Woody these questions. I knew it was going to pay off, right? Because you can't move something into evidence without it being admitted. The judge admitted it. So now he can ask these questions. Look at how Little Woody was like, yeah, I believe somebody leaked that interrogation footage. And Brian's like, well, who do you think did that? And he's like, it was the state. That's what he believes. Simone, you saw her object immediately. She's like, objection, speculation. And Brian's like, it goes to his state of mind. That is the correct argument. And the judge said she'll allow it. So Little Woody was able to say, I believe that the state did it. I don't know if it was Love and Hilton, these two specifically, but I believe that the Fulton County District Attorney's Office put out that interrogation footage. Why is that bad? You know how we've been talking about witness coercion? If you want somebody to testify, you're going to put something out on the internet. If they did do this, this would be really, really bad for the state. That's not okay. And what does it emulate? Corruption. That was brilliantly done by Brian Steele. So although they're on a break, we have TiVo time. And before we do that, I just want to shout out DC. She knows how special she is to me. She gifted you guys 50 AV memberships. So 50 of you guys are good to go for the entire month, for 30 days while we're watching this trial. DC does not have to do it. She does it pretty often, really. She's one of the pillars of my channel. And if you guys can go ahead and type in DC in the chat with a heart, I saw a lot of you guys thanking her. Thank you so much for doing that. And while we're on that, I also just want to think of one more person. You guys have been giving out memberships, but 40 Shorty, shout out to 40 Shorty. He gifted 10 memberships as well. If you received one of those memberships, please say thank you. You guys are amazing. Like, this community is so great. I'm gonna, I have some updates for y'all, but I want to catch us up in the trial first. So why don't we skip ahead in our TiVo time? All right, we're popping up over here. We're about 25 minutes or 20 minutes out from the real-time feed.
Damn, look at that extension. Is natural gas going higher now too? No, it's not.
Okay, I don't know why there's no sound.
Let's see, watch oil.
The jury's coming in.
It's not either. I think the Qs are just giving it
I'd
up
like to
in front of this earnings release.
sound of course permission play Jeffrey Williams or JW250. Your Honor, this is D as in David, February 21, 2023.
All right, so you got to look for the 20-day
8:01
moving average, 463.
Fayette County Jail call.
Okay.
Hold up, let me look here. This is madness. I'm going to be looking for a reversal.
Hello, this is a prepaid collect
Just
call
a scalp
from
trade. Not sure
an
when I'm going to
incarcerated
do it.
individual at Fayette County Jail. This call is not private.
We have
It
been
will be recorded
oversold
and may be monitored.
all
If you
morning.
believe this should be a private call, please hang up and follow facility instructions to register this number
460.
as a private number. To accept charges and
Let's see.
consent to the thank you for using Securus. You may start the
465.
conversation now.
That's really it. Look here. There's nothing,
Yeah.
guys.
My boy didn't call.
Yeah, he was calling. He was on the phone with Trey.
Look at that. Nothing.
Call
Straight
real
up,
quick.
straight down.
I'm good. He
So-
can call now.
Huh?
I told him he can call now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't feel like going through my damn serious.
But I
I
ain't
know
gonna
I'm
lie.
finna fall asleep.
My head just started hurting bad as hell. Shit just made me feel better though. I be feeling like I be
Because you worry about what the street say for the street. Can't lie. We're gonna fuck with you, because of you. Everybody else fuck them. Fuck that whole.
It's a court situation, man. You know what I mean? Like it's just like
Let me tell you something. God gonna let you out in the right time. Hold on, he calling. You just got to trust that shit and believe it. Have faith. When you pray about everything.
pick them in like
Cry that shit out the God.
Spies at prior day's low. The Qs are already like a mile below prior day's low.
Hello?
Just drilling. What's Bitcoin doing? Let's see.
I did. Shut up.
Yo.
I was telling her to finish saying what she was saying when she kicked you in. She taking over business for rules. What's up, man?
No shit, what's going on, boy?
Man, these folks doing, they trying everything in their power. They try to goddamn break me.
Yeah, they got all kind of shit going on the internet, boy.
Yeah, my sister just telling me, I was like, man, they don't put me on. They don't put me on goddamn some type of lockdown where I come out. It's time now.
Six.
Yeah.
All right.
All people come out.
God
Like the
damn.
one search.
What?
They got like they call themselves white.
What
people.
happened?
They bring out, but they let me come out. They ain't in here.
What the hell? What the hell? They chop that shit up or something? Like, I'm trying to see, like, what the hell? You know what I mean?
What the hell? What the hell?
They got a part.
That was
man,
way too
on
loud.
That motherfucker. They chopped that motherfucker up.
What you say?
That
Come out. What you talking about? Tell me.
Again, I am going to look for the reversal. You'll probably start to get it here. Honestly, you're really extended. I'm looking at the scanners and going through news right now while trying to fix my screen.
Somebody killed.
Amazon ticker AMZ. Teamster says more Amazon drivers at
What is that? Ain't gonna say no name, but God.
Bro, what is going?
Whatever fuck that shit, man.
Workers are bargaining for fair wages.
They just trying whatever, man. No, I'm like, I just had to face it.
Yeah.
I got some lawyer.
Oh, man.
Amazon's
You
getting
better
ready to
talk
come
to the
into
lawyer.
support.
Man, I got court in the morning. This nigga just chased my sister and tell her that
Yeah, they still trying to get you to. They still trying to get you to go to court on what that shit. Hold on. We even think about that. Well, people that came into the office and the people that's in my office. Yeah, bro.
But he said I'm going to court to make that deal shit.
Yeah. So what I'm saying, like, what the charge? They still doing the old
Dude,
charge?
what is going on right now?
Driver with suspended license and reckless driving.
So with the charges, I can't do it like Lead, guys. I mean, I can actually understand now because after like Lead translates it, like, you know, you kind of get an understanding of what they're saying. Again, closed captioning is not available on the 11 Alive feed, but this guy is hilarious.
So I'm like, damn, man, you been talking about you didn't tell me the whole time you gonna try to ask for a bond, but now you tell me sister that you gonna enter 9 years if he in the morning. But they gonna do it on Zoom. He said he went to the judge to make sure that they come get me to bring me to court. And then he held later and but like they gonna have court. We gonna have court on Zoom. So,
yeah, but the way that shit running, but they ain't even worried about them charges. They trying to get you. They trying to get you. At the end of the day, them charges, they're just a goddamn, them old charges, that shit just a goddamn, what you call that shit, like a,
15 months, no bond.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They, you know what, it's like they gonna keep putting them charges up to hold you and hope you know what I mean?
Goddamn, they're talking about the charges right now, and they're talking about how much time Woody is getting for the charges.
The way they doing that shit, bro, the way they put the shit out there like that shit ain't, you know what I mean? It's like they got an agenda, bro. Like, they saying to themselves, okay, motherfucker, you talking about you ain't gonna talk, this is what we got to do. Oh, you ain't gonna court, guess what, we gonna keep putting this shit out there to make you feel like, you know what I mean? To make everybody, like, they just do it, they going crazy, that shit, bro.
I told her that was their ammunition. I'm like, shit, you know what I mean? Like, I ain't tripping. Shit.
Yeah.
Like, man, you know, shit get goddamn crazy. I keep trying to contact his lawyer, and I'm telling him, like, look, you say you gonna come see me today. You ain't come see me today. You know what I mean? Then he just playing too many games, and now they done put me on these damn ass lockdown. And I ain't even gonna be able to get in touch with this nigga. Like, I ain't gonna be able to talk to him unless he comes to the phone after 7 o'clock. So I'm like, yeah. So I'm like, man. My sister did you call? I had to tell her to goddamn let you know, goddamn, I be out there this time because I know you be at work. So
yeah.
I ain't know if you can answer.
Yeah. Cause I hit up and I was like, hey, you know, I always want to know how you doing. I especially when I be seeing shit, I be feeling like, damn, I ain't want them to be on this in this stress and shit like that. You feel me?
Man, stress ain't the word. I'm like, man,
I know, man.
Make me angry, like.
Huh?
I said she just make me angry.
Yeah. Man, that shit. They got that shit. They got that shit. Then they just play like 2 minutes, 3 minutes of that shit. You feel me? Like I don't want to lose, blah, that shit on it. Yeah, that shit's so crazy. Motherfuckers all jump on. I don't even know how the fuck they even find them pictures on my page. They all under that motherfucker going crazy. I ain't even commented back on their hand. Like, oh, you're his mentor. So you ain't told him something? I'm like, I just seen this shit today. They must have did that a couple of days ago or something.
He's laughing, but the speaker, the person that, or in the words of Love, the talker, is basically saying that evidence was taken from his Instagram page. So they're kind of laughing about it.
I'm like, how the fuck these folks found my shit? What the hell? I don't even, like, I don't even, who the hell is
Looks
y'all?
like risk off, guys. This is
Man, great thing about Bill, but
this isn't.
I know
This
they
is not a
mad
good look.
I mean, they feel like like you know how you got a dog that motherfucker Steve tail, that motherfucker keep shaking his tail.
Yeah.
They feel like they what I did. I made them chase their tail. So now they trying to show a motherfucker like, oh, okay, you wanna play a game with it? Cause listen, bro, they came to me when I first got locked up. They offered me 1 year in jail, no probation, no papers, no nothing. I turned this shit down. I turned them down every time they came to me. I turned them down. Tell my lawyer, no, turn them down. Now my lawyer tells him, he finally tells them, look, they cannot contact me at all. You know, we don't want to talk. They don't do no negotiating with them or nothing. Yeah, all of a sudden this shit just pop up.
Yeah. The other number you were saying, the other supposed to come holler at you?
Yeah.
SMCI with some news again.
I told my lawyer, like, when this shit, I told him, like, oh, man, I don't want to talk to nobody. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, at the end of the day.
Yeah, like everybody trying to trap you right now.
Yeah, like at the end of the day, I don't want to talk to nobody. I'm not going to put myself in a worse situation. I'm just going to face these choices I'm locked up for and just, you know what I mean, deal with whatever comes. If they drag me to court, I got my Fifth Amendment right.
Good.
I'm going to take the Fifth, and then I'm going to go from there. You know what I mean? I don't want to talk to nobody.
Yeah.
I was
trying to think of all, I was trying to think of all kind of shit myself. I ain't even gonna lie.
Yeah, I be so paranoid. Yeah, I just like, man, I don't know what is what, who's who.
Yeah.
Earlier,
motherfuckers fail to realize that if you look at anything that was said, ain't nothing that was said, motherfucker would charge. So if motherfucker pay attention to it, you see, I was saying anything, but the main thing I kept saying was, so shit, they let me go then. I was out of there. But I mean, you wasn't going for that.
See, and the public, just people don't know all that though. Like people that's close to you in your circle and stuff, they know. But for the public world, like they don't know that. All they know is what they see. They don't even know. They don't know what's going on. All they know is what they hear in front of me, what they see, and what they hear in court. For real. So
I'm thinking about an SMCI short.
Take everything and run with it.
Exactly, like everybody.
Even though it's at the bottom, I still think this thing might have some room.
And point the finger. Ain't nobody focused on none of it. They only focus on me. Like, man, look at this.
Yeah. And it's because of how they put that shit out there like that. Like they put pieces of the video out there, and they chop and get the worst part of that motherfucker. Like, come on right now, y'all let me go. Y'all catch me in the act. I be y'all there, and y'all catch me, y'all follow, and y'all arresting me. Like, y'all mean they put that part on that motherfucker. You feel me? Like it's just. But remember I used to always say, bro, that's the only thing that gotta be, because remember I like, boy, if anything ever happens, you gotta right to that discussion. That's the only thing I would always feel, man.
This is my whole thing here. I feel shit. I just like.
Well, at the end of the day, I feel like I'm more. I feel like fuck him regardless. It ain't not. Him. Fuck him. You feel me? It ain't about him. Kind of at the end of the day, shit.
Holy
it's
shit,
like,
this is awful.
It's like what they putting you through right now. You feel me?
Yeah.
I ain't feeling sorry for him. Not him. I'm feeling sorry for you.
That boy ready to take a nap.
My whole thing. Yeah, my whole thing is, I feel that way too. I don't care nothing about them, but My thing is with these, they doing this to me intentionally. So by them doing this to me intentionally, I'm like, okay,
honey.
y'all gonna drag me.
See if we can get a break here.
Allow myself
Got some
to put
volume
these
coming in.
situations.
Yeah.
So I just like.
Oh, okay. You guys are noticing that there is some movement at the prosecution table, and looks like Love is a little uncomfortable there. Simone is as well. You guys know that they've been fighting all week, right? Like, not a surprise. What Little Woody is saying is, and this is why they're uncomfortable. He's saying that they've set him up. Like, what they're doing to him is unfair. Like, that's what they're going back and forth on. And then the brother's like, well, you shouldn't care about what they're doing. You got to think about yourself. Right? And look at Little Woody staring at them. You could see it right now on the screen. Let me make myself small, guys. Look at this. You could see him just staring at the prosecution table like, y'all did this to me. We heard what they did in the ex parte meeting in June. But you can see that death stare as this call is taking place. The fact that Brian is adding it is really important. And, I do want to add a correction. We said that the state missed this. It sounds like they got the package with all of these recordings 11 months ago, and they just chose
to leave
not to use them or add them into evidence.
Of course. That's what I
think
said.
we now know why. Because it makes them look really bad that they're doing this to their star witness.
Yeah, I said I said that about an hour ago.
The shit get hard. I get crazy deal. But then I just remember everybody who standing on my side. Shit, this the only thing that me out to me. I like fuck everything else.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know the whole thing. Like I be laughing to myself.
Let's see if we get a reversal or you get another leg lower here. It just continues to grind lower
motherfucker don't pay
on
attention.
SMCI.
If I wanted to tell, I could have easily said if I had anything to tell, man. Shit, just like tell up on another nigga charge.
It just feels like you're getting to a point where it's either you're gonna get a nice leg lower and break to a new low, or you're gonna just have some profit taking and you'll start to see the volume start to increase and then it just like kind of just rip itself back up into like 430 area.
Yeah.
Right there.
Yeah. You say you go to court tomorrow?
Yeah, but on the court feet not guilty. I'm like, bro, listen. At this point, man, ask for no low plea, bro. Let the judge. Let's see what the judge try to give me. The judge might say time served. You know what I mean? Whatever, man. I'm just ready to get the hell up out of the way. Send this motherfucker Wayne on these people, man. This shit just.
So what time you go to court tomorrow?
Man, the crazy thing about it is, man, I don't even know. I know my last
They come get you whenever.
Man, they probably don't even come get me. They do this shit so much that I just be like, man, I don't know.
Hold on, man. Yeah, hold on. What you saying again? Hey,
look, I love you, bro.
Just give me
on tomorrow when I come out.
Yeah, I'm gonna catch you. Just give me 2 minutes. Hello?
Yeah.
All right, so this is your support level here on the Qs at 470. Let's see if we can get a reversal back to VWAP. You got about 3 points there, 2 points.
You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck?
Goddamn.
You goddamn.
Yeah, hey, what you got? You about to go in?
Goddamn, son, I'm awfully tired off these pills.
All right, ready, man.
465.
So I could try to tell. Yeah, head, you know my head up, nigga. You know what I mean? You do the same too.
Yeah, I am, boy. I'm just waiting on my shit to fall through. You know what I mean?
Waiting on my check.
Waiting
on my EBT.
No,
I'm just playing. I'm not
gonna wait.
I don't know nothing about these people. You can't sit here and talk like that.
Yeah.
I be in the motherfuckers so goddamn spook. I be thinking goddamn, they be goddamn. They have goddamn.
All right, here we go. 470. Watch for a hold here. See if we can start to reverse this thing. It's not a good look, but 472, 15-minute trade line, 473 VWAP. Be a nice little move back to 473 here. It's just got to do it to where it's going to pay you. I'm actually going to look at that now. Again, you don't want it to trade sideways or fall out from underneath of you.
Like, and it's so crazy because
So
they
be
not,
patient.
They not.
Don't worry about trading if it's not there.
They straightforward. Oh, okay.
See, look, what? Are you serious?
They talking in here and all kind of shit.
Bro, they want $1.75 for a 473 call for today? Are you crazy?
Oh yeah.
There's no way in hell.
I mean, shit. As long as I just keep my shit. I mean, this shit.
Okay.
Yeah. But now, listen, bro.
Oh, there's no way.
When I told that motherfucker they wasting their time, bro.
Look, that's almost a percent, and you're paying almost $2 for a percent move. That's why you should just stay away from it.
A lady? It was a lady?
Just stay away.
The one who be in courtroom, the deputy DA.
Oh, that name was?
I mean, I know the volatility in the.
He's talking about love.
And she's like, I guess they just
Miss Love is right here,
man, listen, man,
in the red.
Man, they trying to talk my way out of jail, bro.
Right here.
I mean, like,
that's Miss Love.
Look at me like, and I like, what you want me to say? What? We just want to know how it is going. I didn't go, man. I'm from a whole nother neighborhood, like, but I ain't even.
Check in on Tesla. Just grinding down to 204. That 200-day moving average. You're on the 200-day right now on Tesla.
And then they'll become back. I said, y'all be coming back for it. Y'all waste y'all time. Y'all might go find somebody else. She trying around. Like, she not closing the door like you could have leave.
Yeah.
The motherfucker closing the door for 3 times, opening it back up like I'm gonna change my mind. Like, man. Yeah. I done did 5 years. I done did 51 months in the Fed, and I've been doing goddamn so much time in the damn state. Yeah. How long
you been locked up so far?
15 months.
Boy, God damn. Oh, that's it, 15 months? It seems like longer than that, boy.
Damn, boy.
Got out for 3 months, and then now I've been locked up 16 months.
You have 1 minute left.
Hey.
Shit be so crazy. Sometimes they don't even let my calls go through. I be calling home, goddamn. Be wondering why my sister don't be here. And then they finally pick up the phone. That shit, only 1 call don't came through. I be like, man, what the fuck?
Shit, I'm about to get in the damn game tonight, man. I'm going to this game and goddamn shit. Kick back with my old lady and something later on. You want to go out to this little seafood spot, you feel me?
Yeah, but they got well, shit, when I come out, I'm going to tell her to check, because when I tell her to call, every time she click over.
All right, bet.
All right.
All right, you too.
All right, my kids.
Lawyer of the year, Brian Steele.
Mr. Copeland, can you tell the jurors, just orient them, what relation was the people that we heard besides your voice on the recording?
My sister and a friend.
Okay. And the friend this time is a man. Sound like a man's voice. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Oh,
Did
he's
you
piping
hear,
down his girl. Oh,
you
damn.
Explain that you've made people mad and that they feel like you feel like you made them shake their tail. When you first got locked up, they offered you a year in jail. You turned them down, and now your lawyer has told them not to contact you at all. And then all of a sudden, the video of the interrogation pops up. Do you remember hearing that?
I said, chase their tail.
Chase their tail. Okay. And who are the they that you're talking about when you say you think you made them mad?
Say that again.
Who is the they? Who is they when you say you think that you made them mad or chased their tail? Who are
The
you talking
police.
about? And then at 10:05 on JW 250D, as in David, did you hear yourself say that people failed to realize that if you look up what was said, nobody was charged with what you said? Do you remember hearing that?
Yes.
What were you referring to on that?
The 2015 interrogation.
And it's now February 21, 2023.
This year?
No, when this call was made, February 21,
Oh.
2023. So a year and a
Yeah.
half ago, maybe. Is that what you're referring to?
In that call?
The length of time?
Yes.
Okay. And then do you remember hearing the same statement at the 10:05 that you would say anything? Your main thing was you were saying thug and was trying to let you go, trying to get them to let you go. And you said that if you would let go,
Well,
you were out
those
of there,
calls
but they
did go
weren't
from
going.
$1.70
yes.
to $2
Remember,
there.
A little later, you said that.
So if you caught that reversal on the
it's
cues,
crazy
nice
that
job.
people don't pay attention. If you wanted to tell, you could have easily told if you had something to tell. You remember hearing that?
Yes.
Do you remember hearing at 17:20 that you explained that you told them people that they're wasting their time, and the lady acted like she wanted to get on her knees and beg and plead? You said you told them to get out of your face, and then the man asked which lady. Do you remember that?
That's her right here in the red shirt. She
Love.
just sat back.
And then you said on the recording, the deputy DA. That's who you just
This shit
pointed
is
to.
wild, bro.
And
it's actually
you said you
ignorant.
told
It is. It's either
them,
you have
Miss
facts,
Love, that you made
you
it
have
all up,
you have proof.
trying to talk your way out of jail. Is that what you said on the recording?
Miss Love.
You told her that.
Yes.
Back in February 21 of 2023 and before that.
When she can't see me at Fayetteville jail.
And then she wouldn't leave, and you said, what does she want you to say? Do you remember saying that?
Huh?
You asked her, meaning District Attorney Love, what does she want you to say? Remember hearing that?
Yes.
And then you said that they asked about how it was growing up, and you said, I didn't grow up with them. You're from a whole different neighborhood. Did you hear that?
Yes.
And you told Deputy District Attorney Love that she and the others are wasting their time.
Yes.
Who else was with Miss Love?
Miss Hilton and the big guy, the big investigator. I can't think of his name right now. Long.
Investigator Long with the District Attorney's Office?
Yeah, I think it might be his name.
Okay.
But the big police, DA, whatever he is.
Okay. And you told Miss Love, Miss Hilton, and who you believe is investigator or police officer Long to go find someone else that they're wasting their time. Did you hear that on the recording?
Yes.
And that did happen?
Yes.
And you said that the door, that she opened the door 3 times like you were going to change your mind. Who are you referring to?
Miss Love.
And when you say open the door, just tell the jurors, like, what kind of room are you in?
A little small room.
Were you allowed to go in and out of the room on your own?
I was in jail.
So who was going in and out of the room like 3 times, opening the door? Who?
No, she wasn't going in and out. They were leaving. I was complaining about my court. Every time I had to go to court, they weren't coming to get me to take me to court. So they kept holding me in jail, and I would miss my court, and they'd give me another court date, another month, like a month away. So she would ask me who my lawyer was, that she was gonna reach out to my lawyer and try to get them to get me in court. So if they were to help me get in court, would I cooperate? I said, get me in court and we'll see.
You wanted to get out of jail?
Yes.
Did you ever?
So the next time you want to
hide
trust
the
a
facts
politician, remember
from the district
they
attorney's
are
office or
of
the
the
police
same people.
once you were in federal custody that
Remember that.
everything you said was just to get out of jail? It was not true. It was a lie.
I don't understand it.
Okay.
Before Brian continues, guys, this is explosive. And this is how Brian's ending his cross examination with Woody. This is the biggest, in my opinion, legal checkmate in history.
Yes, that's
Y'all
what I'm
are
saying.
watching
It's just,
history happen
lawyer of
right
the year,
here,
right
right
Brian
now.
Steele.
Can y'all type?
I already
Can
knew
y'all
it.
type
I
in
knew he was
on
gonna do
her
this today.
knees? That is crazy. Oh my God, this is insane.
Once, I think you said, and tell me if I'm wrong, I think you said once June 10, 2015, the interrogation that we watched with the jurors, after that date, you go over to federal custody at Lovejoy Detention Center. You get charged with murder of Donovan Thomas in October 2015.
Yes.
You then go before Judge Totenberg, federal Judge Totenberg in
Yes.
the Northern District, Georgia, receive 60 months in custody.
Well, actually, I fought my case for 40 months because the lawyers who I had represent me over there kept telling me that the prosecutor wanted to talk to me and they wouldn't fight for me. So I had to write letters to the judge asking for new lawyers. So I had to fire 2 lawyers because I kept telling them I didn't want to talk to them. I made it up. And then I didn't trust them. So it took me 2 years to file one. And then they gave me a 3rd lawyer. And when I got her, I just told her I wanted to plead guilty at this point because I've been in there for so long.
And when you said you wrote to the judge, you're talking about the Honorable Judge Totenberg?
I think the market just figured out.
You had what's called appointed
It's time to
lawyers.
go.
Some people say public defenders.
It's time to
Is
go
that true?
down.
They call them federal defenders.
Yes.
Watch.
And they don't cost anything. They're great lawyers who don't cost anything, but they're assigned to people who can't afford a lawyer. Is that your understanding?
Yes, they're free.
Did Jeffrey Williams ever pay in any of your court, you have a lot of court appearances. Did he ever pay for any of your lawyers?
No.
With regards to that
I'm watching
time
556
that you were going
on the
through Judge
spy.
Totenberg to get the 3rd lawyer for 40 months and then you pled guilty to 60 months, which is 5 years, right?
Yes.
Let's go look at the time frame real quick.
You made it known to the district attorney's office of Fulton County through your lawyer that you made all of this up. You lied.
I didn't talk to the district attorney when I was in the federal over there. It was the federal U.S. attorney kept telling my attorney that she wanted to talk to me.
And that you made it clear to the United States Attorney's Office, a lawyer for federal prosecutors, that this was all made up.
Well, the first lawyer tricked me down there. He tricked me into a proffer. When I got in there, I seen all the police, they locked me up. I was like, what the hell is this? And then they were like, they gonna step out. So they stepped out so I could talk to him. And I was like, bro, what is this? He's like, well, they feel leave you can help them with some information. I said, I don't got no information for them. And I said, I lied and made this up. And I mean, try to finesse myself out of it. And now I'm in the feds.
So immediately after June 10th, 2015, consistently you said this is all a lie.
Right.
And you told the authorities, that whether federal or state police, district attorney's office.
Yeah, it wasn't. It was just they were like, contact your lawyer when you're ready to cooperate.
And this case in Fayette County that you were being held on, that's a Fulton County case, correct?
Yes.
How long were you in jail total till you can dispose
The
of your
VIX has to
Fulton County
really
case
be
that you were
ripping
held
right
in
now,
Fayette
guys.
County?
Which one?
The one more recent,
Look at the option
2022,
prices today. It's
2023.
insane.
You said how long was I locked up?
Damn, we are up to 17.
I lost count.
And you just couldn't get into court.
Huh?
You just couldn't get into court.
Every time I had to go to court, they
crazy.
wouldn't come in to get me.
Was it made clear to you that you can get out of jail immediately if you just adopt your lies from 2015?
I don't know what
you
you
co-opt? That's a bad question. Okay. Forget that. Did you make it? Was it made clear to you by District Attorney Hilton, District Attorney Love, or other people with this state that you can get out of jail at any time if you cooperated with them by saying what you said in 2015 was true?
I don't get what you're asking.
Okay, don't worry about it. I'm going to ask you something. I'm going to go into a different topic. I'm very focused, obviously, on Jeffrey Williams. You know I represent him.
You say you what?
I represent Jeffrey Williams, right? You know.
Right.
I just want to make clear, when you told in that interview on June 10th, 2015, when you said that Mr. Garlington told you that Mr. Kendrick and Mr. Shannon Stillwell were in the vehicle that shot at and killed Donovan Thomas, was that true, or is that part of this lie?
Yeah, I told him I made it up. He never told me they did it.
And you made that clear to the authorities as well.
I can't recall if I told them that, but I can't forward to tell them I made it up.
All right, I'd like to go through a jail call that the state played for you, Ms. Hilton played for you earlier this week. It's, Your Honor, it's already in evidence. It's State's Exhibit number 295Y. And specifically, Your Honor, starts at 128. And just to orient the jurors, this should be the 13th day of June of 2015. So 13th day of June 2015. And I believe you said that you're on the phone, and there's other people on the phone too, but Jeffrey's sister, you identified her, or she'd been identified as Max, and then Jeffrey in the background, maybe his voice on the phone, is on the call. I'd like to just play that short snippet, okay?
That was bad. That's so bad for the state.
Let's pop. Come on.
I can't hear nothing.
I don't think it's playing.
Hello. Hello. She be waiting. Woody. Yeah. What's up, Woody? Yeah. Lil Jerry out here. Yeah, he got a bun. Huh? Deshaun. Yeah. How much your bun is? 15,000. But I can go to a bun, kind of bun come up by 15,100. You found the bun company? I'm on lockdown, so they don't let me out one time a day. But my brother now did. Deshaun when he hang up, click over, call his brother, and I'm meet his brother so he can get his money. Is your brother gonna? No, I'm saying call his brother gonna sign it. Yeah, Deshaun, where you at? I'm at home. You don't got no ride? I can get your brother, Brandon. Meet me on University. On University where? That gas station we always do. You know what that gas station Chevron? That's Chevron. Meet me at Chevron. Hey, man. Okay. Yeah. Look, you ain't right, bro. What did D do? I'm gonna say too much, bro. The D told quit that. Well, you come out rock full of D? Yeah. I told him. He told on Roscoe too. You think I'm fucking playing, bro? He told on Roscoe. He told on Roscoe just how he Roscoe ain't no fucking blood. And he don't give a fuck. Roscoe ain't free. Hey, D-Sean, I'm finna come meet you so you can get that money. Go and pay Woody Barnes so he can get out, bro. And when you get out, Woody, I need to have a serious talk to you. I really feel some type of way. I'm gonna talk to you about it so you get out. Man, listen, man, don't start this shit, man. I ain't playing with you. I ain't fucking playing with you either. God's fucking birthday on the way. Fuck wrong with you? Yeah. I appreciate it. Tell you, bro, I love him too, bro. He hear you? You gotta get this motherfucking mind together, bro. He said you gotta get your mind together, bro, cause you been tripping. Man, how, bro? I been left out there alone, bro. I ain't had nobody, bro. I just felt like nigga left me out there. I ain't did shit. You ain't left out there alone. You just want to be out there in the trenches and bro, we ain't fucked up no more. You ain't gotta be hanging out there in Cannonville. Shit, I had no choice. That way gonna get you time in Cannonville. Out there in them apartments. I keep telling you that.
Were you able to hear that?
Yes.
Okay. And that was, if you recognize the voice, that's the voice of Jeffrey's sister. You know her, I believe, is Max. Is that fair to
So
say?
you need to start doing that
And she
shit
said
and
that,
get up out the gutter.
She asked about a bond, and you had a $15,000 bond through a bonding
A
company.
little bit different than what the state's been trying to preach.
And that she would meet Mr. Sean Quarterman at the Chevron on University.
Yes.
To help you, I guess, your family, you, to secure money for a bond. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And when you go through a bonding company, if you're familiar, do you know how much percentage, if you know, if you don't know, just say I don't know.
10%.
So $1,500?
Yes.
Do you know how much money was actually given, if you know?
I heard it say 700.
Okay, so about half.
Yes.
Half the money needed for bond. All right. And then did you hear Jeffrey's sister say you have a birthday coming up and she has to have a serious talk with you?
My little girl birthday was coming up.
I'm sorry. Okay. Did you hear that?
Yes.
And then did you hear Jeffrey say, and it was faint, but you said that tell Jeffrey you love him. He said, I love you too. You got to get your mind together. You are tripping. Did you hear that?
Yes.
And then you hear Max, the sister, say, we're not effed up no more. You got to get out of the streets. Did you hear all that?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to go with you the Infinity. Also on that jail call, you heard, let me just go back to that jail call in State's Exhibit 295Y. Did you hear you say that little D is tripping? Did you hear something like that?
Yes.
And then Max said something like, he told on, I know him as Mr. Winfrey, but Roscoe, I think, is the name used. If I'm wrong, just correct me.
I heard that.
All right, I'm thinking about the long. You know, I haven't.
Did Jeffrey say
pulled
anything
the trigger just
about
yet,
that?
but I'm watching to see if we
I
can
didn't
get
hear
some
him say
volume.
nothing.
I'm not going to fight the trend.
Now, I want to go back.
Look, there's that rejection
to,
of prior days low on the SPY.
The Infinity. You made it clear when being questioned by Miss Hilton that Infinity that you asked Jeffrey to rent it for you. Do you remember saying that?
I didn't hear you.
You didn't hear me?
No.
All right, so I'm gonna try to get serious. They just handed her an envelope. I wonder if that's her resignation package. Okay, all right. Okay, we're gonna get serious, y'all. I'm sorry. Y'all are taking me out with these knee jokes, but Brian is getting towards the end of his cross. So this is very important. All right, let's go back in.
When Miss Hilton was asking you questions, you made it clear that Infinity, the Infinity vehicle, was rented. You asked Jeffrey to rent it for you. Do you remember testifying that way?
My this time?
Yeah.
I don't recall.
I don't get what. Just ask me what you're asking. I don't.
Do you remember explaining, and I'm just asking for the truth, but do you remember explaining when question like when Miss Hilton was standing here asking you questions, do you remember explaining that the Infinity, that you asked Jeffrey to rent the Infinity for you? Do you remember saying that? If you don't, that's fine.
Yes.
And do you remember explaining that that Infinity was yours, that that was for you, that Jeffrey did a favor? Do you remember explaining that?
I said we just get it anytime we want it.
Okay. I'm going to show you what I've marked as Jeffrey Williams number 253, because you gave, I thought, I may be wrong, but when I asked you about the Infinity, I thought you told me something different. So I just want to see if this is true, okay? This is
That's
from,
the counsel testifying about what he thought saw.
I apologize, I won't do that. The prior inconsistent statement, but okay. This is Jeffrey Williams 2, that's wrong. No, Jeffrey Williams 253, Your Honor, and this is from August 12th, 2024, questioning by Miss Hilton of Mr. Copeland, and it's from the live feed, Your Honor. It's a short clip. And just listen to this, and if it's wrong, just correct it.
I was only protecting him.
So when you told the detective about what happened the night of Donovan Thomas's murder, were you protecting Threat?
Yes, I was gonna keep Threat name out of it as much as possible.
Did Threat have something to do with Donovan Thomas's murder?
I don't know what Threat got something to do with it, but I know that there was the last person I gave that car to.
What car?
The car, the Infinity car. And I wasn't gonna say nothing about it.
What Infinity car did you give the Threat?
The Infinity car that I had.
Okay. Is this the same car that you went to the rental car place with Thug and Thug rented the Infinity?
I'm talking about the gray Infinity car that me and Zachary was riding in. I rented the car, put up on Threat, gave the car to Threat, and I left.
Okay. Is this the same Infinity that you told police that you went to the Hertz rental car place with Thug when he rented the Infinity?
I just told you that I gave Threat that car.
Ms. Copeland, that's not what she asked. So listen to what she asked and then answer that as best you can.
You're saying you gave Threat that Infinity. Is that what you're saying?
Hold on one second. Y'all just confused me. What you say, Yana?
Well, I wanted Ms. Hilton to ask the question clearly and you listen to it and answer it. So ask the question you asked him a minute ago, if that's what you want the answer to.
The Infinity that you're talking about, is that the Infinity that you went to the Atlanta airport with Thug when he rented the Infinity?
What you asking?
You're talking about an Infinity that you gave the Threat, correct?
Right.
The Infinity that you're referring to, is that the Infinity that you went to the Atlanta airport with Thug when he rented the Infinity?
Yes.
Okay. And that was the car that Thug rented, correct?
I asked him to rent me a car, and I rented the car, and I gave the car to Threat.
When did you give the car to Threat?
The same night I rented it. The night before that happened.
Before what happened?
The same night it happened. I can't remember. I gave the car to Threat and I left.
Where did you give the car to Threat at?
At the studio.
What studio?
I pulled up and gave it to him and pulled right off.
What studio?
It was by Northside Drive, Marietta. It was one of them streets.
Was there anyone else at the studio when you gave the car?
I didn't go in the studio. I pulled up, I was pulling up, and I seen Threat. I gave Threat the car, jumped out of the car, it got in my charge. Called my brother to come get me.
And was this the date Donovan Thomas died? Was this a few days before? In relation to when Donovan Thomas died, when did you get Threat this vehicle?
I gave Threat the car. I read the car, gave it to Threat.
So when you wrecked the car, why would you give Threat a wrecked vehicle?
So I could, what you mean? It wasn't damaged bad. I don't know. I hit something on it, and then shit, the thing on the cover, it was tripping. So when I pulled up, I wasn't giving it to Threat, but I just seen him standing outside. And I was like, he's like, what you about to do? I'm like, just get these key real quick. I'll be right back. Gave Threat the car, and I dipped. I don't know if it was late. So when I woke up the next day, I came outside, and this when I heard what happened.
Okay.
Your Honor, it stopped at 451, I believe. On January 7th of 2015, when that Infinity rental car was rented at the Atlanta airport, Mr. Copeland, did you have a credit card that you could at that time rent a car?
I don't even have a driving license.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jurors, and if you can't do it, just say I'm not good at distance. What is the driving distance, if you can do it, from where Donovan Thomas was shot to the Green store? Can you give the jurors an idea of how close or how far that is?
$5 minutes.
Okay. Now, I want to talk with you about the night of Donovan Thomas's shooting. Eventually that evening, is it true that you're at Jeffrey Williams' home?
I didn't hear you.
Were you at Jeffrey Williams' home at all after Donovan Thomas's shooting later that night or early the next morning, before you went to the police department?
I was all over the place.
Okay. Do you personally know whether Sprinter vans were already summoned to come and pick people up that evening to take them down to Miami for Jeffrey Williams to perform and do shows and work in the studio? And if you don't know, just say, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Every time we went with him, it just be like, spare the moment.
Okay. When you went to Miami, not the night of Donovan Thomas's killing, not the next day, but the next day, and if you don't remember, I'm wrong, just correct me. You went with Miss Quarterman, Deshaun Quarterman, and your child. Is that true?
To my wedding, when I went to Miami?
Yes, sir. After Donovan Thomas's shooting, a couple of days later.
Yes. It was just me, my baby mama, and my little girl.
And do you remember if you flew to Miami or you drove?
We had to drive because I don't think I ever caught a plane with her.
Okay. And do you know how you got there? Meaning, did somebody drive you like in a Sprinter van or another vehicle? Or did you have a car access to you, or do you know?
I can't remember how we drove down there, but I know we drove down there. I don't know if it was a Sprinter, a van. I can't remember how I got down there.
Okay. And is it true that immediately after Donovan Thomas was, God forbid, killed, that your family you and your family's homes and persons were being shot at.
What you mean?
You left the Atlanta, Georgia area for safety. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay.
The
And
detective told me to leave.
and was it Detective Thorpe? Do you remember?
Yes.
Okay. And did Jeffrey give you any money for that trip and pay for anything, hotel room, anything like that?
No.
Did Jeffrey ever give you any money ever for committing a crime for him?
I never committed a crime for him.
That was my next question. Okay. You had a lot of contact, it appears, what the jurors heard with Detective Gaither, Detective Thorpe. It was just telephone calls. You could text them. They could text you. They could call you. Is that fair to say? Before, obviously, June 11th, 2015, before you got incarcerated and continually for 60 months, 51 months. Have the prosecutor and the police ever showed you any recordings of any of those calls that you had with them besides the interrogations that we have?
My first time ever seeing these two was during this trial right here. I never talked to nobody outside of these two right here.
Okay, and when these two, you mean Miss Hilton, Miss Love?
Yes.
I'm talking, and I appreciate that. I'm talking about Detective Gaither, Detective Thorpe, and all those communications, Detective Dennis. Did anyone ever show you, let you listen to any of the recordings that you had with every time that you met with them? Did you ever have that outside of these video audio?
No.
Did you ever see a report that was shown to you, hey, you said this on this date?
No.
Yeah, I may have just a minute.
Oh my God, I can't stop laughing. I'm trying to focus. Let me see if I can skip ahead to the knees.
I have no other question. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Weinstein, I think you indicated you might have a fairly short cross-examination. Go ahead. All right, go ahead.
All right, Doug is up next.
Good morning, Mr. Copeland.
Good morning.
My name's Doug Weinstein.
And before we do that, guys, like that was actually an excellent cross-examination. Brian Steele freaking crushed it. If you could do me a favor and type in YSL Steele in the chat, that would be fantastic. I really think that was probably one of the best cross-exams I've ever seen. Hands down. The way that he did that with the jail phone calls, set them up, him and Love don't get along like that. So for him to come back after all of the shenanigans that they've been through, after this ex parte meeting, after Brian Steele almost being thrown in jail for trying to defend his client to the best of his ability, we see that was the ultimate revenge. Brian Steele, oh my God, do I need to do it? Do I have to do it? I have to do it. He said, bend the knee, bend the knee. If you have seen Game of Thrones, then you know what I'm talking about. He said, bend the knee. That was the best cross-examination ever. But let's go in. I want to see how Doug's going to do. I'm told that they are currently on lunch and we are a little bit behind, guys. So we're going to watch Doug's cross-examination. And I mean, I don't even think I'm going to take a break and split up the stream for the day. We're just going to go the full 8 hours here. So y'all don't even have to come back. I'll order something or make a sandwich or something during one of these breaks. But we're going to keep going and we're going to keep going strong and go from there. I might need to adjust the volume again, just when you share a new tab, I'm told that I do need to adjust it. So I'm going to go ahead and press play. We're going to hear how Doug starts his cross exam, but then we still have Matthews and Shard to get through a little bit later today. So let's see how Doug does.
Diamante Kendrick's attorney. Think you know him as Yak, right?
Yes.
Okay. So when I refer to him, I'll just call him Yak. I know you weren't feeling well yesterday. How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling better. Thank you.
Okay, good. I'm glad to hear that. I'm not going to ask you a lot of questions about years ago because it's been about 9 years. I can't remember what I had for lunch yesterday. But I will ask you a few. So let's talk about 9 years ago. You've stated repeatedly that you would tell the police anything to stay out of jail, right?
Yes.
You said yesterday, tell me if you remember this. You said yesterday, quote, Rice Street is not prisoner jail. I don't know what that place is. It's the worst place in the world. Do you remember saying that?
It is.
Why do you say that?
Because it's the worst place in the world.
Okay.
That I don't been to.
Okay. So let's talk about finessing the police. Okay. I think you've heard the word, I'm just going to say it once. You've heard the word bullshit a bunch in the past couple of days.
Right.
So we'll just say BS. Is that basically what you were telling the police, BS?
Yes.
So you're a bullshit artist. You're a BS artist at
As
the
you can
time.
see.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I said, as you can see.
Okay. Or at least you were several years ago, correct?
And I told them that.
Okay. And you would stay at a jail to help yourself because you didn't want to be in there, correct?
Right.
And you wanted to stay at a jail to help your family, your girlfriend, your daughter, correct?
To protect them.
To protect them.
Yes.
Okay. And again, you'd say anything to stay at a jail so you could protect them. So when you said that you heard things from Mr. Garlington, from Lil D, about what them guys shot Thug, that was a lie, correct?
It was.
And about Yak being a driver, that was a lie, correct?
It was.
When you would tell these lies, I think you testified earlier that what you would do is sprinkle in like a few grains of truth in the lie. Is that correct?
It's the only way you can be convincing.
Can you explain to the jury that technique that you would use?
All right. You hear stuff, you know what's true, and you know what's not true. So you take this right here and put it with that right there.
And you would, have you finished your answer?
Yeah.
Okay.
Which one, I'm going into details?
Well, no, I think that's a good description. Unless you want to go into more detail, you're free to do that.
I'm trying to get out of here, so I don't want to.
Yeah, I don't want to keep you too much longer either. So, again, those things that you said were lies about Yak. The reality is that you told the prosecutors, these two prosecutors here on my left, you told them before June 7th of this year that what you had told the police, what you had told those detectives in 2015 was a lie.
I told them when they came to see me that, yes.
And you told them on June 7th it was a lie. June 7th of this year. That was that Friday.
I don't know. When y'all go to using dates.
Yeah.
I don't know. I can't say what date, but I told them.
And the date I'm referring to, if this helps you at all, is that first Friday that you came to court here on this case. You told them it was a lie on that date.
I can't say what I told them. I can't say what date.
Okay. And after they sent you away to jail for the weekend and you came back on that Monday, you told them it was a lie, that you had lied back in 2015 as well, correct?
I don't understand it.
Okay. Well, I'll take that question back. All right. I don't want to confuse you.
All right.
Okay. I recall earlier in your testimony, you said something to the effect, and these aren't your exact words, but you said, my hand to God, you're telling the truth now. What you said back in 2015 was a lie. Do you remember saying that?
And I still am saying it.
That what you're saying on the stand today is the truth.
Yes.
I was watching an interview you gave. Tell me if you remember giving an interview. It was published to YouTube on the 9th of August this month with DJ University. Do you remember the interview you gave to DJ University?
In Chicago?
I don't know where he was based.
I was sitting on the sofa?
Yes, you were.
Yes.
Okay. And you told DJ University about coming to God lately. Do you recall that conversation you had with him?
Yes.
Would you relate that conversation to the jury, please?
Objection on irrelevance.
It goes to his credibility today on the stand, Your Honor.
Just ask, instead of the conversation, just ask him whatever you want to ask him.
Okay. You told DJ University that when this indictment came out in this case in 2022, May of 2022, and then August of 2022, and your name was not on that indictment, that you realized that God was at work in your life. Do you remember that? And what did you mean by God was at work in your life now?
Say it again.
Yeah. When you told DJ University, and you told him a lot about God entering your life lately, but you told him that when you saw this indictment and this case come out, that you realized that God was at work in your life. And I asked, what did you mean by that when you told him that? If you can express it.
Just God is real. God is real.
And you have that in your mind when you said on the stand that you put your hand to God, and what you're saying on the stand is the truth right now. That's with you knowing that God is real. Is that correct?
Say that again.
Yeah. That knowledge that you have, that belief that you have that God is real, you have that in your mind when you took the stand and you raised your hand up and you said, my hand to God, what you're saying now is the truth. And what you said in 2015 was a lie. Yes. That was with God in your mind, correct?
It's in my heart, not my mind.
Okay. So having told the prosecutors repeatedly that what you said in 2015 was a lie, did they tell you why they were still putting you on the stand today?
Can you say that again?
Sure.
No, the short part.
Okay. Did they tell you why they were putting you on the stand? Okay. Despite you having told them that what you said in 2015 was a lie.
I don't know why they put me on the stand.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any further questions. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Matthews.
Wow, Mr. Matthews is coming up. Look at that. Ladies, it's Wednesday. And before we move on, let's give a huge shout out to Doug. I think he did a good job just basically getting some emotion out of little Woody there. And also with the bullshit artist thing, that was pretty cool too, because he's kind of, without repeating what Brian did, because Brian had probably the most time. And it's if these two are going right now before lunch, then it is likely that the entire afternoon is just going to be shards. So we're going to, it's going to be a Shannon afternoon. Now, before we go there, can y'all type Weinstein in the chat? I think he did a good job in a short amount of time, but what I think that he did that Steele didn't. Within 10 minutes, he was able to get emotion out of Woody and humanize him. That's actually really good work. So shout out to Doug. He's a brother to this channel. I had an opportunity to interview him. When we do this on replay, I'll include a card to that interview if you guys want to check it out. But that was an explosive day. I interviewed Doug on the night that the ex parte meeting came out. And then I don't know how, the spirit of Woody compelled me And I was able to translate that in a complete Woody voice. So it was great. If you want to check it out, I will include the card on the replay for those that will be watching later. But shout out to Doug. And ladies, I'm going to make it a big screen for you. We have Zaddy Matthews approaching the podium. So let's see how he does with Woody.
Good morning, Mr. Copeland.
Good morning.
My name is Carrington Matthews, and I represent Mr. Marquavius Huey over there. We're about to look at a certain exhibit, a certain picture that the state showed you a few days ago when you were on the witness stand. It was a picture of you and Mr. Huey and someone that you referenced as Nard at a restaurant. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. That particular photograph, can you pull it up? Okay. It was taken at Mr. Pig's Smokehouse at 1992 Donald Lee Hollowell Parkway in Atlanta, Georgia, right?
On Bankhead.
On Bankhead. And that is probably about 20 plus minutes from Cleveland Avenue, right?
Probably for, yeah.
It's about that same distance, or give or take a little bit more, a little bit less from Mechanicsville, right?
Right.
And it's a barbecue spot, right?
Yeah, they sell barbecue food.
When you all went to that barbecue spot, it was in broad daylight, right?
Yes.
Went there for some food, right?
Yes.
I'm going to show you this photograph, and I want to talk about it. State is going to pull it up. Now, you've not known Mr. Huey that very long, correct?
Probably a couple months.
Okay. And you were at this particular restaurant with Mr. Huey and Nard on this particular day. And in this photograph, I want to talk with you about it. In the photograph, someone wrote, you can tell us whether it was you, I am this, do you see this photograph here?
Yes, I see it.
Okay, all right, let's talk about it. Is that you in the middle?
Yes.
And this is at Mr. Pig's Smokehouse on Donald Lee Hollowell?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you have your hands together, is that correct?
Yes.
It looks like it's a symbol of you praying, is that correct?
It is.
Okay. On your clothing, is there anything that suggests YSL on it?
No.
Do you see the person to your right in that photograph? Is that Mr. Huey in that photograph?
With the white t-shirt?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. Let's look at Mr. Huey. Take a look at his t-shirt. Do you see anything written on his shirt? Anything YSL on it?
It's a white t-shirt.
Okay. Let's look around his neck. Do you see any fancy jewelry around his neck?
No.
Do you see any bracelets on the arms that you do see?
No.
Any rings or anything of that nature?
No.
On this particular day, do you see, or did you have in your waistband a handgun?
No.
To your knowledge, did you see, or Mr. Huey have a handgun on him?
No.
How about this person, Nard? Did you see him with any type of handguns on that day?
No.
Were you all meeting there to do a crime or anything of that nature?
No, we were chilling the whole day.
Okay. Now, any AKs, any rifles or anything in the background in this photograph?
Huh?
Any picture, any weapons
No.
on this particular building? Do you see any signs or symbols, any graffiti with YSL or anything of that nature?
No.
Now, you said y'all are just chilling that day. Were you, nothing about this photograph is suggesting that you all are asking anyone to participate in any type of YSL gang or anything of that nature, is there?
YSL ain't the game.
Okay. And I see on this particular photograph, it says, "I am the streets," out now on all platforms.
All right, those are
Tell this jury what
$1.85
is I
now.
Am the
Well, they
Streets.
just shot to $1.85, $1.90.
The title of my
See
music.
if it makes the next leg here.
So,
$1.85
and
bid.
is this 725 Woody, that was your
See if you can get the
Instagram
extension here.
moniker at that time?
But it was
Puts
ran by
down
my management team.
27%.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that's probably it.
And was this particular picture, was it kind of celebrating the release of your music?
I think I was in. I don't know when this picture was posted, but I remember taking it. But there ain't no caption that I put on there.
Okay. And tell the jury, when you had your hands together like that, what were you representing, or what was the message you were sending with your hands together like that?
Peace.
Now, on this document that we're looking at, on this photograph, at the bottom it says "Free the Guys." Can you tell the jury if you know what was that about, or what that represented?
That we was incarcerated, or that at least one of us was incarcerated.
Okay. And was there anything in your mind criminal or wrong about saying "Free the Guys"?
Well, I don't know who posted it. So on my page, if there was posted on my page.
Okay. It's not something you posted.
I didn't have a phone in jail, so no.
And to the best of your knowledge, on this particular day that you all met, sounds like I'm hearing you to say is that y'all aren't doing anything but chilling.
Right.
Nothing more, nothing less.
That's all we do.
Not meeting up to commit any crimes.
Never. I was doing the music, focus on the music. That was it.
The clothing that you're wearing there, I notice here these particular jeans, and there's red on the jeans there. Is that the way those jeans are made?
Yes.
Does it represent anything to do with any type of gang or anything of that nature?
No, that's how I bought them. It's a broken heart.
A broken heart.
On my pants lid, yeah.
Gotcha.
I actually still got the pants.
Okay. And is it fair to say that you guys are relatively neatly dressed urban gear?
I thought I was.
Kind of fresh, right?
That's what I thought.
Okay. Have you had any conversations with Mr. Huey since this particular day that you're aware of?
I don't know what you mean.
Have you talked to him?
What you mean?
Have you had any conversations with him? In other words,
After this?
Yeah.
I don't. You saying?
Had you talked?
After we took the picture?
After that particular day, had you talked to him about anything that you can think of that had anything to do with other than chilling?
What's wrong with us taking a picture?
I don't believe there's anything wrong. Do you even know why this picture was even put up in evidence?
I don't have a clue.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right.
Okay, I think we're gonna break for lunch at this point. Jurors, be back here at 1:15, please. And you too, Mr. Copeland.
All right.
All right, so it seems like They are going on break. I'm going to bring us up to current time so we can keep track of how we are doing. So, what do you guys think? That was our morning session. 3 defense attorneys have now completed a cross examination on Little Woody. So, Matthews was the last attorney to go. I think he doesn't really have much. So, that's why that was pretty light, to say the very least. But the thing is there wasn't much evidence that came in through Woody that implicated his client in particular. So that's why it was a little bit of a shorter cross examination. Now, what we're going to do, I'll go through our super chats. There's like 75. So there's a ton of time for us to burn on that. But I do think that Matthews did a relatively good job, because really what he was trying to do is the only piece of evidence that came in implicating his client is that picture. And I don't know if you guys noticed, but his client looked very, very young in it. And some of these guys, I've showed you guys the indictment. There were so many people indicted, about 28 at the beginning. I would prefer that if, instead of a blanket RICO charge, if the prosecution was really focused on cleaning up crime in the Atlanta area, it probably might have been easier for taxpayers and easier for case management if all of those cases were tried individually. That is the problem we're having with RICO. I did see a few people in the chat saying, hey, YSL did these crimes. Like there are, crimes that were committed in the Atlanta area. As a latest transplant in the Atlanta area, I lived there, so I understand that, and I was a taxpayer there, and that was really important to me too. But it is just from a legal lens and from my legal opinion, it is far easier to try cases individually for individual crimes instead of putting everything together in a basket, putting people together in a basket and trying to prove that. Because who has the burden of proof here? The state. The state is going to have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that every single one of these overt acts happened, that these defendants are guilty of these crimes, and they could have also done the same thing separately, right? So that's the issue with it. So I did see a few folks mentioning that, like, why are we praising the defense here? It's really because the case should have been bought individually, right? I think that most of the people here are like-minded in that lens, in that realm, right? Like if people are charged with crimes, okay, prove it. That's your job, but prove it in a way that makes sense for Fulton County, makes sense for the defendants, makes sense for the victims of these crimes and their families. How bad would it be if the defense prevailed? And it's fair to say, like, even though Nut was a blood and a gangbanger himself, what if they don't get justice? And is that fair to them? So by the prosecution bringing it in this way, using the mechanism of RICO, we see how if they fail, they would be failing the victims of this crime, of these crimes, right? Of all of these crimes. And how does it look if your star witness is telling you that he shot up a barbershop? What if he killed somebody in that barbershop? You gave that person immunity. So is this the best way to conduct business and get stuff done in the legal space? In my opinion, is no. Okay, so let's go to some super chats, and we're going to keep the court feed up next to me. So as soon as they come back, we can jump in. You guys have been a lot of fun today. I know we had a little bit more humor than normal. So, these trial streams are long. You guys watch us while you're at work. So we do like to have fun. We do like to cut up. But it's all in good. It's all in good fun. There's still a level of professionalism here, at least from my part. But from time to time, I do like to geek out and nerd out with you guys and have a good time. So it's probably one of the funnest chats we've had in a really long time. Like, I was in there cutting up with y'all. That's how great it was. All right, let's go all the way up to the top. Shout out to Here Comes Drama. She kicked us off Wednesday. Let's go. I did these crimes. She was ready. Shout out to Nani with the $1. Thank you so much, Nani. Mixed Chick Sammy's been a member for a month. Thank you so much. I saw you supporting last night on lead side too. And that's the other thing, guys. I've been working. Yesterday I did 16 hours between 3 streams. I watched a trial basically twice. Today, lead is going to be doing the night shift, I think. depending on how the day goes for him. But yesterday we started around 6. So if we do decide to go live together on his side, it'll probably be around that time. And just as a reminder, guys, because of Labor Day weekend, there is no court tomorrow. There is no court on Friday. And they want to finish up Little Woody's cross-examination today because we are moving on to our next witness, and that is Antonio Sledge, Mungtuk. That is starting on Tuesday. So we are now moving on to our next witness on the list. And for my members, we are going to be polling you guys. My team is working on those videos. We just need to know which order you want them to drop in. So we have 3. We're going to do a deep dive into Mungtuk. Who is he? What can you expect for him to say on the stand? What is the state going to ask him? What are the defense attorneys going to ask him? And we already have a preview of that because last week we saw all the pieces of evidence.
Yeah, whatever. All right, 170 now with these spreads. Looks like SMCI is trying to figure out whether or not to make a new low, which I think it will. I'm not sure, though. Look, I think it's going to happen right now. I wonder if I could get... Hold on, that volume is kind of low. Yeah, they're going to do it now. Watch. Let's see. It's either going to make a new high or new... Like, whatever's going to happen is going to happen now. It feels like. Like, right now is the buy trigger. Like, you're going short or you're going long. You're making your... You can see how volatile it's getting. Time is up. Oh, look at the trade line. Trade line is still way up there. So you could possibly get a bounce to 514. Come here, baby. Come here. Come here. Come here. Here, I'm going to turn this back on because I think that they are back. Let me see. Nope. Okay, so they went for lunch.
That was
I'm
hours
just gonna
ago.
leave this up for a minute, guys.
So that
just because again, I want to
my
see
time. Wow, that was a while ago.
Young
Nurse
Thug
Janice.
trial. You know, I want to see how this stuff ends.
Today, probably a little bit less than that. But yeah, I'm feeling good. You know, I'm tired, I'll be honest, but it's good that we have the next 2 days off. So that way we can have some production days, some downtime. The weekends coming, right? 3-day weekend for most of y'all. Okay. So that's working out really well. So thank you so much, Nurse Janice. Shout out to D with the $4.99 super says, believe everything someone tells you is a lie until it can't be verified. Give rules. NCIS. Oh, look at that. We're looking at NCIS, like all that fun stuff, huh? Really, really cool stuff. Thank you so much, D. Shout out to Caballo Escudo. Thank you so much with the $50 super chat. No comment, no question, pure love of the game. He is one of the pillars in my community. So really, really good to see you over here, Caballo. I always say it wrong because I want to say it in Portuguese, but you know, I know it looks like it's pronounced in Spanish. So really generous of you. And you know, I can't explain how much the love means, guys. You know, sometimes these being a content creator is hard. You know, like yesterday I had a record day on this channel. We had 9,000 people in the chat, 5,000 likes. That had never been done. Shout out to Edgar, who was a huge part of that. We were number 6 in the United States for live streamers. Thank y'all for that. I couldn't have done it without you. It was a major, major day of wins for me and my team. So why I go to Twitter and, you know, I posted, I was just like, hey, this is a record breaking day for me and my team. So excited. We're committed to,
Hello?
Hey, honey, can you talk for like 2 minutes?
Okay, hi.
So they, by the way, I should introduce you. This is Big Cat and PFT. They're huge fans.
Huge fans.
Big fan.
Huge fan. Respectfully.
What
So
the hell kind of a name is what's PFT stand for?
It's a long story.
It's
We can get into it later.
It's it's pro football talk. He left comments on it. It doesn't matter, honey. They are part of a fantasy league, and I would like to join. It is going to cost 1/10 of repairing our driveway.
Jerry, you've never won in fantasy.
I came in second, but remember Damar Hamlin, the man with the heart condition? Say it, fellas.
Christopher Damar.
And remember that? I came close. What do you think?
No, you get mad at the entire family. If you get mad at everybody when you don't win. What's the upside for us?
This could be a very victorious moment for all of us. I just need to, because we have a joint account, so you'll see if I send Venmo someone money.
Hey.
Sure, you walk around the house muttering about Kendrick Bourne. You mutter to yourself.
Your girls still play volleyball?
Oh, yes.
Stella Blue Coffee NIL deal for wherever they go to college.
We're getting an offer to to pay the girls if they play volleyball.
At the University of Wisconsin, actually, that's the only place they can.
Yeah, they may be Div 4.
Okay.
University of Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Yes, it's a great school. Badger,
great school.
Go Badgers.
Are these the guys who argue for hours about the color of cheese?
This is
That's us. Yeah.
Oh, do you think what was it?
What color is cheddar? Where are we on that?
Yellow. What's your answer?
What?
Yellow.
Yeah. Okay. What about pepper jack?
Somebody say orange.
No. What about pepper jack?
Pepper jack is like pale yellow, right?
Oh no. She's a Hank rider. Be careful, Jerry.
Oh, wow.
Is Hank the angry one?
Yeah, Hank's the angry one. Yes.
Yes, Hank is always
She knows
angry.
us well.
Wow, you do know. You are an AWL, Rebecca. I've turned you into an AWL. What do you say? Can I take 10% to fix our driveway and give it to these guys? Hello?
You can join the fantasy league, but you need to do one thing.
Oh, no.
Oh, God. Yes.
You got to win.
Oh, I love it.
All right.
Fire me up.
Love you, babe. Thanks for coming on the show. All right.
Oh,
I'm doing it.
yes.
Oh, man.
Wow.
That was
You got a good
fun.
one there. You got a good one there.
Man, that was like Adrian to Rocky.
We probably should have kept her on, though, to see what happens if you don't win. Because I feel like that was if you don't win, there's something bad coming.
Legal education and making it fun, like edutaining, right? Like edutainment. So, but I think, that bombshell of
Faraday future falling to the low, $6.49. Foxtrot, India Echo. SMCI Supermicro computer shares have rebounded. 406 now, 406.39 up about $11 off the lows on SMCI.
I mean, if we look here, I mean, you can just simply tell by these quarterly earnings. $1.63 just one year ago. 350, 343, 560, 665, 625. She might be a bit overdone. I know people think, oh, it doesn't need to be here. But at what phase does it not have to be there? You know what I'm saying? Before, after the split, right? You're talking 3 or 4 splits. It's $100, $150. People are like, oh, it's kind of cheap. Well, is that before or after the splits? You know? So if this thing were to do like a 5-to-1, a 4-to-1, it'd be at $100. They'd be like, oh, it's not bad. It's not bad. It's a good deal. Just because the face value of what you're paying for it, it's hard to believe that nobody's saying that Berkshire Hathaway is way overextended. No way should that be, 4, 5, 600,000, wherever it's at now. Obviously, there haven't been any splits. Okay, so look at this. Let me go to the monthly chart. God damn. This thing has been around forever. Oh, 2007. And it has it had any splits? Let's see here. I could just go look it up, but I'm not going to. And find out. I don't know. I think this is a nice, look at that monthly chart coming in there at like 350. I think, you know, I think this is a good buy here. Just my opinion. Again, you have to take it with a grain of salt. Unless you actually seen the, unless you've actually seen this report and went and did your own work to say, hey, you know, this is a fact that this is taking place, that their financials are wrong. I think if you don't really have proof of that, I think you know, I feel like this thing is overextended. I think this thing is, it's got its, this is the pullback. This might be a buy, you know. If you can get 350, I'd have to do some work. Listen, don't quote me on that. I don't know. I'm just saying. Do I think this is like a stock that's from China and you can't trust it? I'm not saying that. But you know, there is a point where when you have earnings like it has had, you know, there's still a balance sheet there. There's still a balance sheet there at the end of the day. Let's look at this. So you're below the 200 day. All right, I'm going to turn the other stream back on because I want to, what time is it? It's 12:48. I'm going to go make some coffee and I'll be back in just a couple minutes. All right, guys. Doubt there's even anybody here. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I don't even know why I stream anymore. I need to figure out. So the reason I haven't had my camera on is because it goes off randomly. Like the light will come on or it won't come on. And I don't know if I need to, like, what I think it might be is OBS, because when I start OBS up, it will ask me if I want to download the new version. And there's, I think, been 2 new versions now. And I feel like the new versions may have fixed the camera settings, because the camera setting never really did it in the beginning. And I don't know. So that's why I haven't had it on, because I was tired of just dealing with it freezing. I thought I fixed it, but I have to redo OBS. I have to download the newer version of it. I think that'll fix it. I do. I think that really will help fix it and have the stream run better. So with that said, I'll be back in just a minute.
To Woody, and it makes the state look bad because their job is to find justice for the victims, not to win a case. So anyway, long-winded story time there, TRT, but I thought that was a fascinating super chat. So thank you so much, and thank you for being such a huge pillar in my community. Like you're amazing. Thank you so much for that. Shout out to Jamisha with $20. She says, you put in long hours yesterday, sis. I did. I hope you get some rest today. Thank you for all you do, of course. And, you know, like, there's not a lot of people that look like me and Lee that do this. You know, I know he and I, we joke around. He's just like, oh, you're light skinned, blah, blah, blah. But, you know, my hair curls up same way everybody else's does. I use cream of nature. Okay. Like, I tan very well. But, you know, like, there's not a lot of people that do what we do. And there's not a lot of people that can do what we do the way that we do it. And we're both different people. He has his style. I have my style. But I think it's a good representation of our community. And that's why I like this work. It's work with a purpose. you know? So thank you for watching, Jamisha. And that was very sweet of you to say. Thank you for the super chat. Shout out to Sally Sunshine with the $20. She says, thank you, AV, for the long hours, the hard work, and the knowledge you pass on. I appreciate you. Yeah, I appreciate you. I appreciate all you guys. Like, we can have fun, but also learn. You know what I mean? Like, I love this channel. Like, it's a hobby, but like, it's one of my favorite things to do every day. Like, and you know, I left corporate America to do this. Like, a lot of people don't know this about me, but my last job, I was supporting the CEO of Wells Fargo. Oh, I shouldn't have said that. But I was working for one of the nation's top 4 banks, but that was my last job. I was in communications for 15 years. I went to law school part-time at night. And while I was working for him, I was a communications manager for legal things. So when the company got in trouble, right, if we had to respond to a lawsuit, guess who was talking to the press, right? So, and guess who was getting him prepped for Capitol Hill? Because that has to do with laws and legal things when we get in trouble, red tape, boundaries, those type of things. Y'all know Wells Fargo used to get in trouble all the time. So I hope they don't come after me. I just thought about, that's why I didn't want to leak the name of the company. But that's the work that I'm used to doing. So there is a huge level of climbing up the corporate ladder that's important to me too, but also just like teaching people how to do it. You know what I mean? So it's all good stuff. But thank you so much, Sally. And the reason why I brought up that story was just to, you know, kind of show like I left corporate America to do this full time. Like, I'm a full-time YouTuber. This is work that I love to do. But guess what? Ain't nobody calling me at 8:30 like, hey, have you done these talking points yet? Is this outline ready? Nope. I work for myself. And, you know, I have editors that work for me. And I give them opportunities to really shine and grow and develop. And, you know, we produce things for you guys in a way where it makes sense. But it's so thoughtful. It's so methodical. Like we really take our time with it. So thank you, Sally, for saying that. I really appreciate it. Shout out to Tiffany, who became a new member. Welcome, sis. You're going to love it here. Shout out to Michelle again with the $5. She says, good morning. Amazing chat. Hit that like button. Enjoy. The like button is free to hit. Thank you sincerely. Yeah. And, you know, sometimes people complain about, oh, why are you asking us to hit the like button? It's actually helping you. What the like button does, I explained this yesterday. When you hit the like button, what it does, because the YouTube algorithm is a computer. Computers don't have thoughts, right? But computers can be trained. So you guys all have a homepage, whether you're watching from a phone, an iPad, or a TV, or a computer, you have a YouTube homepage. And if you want me to show up there, and if you want to be like, if you want it known when I'm live, what you do when you hit the like button is it's going to train the algorithm and tailor it to you. So that means, hey, I like AV stuff. So whenever I'm live, guess what? And you hit the homepage, I'm gonna be right there. But if you want me to remain hidden, then don't hit the like button. I mean, I don't know. I'm helping you. So thank you so much. And that's actually why we ask you guys to hit it. So thank you so much, Michelle. Really appreciate you. Shout out to Vida with that too. She says AV is the official queen of legal. Good morning, y'all. Well, I do have to say Emily D. Baker is amazing. She's like my idol. Emily D. Baker is probably the biggest trial streamer on YouTube. She's almost at 1 million. So, you know, this stuff has potential, but you know, like we're different people. Like I want to do it my way. And, you know, there are some differences, but I will take it, Vita. Thank you so much. Shout out to Kelly Cal with $1.99. She says, sis killed nut. Oh my God. Did y'all remember Little Woody's sister on that call? She was like, she was saying some things. Kelly Cal. Thank you so much for the super. Mango Gelato, I haven't seen you in a bit. $4.99. She says, good morning, AV in chat. Where's Luna? I did these crimes. Yeah, Luna, she's right here. She's sleeping down here. She broke in. So, of course, if y'all are hearing some background noise and stuff, it's because this office has double doors. And she does this thing with her nose where, I don't know, dogs do it. Like they just use their head. They just ram into doors and they can open them. I don't know how she does it. So she constantly gets in here. And yeah, if y'all are interested in the merch store, it is in the description box of this video. We did put everything on sale just because, you know, it's been a long few days appreciation for breaking records. I think everything's on sale for 20% off. We do have dog bandanas that say I did these crimes. So thank you guys for grabbing those. They're going to be on sale all week. Just, I'll probably take it down like Sunday or something. But if you want to grab something, now is the time. Thank you so much, Mango Gelato. Shout out to that girl, Shine. Shine with the $4.99 says Woody is telling the truth about lying. He is. He is. He's not hiding the ball. He's like, I did these crimes. I don't remember anything I said to any of these polices. All right. He's being honest with that. And we were talking about it a little bit yesterday with Brian Steele. He has to use that to his advantage. And I think Brian eloquently did today. He might be the winner of the day, but there's still hope for Max. We're going to see what Max does this afternoon. And Shannon's crimes are probably the most serious out of everybody's. So I'm really excited to see Max's his cross on Woody. If y'all are excited too, put Max in the chat.
I'm sorry.
We are excited. We are excited for that one. Shout out to Juicy Twin who became a member. Welcome, Juicy Twin.
Sorry for having this plan. I know it's annoying. At least to me it is. But that's cool. How often do you get to say that you work for, one of the top 5 biggest banks in the world and you worked for the CEO? That's pretty cool. Anyway, I'm going to go over some charts. So if you'd like to join me with that, there's a chat, wherever you're looking at it, whether it's from your phone, computer, laptop, whatever. Throw some tickers in the chat, and we'll run through. We'll cover mega cap tech, start with Apple, and we'll see where we're at, where we think we're going to go, if this, then that, with Nvidia, so we can be prepared for the rest of the week, because I got a little bit of making up to do. The past 2 weeks, I fucking murdered it. Like, seriously. You guys have no idea. It felt good. And here we are, once again, going back to the stream after getting the confidence good and ready. I understand what I did wrong yesterday. I was kind of, after the stream, just trading, I guess, for the sake of trading, knowing, not crazy size or anything, just a few contracts here and there. Then I started to look, and I'm like, 6, 7, 8 trades in, and I'm like, I need to stop this. This is starting to add up a little bit, because it's not. First off, it's not doing anything for me. So, again, remember that. Only trade when you think you see something. If you don't know what to see, do like Jeremiah did and send an email. Let me know. Get a hold of me. We can help you with that. I'm sure it was just, I'm not going to say it was, because I don't know. But chances are, it's just a bunch of BS. I don't know, though. I don't know. I'm not going to say that this person was, I don't know. I just wish the best for all of y'all. And if you seriously are struggling at this, I'm telling you, if you give me the opportunity, I think I could help. I don't think, I know for a fact, I think I could help you turn things around and at least help you see things a little bit differently onto when you should be putting trades on and taking trades off. And I think it would really help you. It would set you up for success. Also understanding, when it doesn't feel right? Like Tesla today, guess what? If we got short, where we said we should have gotten short at 212, it did kind of move really fast. I will say that, because we did talk about getting short at 111 on the bounce back off of 110 into 111 to turn that into resistance, right? All in this 1 minute candle right there, bang, right there, 210, right? 210, that 20-day moving average and the 210 level was support and resistance. You broke above it, and we said let's look for that to be support, to bounce into 211, 210.50 to get short on that bounce off of that. All right, and getting short up here instead of like saying, oh, I'm just going to wait for, it to break the 20-day, come into the 20-day, and then get short. What does that do for you? It doesn't do anything. Sure, can you make money? Sure, but guess what? Every single time you're paying more to make less. Why is that? Because you're buying it damn near 100% cheaper up here than you are down here at the 20-day. So that allows you to already be 40-50%, have some of that trade off, and ready and eased to ride the rest of the trade out the remainder of the day, which it looks like things are setting up right now. Just remember that. If you're someone, and it's okay, listen, if it works and you're making money, stick to it. I'm not here to tell you what to do and how to do it. I'm just letting you know when you see things like 512 being the support level instead of 510, like there's going to be a lot of people here going into 510 ready to take that short. Sure, it might work out for them, but 212 was, I could almost assure you, if we could go look at the 200s if you want, or 205s. The 205s right now are 259. All right, fundamental. So if we look, we popped. They were $1.50 this morning. They went from $1.50 to 300. That's 100%. They went to 4, and what are they doing now? They're going to $3, $2.65 or so, because they're bouncing in. And what is that? All these people getting short at 210 are paying 100%, damn near 100% more than the people paid at 212. So if you pay a cheaper price, you obviously on top of that have less room, because you're going to know, hey, we got into 212. If we start sticking this level here at 211 to try to bounce, you paid less, and you're going to also lose less. Because once you start breaking in up through 213 and you start gaining upside, you're like, oh shit, that pullback to 210 held. You already took some off your $2. You got that $2 downside. It held 210, and then this thing decides to start. Hey, you know what? I'm just going to start holding it up, and I'm going to go ahead and just go ahead and try to make new highs. You paid less, and you had to give it less room to know that you were correct. So you're going to lose less. You're going to pay less. You're going to lose less if you're wrong, but you're going to make more when you're right. Like that concept in and of itself. Right now, if there is anybody out there who is thinking to themselves that, oh, I'm going to go after this 209, 210, like this break, double bottom. You did put in a double bottom there at the 200-day. That's why 212 was also worth it, because getting short down at like 208 and 208, say the 20-day moving again, it's an area. I have a few different levels here for a few different reasons, but here you go, right? It's regaining this, so it just makes more sense to be shorting the bounces into that 212. You'll know fairly quickly if you're wrong. You'll be able to take some profits off. You'll have, let's say if you buy 5 contracts or 10 contracts, take 2 of them off. You've gotten $2, take 2 of them off, put some of it in your pocket, and now you should still end up, even if you stop out, you should stop out green. So that's the point, right? That's the point. Look at the options price. I think that's important to understand, that a lot of people don't understand, is the math. All right. You paid less, or let's just say, like, again, a lot of people, they like to let the move happen. It breaks out. It pulls back out of the breakout. Like, you have a breakout, right? Or you have this little, I'm just going to draw this real quick, right? You have this little pivot high here. It pulls back. It breaks out. Oh, look. And you're like, hey, I'm going to wait for that prior. Bro, you got to be fucking kidding me. I hate Thinkorswim. I'm going to wait for that prior high to become support. That's cool. That's cool. That's great, right? That's your entry price. Bang. Well, guess what? The person that bought this pullback and bought, I'm not saying to go long in front of breaks, but in the case of Tesla, this is still the same thing, right? You're breaking down to new lows, just in the opposite way, right? Instead of going up, you're going down. So the person who got short the bounce back, or I should say this, right? The bounce, right? So the person who got the bounce in the 212 is going to pay less. They paid $1.40 this morning, right? And the person that is waiting for the... Dude, what is going on here? So here's Tesla, right? You have people that are going to say, you know, you broke out. This was the bell right here. It ripped to 212. It pulls back. You get short up there in front of 212. You get short on that rip. You're paying less, right? And you also don't have to give it much room. So you're going to lose less because you paid less. And now you're going to make more instead of paying more to make less. You're paying less to make more on that down move. Now, the people that are catching this bounce back, which is this move right there, right? The move that is happening right now on Tesla, right? Right here, this quote-unquote break retest. Look what them boys are paying. They're paying over 100% more. So they're going to pay more to make less. You know, it's not about trying to front run moves either. It's just you need to understand this. You know what I'm saying? You're going to be paying damn near 300. You could have got the pop in the 212 and got these things for $1.40, $1.50, $1.60. Now you're paying just under 300 or just under $3. Come on now. And then what do you think you're going to get when it goes in your direction? What are you going to get? 25 cents of that 300, 50 cents of that $3? No, it ain't worth it. It might seem cool and all because it works, but if you really do the math, go back and look, you know, your 100%ers, 150, 400, 300% are going to be those moves, right? Paying less to make more on those bounces, anticipating the break because you're following the trend, because you have an increase in volume. When you have an increase in volume, chances are you're going to break that level. Where is your RSI and MACD? Are they starting to tilt up? Is everything in oversold territory? Is everything overbought? Right? Combined it all. Use the chart. Right? It's not a strategy. It's just reading the chart and where things are. And again, just because something's oversold or overbought, it can remain that. Right? So you have to go out in time. But I just really want to reiterate that. Pay less to make more, and you're going to lose less because you paid less, and you're not going to have to wait a while, or you're not going to have to wait very long to know that you're wrong. Do you know how many people right now are getting ready to try to take this short off a prior day's low? That's cool, but they're not going to make a lot of money. You know, do you think they're going to break the 200-day when they're getting short the bottom end of a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 day downside move? You know, this thing has went 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sorry, 5. It's on its 5th day. You know? So, think about that. Pay less to make more. Here you go. You could trade this. Of course, you got a nice double bottom here at the 200 day. You know, this is a low volume day. I'm just saying, I think there will be some people out here that will try this, and they're going to pay more. And here's what's going to happen. Watch the options. Pay attention to the options. Pay attention to the options. Why is that? Because look at this. If we're just going to look at the 205s, right? If we go to the 205s, you're going to see here that, look at these, right? 267 puts. What happens when this thing breaks above VWAP and breaks above this level here? Wait till you see what happens to the price of those options. Those things are going to get hammered. So they're going to pay more to lose more. They're going to fucking double, like, hit themselves. They're going to be in a world of hurt. Right? Now watch it. If it pulls back off of this level, which it should, here in just a few minutes, not yet. Again, something I can help you with. Something to set up the triggers. You know, I don't know everything. I'm just saying. Probability is telling me it's not time yet to pull back. And I think even if it does pull back, it's not going to be you're not going to get much. I think it's time to take the long on Tesla. I do. I think you could at least, you know, maybe you get another move back. Again, you know, maybe you will just sit here and consolidate between the 20-day moving average. I'm not sure if it can get back above it. You know, because it's tried twice now. But man, this fucking volume is low. Excuse my French. So let's see here. It's wicking back to this area. Let's see if it can start, you know, now you have the 100-day to worry about, I guess. So keep an eye on these options. 275, 277. Just watch. Just watch. Alrighty, just watch. And you're going to start seeing the orders come in. 275. Watch it start making the move. What time is it? It's 1:13. Damn, 270. They're already down. All right, here we go, right? I'm watching this level here, guys. Really, you want to watch this. Because your 5-minute trade line's down there at like 206. Should be at like 206 or so. Let's see here. 280. So you've gotten a move. You've gotten a little bit of move. You got 5 cents there. Alright. I'm going to put up the trial again and go make some coffee. Watch the options. Watch the price action. This is how you learn. Alright, this is how you learn. You're going to fully understand by watching this what exactly it is that I'm saying. You're going to get a feel for it. You know, I don't know if there's even anybody here right now. No, there never is. See, I don't even know why the fuck I do this. I really don't know. I don't even know why the fuck I do this. I only do it because I'm here, I guess. Because this is what I do. I'm here. Damn, look at the chat. That's crazy.
Yeah, I was able to understand every other word. Jesus. This is on the jail phone calls. It was highly unintelligible, but there was the little Woody's brother. I mean, goddamn. That was hilarious. Lil Woody's brother definitely speaks like an uncle, but oddly, now that lead is translating, now I understand. Now I understand Mechanicsville. It's super interesting. Thank you so much, the Little Gaming Channel. AA 1999 says, if you laugh, you need to subscribe. A road to 50K. We're almost there. We hit 47 yesterday in a day.
I ain't even got the fucking 300.
Thank you so
bro.
much, guys. Y'all are
We'll
just
get there
rocking this. And
one day.
AA, thank you for
If
all
we
the
don't get
support,
there,
sis.
guess
We've
what?
been
We
here
just
all
move
week
along.
supporting, so I
Move
appreciate
along.
you.
We go on to the next one.
Jones with the 5 says, Judge, I need a break. My head hurt. Judge, I got a cramp. Judge, I need some sleep. Those are all Lil Woody sayings. Amazing. Thank you so much, Jones. Pretty Black Girl 79 has been a member for a month. She says, no need to object. It's over. Shout out to Lacey with $4.99. She said, someone please compile all these knee jokes and email them to Love, please. I mean, I hope she doesn't find my channel. If she watches that and just watches us cut up for like an hour on knee jokes, that would be embarrassing. Thank you so much, Lacey. Joe Stu back again with another 10. Says, all you need is love. This one took me out. Rembrandt with $1.99. He says, I need these crimes. Winner still. Yeah, that one was hilarious. Metalcore with $9.99 says, Megan Thee Stallion knees don't have nothing on love. Yeah, that's funny. Shout out to Why Not Us, who became a member. Welcome to the community. Gonna love it here. Jones back again said they need some milk. CB4 says, Woody, you don't have immunity, bruh. Yeah. I mean, he has state level immunity, but he's kind of unprotected on the federal level. And I don't know if he realizes that. Shout out to Permastunt with $1.99 who says, do you have a sprinkle and mixture? I mean, sprinkle and like truth with lies and mixing it. Like, Woody's a mixologist. He is a mixologist. Shout out to Skozart with $2 says, on her knees. Come on, Woody, please. I got this burger. Oh no, I just realized it. Okay, we're gonna skip that one. Shout out to Zach with $1.99. Thank you, Zach. Says just beat the charge. Yeah, thank you so much, Zachy. Shout out to Drew with $1.99. Says Odie Brown, no Diddy on the Woody Wednesdays. Yeah, thank you, Drew. Shout out to KW Dread with $9.99. Says Woody has been redeeming himself. Being labeled a snitch is amongst the worst things you can call a street person. Little Woody is a real devil in the streets. Why do you think he's walking around the A untouched? I mean, he's also driving around the A untouched and doesn't care. Like now it's known that he's committing crimes. Like he just admitted to driving without a license. He's probably gonna drive home. Like that's crazy. 118 guys, we're waiting for them to come back in the courtroom any moment. You see a little bit of head action, people walking in and out. Shout out to Just Here to Learn. $2 says, how many are doing current life sentences? How many are doing current sentences right now? 5. Actually, no. I think all 6 defendants that you see in the courtroom. There might be 7. I always feel like I get that number wrong. All of the defendants that you see in the courtroom are currently incarcerated. Now, I don't think anybody haven't been sentenced yet, so no one has a long-term sentence. But they are at trial. So, once they are sentenced, these 2 years that they've been sitting in there, they would get credit for that. So unfortunate that they're in there, but they were not released with bond after they were arrested. So it's pretty sad, but they're in there. And it is what it is until we find out, we get to the truth of the matter. Like, did these people commit these crimes? So thank you so much, Just Here to Learn. Shout out to Miss L Boogie with the 10. Says, hey, AV, with all this good info that was covered today, have you heard from your sources if the jury is taking notes, sleep, staying alert, etc.? They need to be paying attention to be fair here. I can ask. I have at least 2, a source of law and crime and someone else who has to be anonymous, but let me dig into that, Miss El Boogie, and I'll let you guys know before the end of the day, or at least by Monday. I'll let you all know. But thank you so much for the question. That's a really good question because they should be paying attention. Shout out to What to Watch on YouTube with the $2 says AV's lips. Their lips. Thank you. Shout out to Audrey, who's been a member for 3 months. She says, AV, great job as always. Actually, let me go back to that. Some of y'all men are crazy. I got a Cash App last night and it was, all right. Ladies, this is going to be gross, but dudes, y'all are going to laugh. Somebody sent me $1 and said, I just busted. I'm not even going to go there because, I know some of y'all have kids in the car, but some dude basically said that he finished something and sent a Cash App and I said, if you don't get out of my face, take your $1 back and block, restrict, never come back. Get out. What are you doing? Why would you say that? I mean, people are crazy. What the hell? I almost threw my phone. Like, what is wrong with men? Like, I mean, normal men don't do stuff like that. But these dollar ninjas, like, what are you talking about? So this super chat right here is not as bad as that. I'll take this over that. People are crazy. So anywho, Audrey has been a member for 3 months. She says, AV, great job as always. Thank you, Audrey. We have some movement in the courtroom. Waiting on sound. All right, we're back.
About your position on the juror.
Your Honor, in regards to, and on behalf of Mr. Williams, we've had a chance to consider everything that's been presented to the court in regards to this juror, and we've spoken with other counsel. We're not of one accord, and so I'll let everyone speak for themselves.
Right.
But on behalf of Mr. Williams, we would oppose the juror being removed from this jury. We ask that she remain. We do not think that there's been enough put forward to substantiate her being removed,
Okay.
and that's our position.
Well, we're not removing her. We would be letting her go.
Oh, it's
But,
that's what I
okay.
mean.
All right.
Mr. Kendrick is not opposed to the court letting this juror go.
Okay.
Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Stillwell, we are opposed to letting this juror go. We are under the impression that she is still getting paid.
I am also under that impression
Okay.
currently.
So we are opposed to letting the juror go.
Okay, real quick, guys, what's happening? Usually before the jury comes back in, if there are any matters that the court needs to take up, they will talk about it before the jury comes in. We started this morning without any of those matters discussed, but if y'all remember yesterday, they broke at 4 p.m. And then at the end of it, the untelevised version that we didn't get to see, there was a juror that's been having financial issues with this case. They're getting paid $25 a day. She ended up getting evicted, something like that. And she's been having severe financial issues because she has to come into court every single day. Great job, Fulton County. Now, this woman is dealing with all of that. And yesterday she asked if she could be removed from the case. That's what they're talking about right now. So the judge is going to all the defense attorneys to see if anybody is opposed to the woman being released from the case. Some of them are saying yes, some of them are saying no. So that's what the argument that's happening on the screen is right now.
Impression is that she might have had some, I don't know what was going on, something between her and her current employer. But I mean, all I know is what y'all know. So I couldn't hear what you said without. Okay, well, y'all gonna have to work that out between yourselves.
Mr. Ryan would like to wardar the witness or the juror to ensure she wouldn't hold it against us if we were to keep her.
Okay.
Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Huey, we want her to stay.
All right.
Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Nichols, we are not opposed to letting the juror go.
All right, thank you. All right, and essentially the state's position was, I'll leave it up to the court. Do
It
you
was
have a position
essentially-
one way or another, or?
It was essentially that. We'd ask that the court just make an inquiry whether or not she's experiencing any kind of hardship that, you know, makes her more inclined to take the job. That's the thing that we were trying to discern, if she's experiencing a hardship that makes it, in her mind, necessary that she take the job because of the 2 months pay that she didn't get from the current position.
Right, I don't know that she
She
was
said-
not getting 2 months pay. I thought she said that she got paid late, that there were some issues with payment a few times late from her employer.
I may have misunderstood that. I thought that she said that she didn't get paid once last year and then another month earlier this year.
Yeah, but I thought that that was, and we can find out more, but I had thought that that was an issue with not getting paid when she thought she was going to get paid, but ultimately it getting paid.
And then we'd ask that if the court could get clarification on whether she is or is not currently getting paid, those two things.
Okay, well, I was pretty clear that she is currently getting paid. I think she just wants another job because she's not happy with this job or something. I don't know. But okay. All right. Well, we'll take it up later. All right. Anything else before we get the jury back in? Who's going to be up next for cross-examination? Is Mr. Nichols going to have any cross-examination? Okay. All right. Let's get Mr. Copeland and.
Your Honor, we do have.
Oh, okay. Hang on.
Your Honor, we missed Mr. Shard over the lunch break, and we thank him provided the exhibits that he's intending to potentially use.
Okay.
And so the state does have some objections to a few of his exhibits. And I don't know if the court received a copy of his exhibits.
I don't have a copy. Did you send a copy to Ms. Percifield? Okay. Can somebody so that or pull them up or something? Some easy way for me to be able to look at them.
Keeping an eye on them options, right? Sorry that I moved it. We're keeping an eye on them options. If we bounce here, watch if these things get crushed. May not. We may pull back a little bit more. If we test low a day again at 205, I'm gonna tell you guys right now, I'm gonna get long Tesla. I'm just gonna look for a scalp. I'm gonna look for a move back to the north side. That's a nice, beautiful double bottom here. This is a nice setup here. 206. You know, the short is still the play. Obviously, it's paying because you could have got them at 270, $2.70.
Looks like Max is getting ready to start.
But is it? You know, again, it's not worth it. It's not worth it if you could have got those 205s.
Are these like
at
audios
$1.30, $1.40?
Something, Miss Hilton.
You know what I'm saying? You're
What is
paying
it
more to
that
make
you're
less. That's the
objecting
point.
to?
Now watch if this thing bounces against you, where they go to.
Steele attempted to exhibit, which was the Instagram
Say
post
Wednesday.
with the innocent man Instagram post. And so that was included.
Now, I adopt all of Mr. Steele's arguments for admission.
I'm gonna go make.
But
coffee. I'll
based
be
on
right back.
court's ruling, I was not
Okay.
All right,
intending.
here we go.
on
What you gonna do? What you gonna
The
do?
next
Tesla?
two exhibits are, there's, I think it's DS27A, which is a warrant for false report of a crime. Mr. Copeland was never convicted. Matter of fact, I think that case was actually dismissed. And so I'm not sure the relevancy of the warrant that.
Is this a different warrant than he was presented with before?
Yeah, this is
That
different
was for
from the murder warrant.
Okay.
Yes.
I can, Your Honor, I can hand up to the court.
Okay.
And there's two warrants actually, one for false report of a crime and then one for false statements, both which were dismissed by the state.
So, Your Honor, this warrant was from 2021. It was pending in the DA's office until earlier this year. It's been pending while this trial is going on. The DA's office, I believe it says January 18th of 2024, no prost, or they said decline to prosecute. I believe that's the third document.
Yeah.
I'll point out a couple things. First of all, the reason for the decline to prosecute is prosecutorial discretion, not a hole in the evidence. Also, that decline to prosecute says that this case can be, it says at this time, the state declines to prosecute, meaning it can be brought up in the future. And quite simply, Your Honor, the state cannot, it's clear under the law that pending cases against a witness are bias and motive. The state cannot evade the reality of pending cases by just simply dismissing cases against their witnesses before they testify. So this case was pending during this trial. I believe Mr. Copeland, I wasn't planning on introducing evidence, but Mr. Copeland gave a interview to the Danza Project where he seems to be under the impression that the case is still pending as of that interview. So I don't even know if he's aware about the declination of prosecution.
When was that interview? About? Okay.
Recently.
Last couple of months?
2
or
weeks.
I think
Couple of
last
weeks.
2
Okay.
weeks.
Yeah.
All right. That seems relevant.
It does.
Then that's fine that it seems relevant. We just don't think he can go into the warrants. He can say, was he arrested for false report of a crime and was the case declined? But I'm not sure if he intended to show him the warrants of his arrest.
Was he arrested?
He was arrested, and then the case was dismissed
3 years later.
Well, just to be clear,
When was he
was in
arrested?
jail. The false report of a crime is he accused a jail guard of using OC spray on him, and the jail reviewed the tape, and the jail guard didn't even have OC spray.
Okay.
And so that's, I mean, this going into the warrant trial, it was declined earlier this year in January of 2024.
Okay, well, I mean, you can ask him about all of it, and then if it becomes necessary to use those documents, you can use them.
Yes, John.
What else? Okay, all right, then I think we're ready to get Mr. Copeland and the jury in.
Well, he's got a paper bag. What is Max doing? What's in the bag? We're all current, guys, so no more TiVo time.
SCRV, Serve Robotics, announcing closing of $20 million private placement and large exercise. Shares getting a small.
We just had one other thing Mr. Shar just brought to our attention that he intends on introducing, and I didn't know.
Do we need to ask Mr. Copeland to step
Yes.
aside? And sorry, we thought we were ready for you, but we're not quite. Just hang very close. I'm going to have y'all come back from lunch 15 minutes earlier than the jury so that we can do these kind of things. All right. Yes.
Your Honor, it appears that Mr. Shar intends on showing him as a demonstrative of jail outfit. And I don't know the relevance of
my
showing him the jail outfit.
A theme in this case has been the Fulton County Blues. In particular, on June 10th, 2015.
He came in wearing that, right?
Well, I'm talking about 2015.
15. Okay.
2015, he's
June
on
10th, June 10th. Okay.
He's on video.
Yeah.
All right, there's a lot of June 10th. He's on video, and he's not wearing a jail outfit because they haven't brought him to the jail yet.
Okay.
Part of the reality of Rice Street, and I'm not asking this to go back with the jury, it's just a demonstrative. Part of the reality of Rice Street is you wear the outfit, you lose your individuality, your identity, you're thrown in the Fulton County.
No, that is nice and dramatic, but no, we don't need to do that.
Max!
May I use a picture?
No.
Okay.
Okay, let's get Mr. Copeland.
That's not a good start, Max.
And the jury. All right, Mr. Copeland, come on, have a seat with us. Well, I guess stand up for the jury.
The mic's not even on, but that's what. So what I was just saying is, what did we say? You'll probably make around $3.25 from 270, 275
Thank you.
to 320,
Have y'all had a
325
pleasant
roughly
lunch?
is about what you're going to get. Look at the bid, still 310,
Good.
now 315.
All right. All right, Mr. Short, you can proceed with your cross.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Good
Paying
afternoon,
more
everyone.
to make less.
Good afternoon, Mr. Copeland.
Good afternoon.
Hey, Mr. Copeland, we have.
This was
never
the
met.
entry off FIWA
Isn't that correct?
that we talked about.
No,
Okay. We've seen each other in the hallway. Over
no,
last-
we never met before.
Yeah, we never met. My name is Max Shard, and I'm the attorney that
Damn,
represents.
and you get that extension, and now the options are still coming
right.
down.
All right, and I know you've been asked a lot of questions, and I'm going to try not to repeat questions that
I'm
you've
gonna
been
go make
already
that coffee.
asked. I'm going to do my best.
All right.
All right, great. You do not want to be here today.
At all.
Okay. And the reason you don't want to be here today is not because you're scared, correct?
You know that.
Okay. It is because what you said in 2015 was lies.
You said it again?
What you said in 2015 were lies.
Right.
Okay. And specifically, when you said that Demekion Garlington told you something at that McDonald's about Mr. Stillwell, that was a lie.
Right.
You lied to get out of trouble.
Right.
You lied as part of your finesse to the police.
Right.
You've testified that if the police mentioned anyone, you were going to come up with a story about them to get yourself out of trouble.
As y'all seen.
And the police mentioned Jeffrey Williams.
Right.
They called him a big fish.
Right.
And you lied on Jeffrey Williams.
Right.
Okay. Mr. Copeland, I'm going to ask you, do you still have that listening device?
Huh?
Do you still have the listening device?
What's that?
The
Earbuds.
Oh, they right here.
Yes. Okay. I'm going to play a clip for you, okay? Mr. Kokomo, could you play what has been marked DS230? And for the record, this is a clip from States Exhibit 378 Yankee Echo, which is the June 10th, 2015 interview, and it's from 9:53:35 to 9:54:10.
How long you been doing Shannon? Long as doing that. Okay. You've been doing Shannon a good part of your teenage adult life, correct? Y'all.
Mr. Copeland, is it not playing on your?
It just popped up.
Okay. Could you start it all over again for Mr. Copeland?
How long you been doing Shannon? Long as doing that. Okay. You've been doing Shannon a good part of your teenage adult life, correct? Y'all basically grew up together, right? Went to school together. Y'all like brother. You, Demekion, and Shannon. That's from what I know. Yeah. So I can pretty much assume that if it's something like that they did, even if you weren't involved in it, you know about it. Because I'm telling you, everything kind of keeps coming back to you. You understand? Because Shannon's out there on the streets now.
Okay. In that clip, Investigator Gaither is asking you about Shannon, correct?
This sound like it.
Okay.
I can't barely hear it. That's why I took the headphones out.
Are they not working?
No, it's just like the way the way I can hear, it's not clear enough for me. That's why I had to listen like out loud.
Okay, I understand. All right, well, we're going to do our best to work through that, okay? All right. So regardless, in that clip, I'm going to ask you about that clip, and you can, if you didn't hear it, you didn't hear it. Investigator Gaither tells you that while you're in the interview room with her, Shannon is out on the street. Isn't that correct?
I just heard it.
Okay. Investigator Gaither says to you, if Shannon's involved in something, you know about it, correct?
I didn't hear that. Only thing I heard was this, the last part where she said he on the street.
Okay. You now realize that the police were saying some things, such as Jeffrey's on a European tour, or Shannon's on the street and you're in here with us, to try to get you to tell on other people, correct?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Is that how you took those statements at the time?
I don't get what you're saying.
Did you take those statements when Investigator Dennis told you that Jeffrey's on a European tour while you're sitting in the investigator's room, or Shannon's on the street while you're in the interview room? Did you take those statements as invitations to give information on other people?
Yeah, that's what they were doing the whole time. He got these big houses and cars, and that's what I think that was Dennis kept saying it all the time.
Okay. And these conversations and Investigator Gaither talking about Shannon then, that's not the only time law enforcement talked about Shannon in your interviews, is it? They would talk about Shannon a
You
lot.
got 350 now. But you still got to remember
And
we paid $3.
let me ask you this.
You're not going to see 100% until
These interviews that we have, are those the
$6
only time you
roughly.
talk to the investigators
Just
about
under
this case?
$6.
No.
Okay. You would have phone conversations with investigators, right?
Yes.
Phone conversations with Investigator Gaither that aren't recorded?
What you mean?
Did you record the phone conversations?
Mm-mm.
Have you ever heard a recording of the phone conversations?
No.
Okay. So as far as you know, phone conversations with Investigator Gaither, you had those, right?
Yes.
And as far as you know, they're not recorded.
Around 203.
We had a conversation that I ain't heard.
202.
How many conversations would you say you had with Investigator Gaither from January 1st, phone conversations from January 1st to we'll say
talked a lot.
June 10th? Weekly, daily?
I can't a lot.
Okay. What about Investigator Thorpe? You talked to him on the phone?
No.
Okay. What about
But I did, but
not as often?
yes.
Okay. What about when they bring you to the interview room? Okay. Obviously, we see videotapes of you in the interview room. Do the police talk to you outside of the interview room before you go in there?
Yes, they do it all the time.
Okay. And are those conversations about what you need to do?
Yeah, some like that.
Okay. And what officers had those conversations with you, to your recollection?
Shit, everyone they have me.
Okay. So the bottom line is you said that the state were asking about Jeffrey when Mr. Steele was asking questions, right?
Yes.
Okay. The reality is the state was also asking about Shannon.
Yes.
And the reality is you didn't only lie on Jeffrey, but you also lied on Shannon.
Yes.
And you also lied on Mr. Kendrick, correct?
Yes.
You remember when Attorney Steele showed you that video from the Texaco gas station and asked if you saw Jeffrey Williams walking around the Texaco changing cars?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not going to play that video again.
Thank God.
Yeah, I don't think you're the only one that's saying that. But when you watched it, you didn't see Shannon changing cars at that Texaco either, did you?
No.
Regarding these lies you told in 2015, you have repeatedly told the state that they were lies, correct?
I have told everybody who listened to me.
Okay. I want to ask you about, you mentioned it briefly with Mr. Steele. Remember that on June 10th of this year, we're talking about this year now. Remember when you were in the judge's chambers?
I'm listening.
Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And just so we're clear, you didn't request to speak to the judge or the prosecutors, did you?
I had no clue where I was going.
Okay. And you had been in jail the weekend before.
Yes.
And guards brought you to the judge's chambers.
Took me straight in there.
Okay. And when you were brought to the chambers, Miss Hilton was there, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And
the SWAT team.
And security, whatever they were. You're saying the SWAT team. I was not there.
No, I didn't see you.
Okay. Mr. Stillwell wasn't there.
Who?
My client, Mr. Stillwell. Shannon.
No.
Okay. And none of the other defense attorneys were there?
No.
Okay. I want to ask you about some things that were said in that interview. Now, you're aware there was in that meeting on June 10th, okay? Now, you're aware that there's a transcript, correct?
I heard.
Okay. Have you seen the transcript?
It was sent to me, but I didn't never look at it.
If I ask you about things that were said in the meeting, would looking at a transcript help?
I guess.
Okay. Your Honor.
Yes.
May I approach with what's been marked as DS-33, which is the transcript from the June 10th, 2020?
Yeah, but I mean, ask him about it first. Ask him about it,
Oh,
and
okay.
then if he needs to see it, then
Okay.
you can give it.
Okay.
You can hand it to him, but
Thank you. Don't look at this unless you need to. Okay?
All right.
there you go.
Mr. Copeland, in that meeting in the judge's chambers, did you tell Ms. Hilton that you've never been truthful in your life?
Yes.
Except when you're telling them that you're a liar.
Right.
In that meeting, did you tell Ms. Hilton that, I won't get the quote. So when the police question me, they don't question me every time they lock me up. I don't know how many times that was. I done told them whatever different story I could think of to try to finesse my way out of the situation. I don't recall what I told them.
Yes.
Did Ms. Hilton tell you when talking about lying? But if I know that you are lying about that, I do not intend to do that. If I know that right now he's lying, I know he's lying, I'm not going to charge you because I don't know your reason for doing that.
Did she tell me that?
Yes.
Yes.
You were offered immunity by the state, correct? Well, not offered. I said that you didn't want immunity, but they gave you immunity.
Yes, they forced it.
Okay. To Ms. Hilton, did you tell her I did these crimes?
Yes.
And they have insisted that you testify, correct?
Yes.
They have told you it's okay if you say, I don't recall when asked about your prior statements, correct?
Huh?
They told you you can say, well, let me back up. In preparation, the state's met with you several times in June of 2024, right?
I don't know what you're asking me.
Okay. Take yourself back to June 2024, okay? That was before.
What year this year?
This is 24, so a couple of months ago is what he means.
Couple months ago, right? Before you testified at all. You remember the week before you testified?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You remember when the state and Ms. Hilton and maybe some other people started coming to find you in the community?
Yes.
Okay. You had a lawyer at the time, right?
Yes.
His name was John Melnick?
Yes.
Okay.
Jonathan Melnick.
To your understanding, did the state, when they were trying to find you in the community, did they reach out to your attorney or did they go behind your attorney to talk to you?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
So
To your understanding?
on the relevance, I mean, we've kind of been through all of this.
Can I?
Try a different question.
Was Mr. Melnick there for those meetings with Ms. Hilton in the community?
No.
They took you to the courthouse one day before you were to testify, correct?
No. 2 days.
2 days before you were to testify. And was Mr. Melnick there for those meetings?
No.
And you told the state that what you said in 2015 was lies.
I told Ms. Hilton.
Right. Okay. I'm going to change subjects, okay? Now, I'm not going to ask anything too personal, but I'm going to ask a little bit about your life, okay? Is that okay with you?
No.
All right. Let me ask you this. At some point in your life, you lived in Mechanicsville.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. And as I understand it, your life hasn't always been easy.
$4.
My life ain't never been easy.
Okay. Your life has never been easy.
It sounds
and there
like
have
a lot.
been times where you have been in dangerous
sounds good.
situations in your life.
But 100%
Is that fair to say?
of $3 is what? $6.
Yes.
Okay. I want to ask you about some ways that you avoid dangerous situations. Okay. When you are approaching a stoplight, a red light, do you stop at the red lights?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
It's very relevant.
He doesn't have a
He's
license.
going to get to it.
He doesn't have a
Do you
license.
stop at the red lights?
Hell no.
Okay, you said hell no. Okay. Why don't you stop at red lights?
Because I want to live.
Okay, and when you say because you want to live, what are you afraid of at red lights? What is your concern?
Somebody putting up on the side of my car.
Someone pulling up on the side of the car and shooting you, correct?
Yes.
Wow.
And so when you pull up to red lights, you might stop briefly, but then you...
I'm not stopping at all.
Okay, so you just keep going.
Right through it.
Okay. I appreciate you telling us that information. And is that during the day and night?
There's no any red light.
Okay.
If the police right there, I turn off.
And you've actually told the police this in a prior interview in 2021. You told them that you don't stop at red lights, correct? You told Investigator Flores that?
Probably did.
Okay, what about tinted windows? Do you prefer to drive cars with tinted windows?
That's a must.
That's a must. Why is that a must?
So people won't know I'm in that car.
Why don't you want people to know you're in that car?
Because they like to shoot at cars.
Okay, so is that a form of self-preservation, riding around in cars with tinted windows only?
You better.
Okay. And let me ask you this: with the red lights, are you the only one that does this, or are there other people in your in Mechanicsville or in other areas that do that as well, to your knowledge?
Speculation irrelevant. Well, he said to your knowledge, I think. I'm
To your
gonna allow
knowledge.
it.
Most of the people I know run lights.
Run lights. Okay. What about the tinted windows?
Even my sister and them got tinted windows.
Okay. Finally, I want to ask you about wearing a mask. And when I say a mask, I don't know what to call it. So maybe if you can educate me and the jurors. Talking about a cloth mask with a hole right here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What do you call that type of mask?
Shit, different stuff. I call it a mask. Some people call it a shiesty. They just got different names to it.
Okay, I'm just going to call it a mask, but to be
All right.
clear, we're talking about the same things. And you've worn those masks before, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Mr. Copeland, I am handing you what's been marked DS29A and DS29B. Okay, are those pictures of you?
Look like it.
Okay, and are those pictures of you? You're not doing anything illegal in those pictures, correct?
No.
Okay,
I mean, correct.
correct.
I'm not doing that illegal.
Right. You are wearing those masks I talk about in those pictures, correct?
Right.
Okay. Mr. Kokomo, could you publish 29A? and-
They're not admitted yet.
Oh, I'm sorry. Your Honor, I move to admit DS 29A and 29B.
I assume this is going to be kind of the same lines of testimony. They're admitted over objection.
Mr. Kokomo, could you just publish one of them, 29A? Okay. We're going to publish 29B. Okay, now, Mr. Copeland, on your screen, that's the type of mask we're talking about, and I just want the jurors to be able to know what we're talking about. Okay. What are those masks made of?
460?
What you mean?
Like what material?
I ain't make it.
Are they made of cloth?
I don't know.
Okay. Are you the only person to wear those masks?
No, everybody wearing them.
Everyone wears those masks. What year did you start notice everyone wearing those masks?
When COVID came.
About 2020?
When COVID would cause us to wear the mask.
Okay. And are they? Okay.
It became more like a fashion thing.
That's what I was about to ask you. It became more of a fashion thing.
Right.
Okay. And where can you buy those masks?
Shit. Anywhere.
Gas stations sell those masks?
Yeah.
Okay. Corner stores sell those masks?
Beauty supply store, all that.
Okay. They're not rare.
Huh?
They're not rare.
They're not weird?
Rare. They're not
Unusual.
unusual. They're common.
Right.
Those masks are common.
Mhm.
They come in all different colors,
Yes.
all different sizes.
Yes.
All right. Just because you're running a red light, does that mean you're committing a crime? Other than a driving infraction?
It depends on, yeah, I guess. I don't know.
Well, you do it to preserve yourself, correct? to avoid being shot.
Right.
Okay, avoiding being shot is not committing a crime, is it?
You just protecting yourself.
Okay. When you're riding around in tinted windows, you ride around with tinted windows to the grocery store and other places you go about on your everyday life, correct?
Right.
That's objection on this point. I just don't know if this is a relevant line of questioning.
I'm asking
Well,
because it's
it
relevant.
is cumulative.
Okay, well, I have one more question.
Okay.
When you're wearing that mask, you just wear that mask in your everyday life, when you're going to the store, when you're going to run errands, doing whatever, correct?
Right.
All right, thank you. Okay. Mr. Copeland, you said that Rice Street is the worst place in the world.
Yes.
You have said that you'd rather die than go to Rice Street.
Yes.
Okay. You talked about your stay in Rice Street in, I guess it would be February 21st of 2015, when they arrested you on that probation warrant, and you stayed there for several weeks, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember exactly how long you stayed there?
Yes.
How long?
3 weeks.
3 weeks. Okay. So that would have been February 21st to the middle of March of 2015.
Yes.
Okay. And in that, first of all, in Rice Street in general, there's dorms, right?
Not where they put me at.
Well, I'm just talking about in general right now. I'm going to get to where they put you at in a
Yes.
second. There's dorms. And then within the dorms, there's cells.
Yes.
Okay. And the cells, how big are the cells?
18 and some ones, 16s and other ones.
Talking about feet?
You said cells?
Yes.
Like rooms?
Yeah. How big are the rooms?
Yeah. 18 rooms and some, 16 and some.
The individual rooms are small, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And everything is made of either concrete or metal, correct?
Yes.
All right. Most of the time you have a cellmate.
All the time.
Okay. No privacy.
Correct.
Showers in common areas.
Correct.
Toilets. You don't get a special room to use the bathroom.
Right.
Okay. It's filthy. You talked about feces.
All the time.
When you on the ground, on the walls, things like that.
Yes.
Okay. Standing water in the showers.
Who?
Standing water.
We call it nut juice.
What do you call it?
Nut juice.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Sharp, let's get on. We're painting the picture. Let's get on with what you want to ask.
Okay. The filth in Rice Street. To avoid that filth, you would be willing to tell lies, correct?
Correct.
All right. Let's talk about the danger of Rice Street. What's a shank?
A knife.
Okay. Knife made of just a random piece of metal, correct?
Whatever you can make with. Whatever you find.
Are shanks common in Rice Street?
Before we get to Shannon's shank, did y'all hear that? With the F is juice, but with the F is nut juice. Apparently, the water was so dirty at Rice Street Jail that the inmates called the water nut juice. Let's get back into it. Wow.
Street.
Is they who?
Common.
What you mean?
I keep using that word. Is it unusual for people to have shanks in Rice Street? When I say people, I'm talking about the inmates.
You saying, do they have them?
Yes.
Yes. You better have one.
Okay. And is it a concern of yours that someone that doesn't like you would have a shank in Rice Street?
Yes.
Okay. You know jail, you know Rice Street to be a particularly dangerous place, correct?
Yes.
And it's a particularly dangerous place for you, correct?
Yes.
You would lie to avoid the dangers of Rice Street, correct?
Yes.
I want to talk about the isolation. Okay. In February of 2015, you were arrested, and let's be clear, you feel it was a bogus probation warrant, correct?
It was.
Right. You were on probation and they accused you of not completing your community service.
And I didn't even have community service
Right.
to do.
And even if you did, you never heard of anyone getting locked up for failing to do community service on probation.
I even called my probation officer and she said she didn't do it.
Right. I understand. And so when they locked you up in February of 2015, they put you in isolation, correct?
That's what you want to call it.
Well, you said, I think the way you described it was the medical unit. There was sick people. It was disgusting. People were talking to themselves.
Yes. People were doing worse stuff than that, eating their stuff.
Okay. You would lie to avoid going back to that place that took you and put you in February of 2015, correct?
It's my now?
No, I'm talking about on June 10th of 2015. You would have lied to avoid going right back to where they had you 3 months earlier.
Right.
Okay. Mr. Kokomo, could you play DS23Q, which is States 378 Yankee Echo, June 10th, 2015 at 4:16:13 to 4:16:36.
Do I need to listen to it?
I would appreciate it if you did. Thank you.
Man, I already be dead in here anyway. I'm just saying. What I'm saying is, man, I do whatever it takes. Whatever, man. I hate jail. I promise you God, man.
Because you can't, you want to just be out.
I was gonna take these niggas guns and bring it to y'all myself. I would set them up myself. I would do whatever it takes. I will, man. I will.
Ms. Copeland, that was you and Investigator Dennis on June 10th, 2015, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you told Investigator Dennis that you'd rather be dead than be sent back to jail.
Still will.
Okay. And you said you will do anything to stay out of jail.
This is what he said?
And do anything includes lying on others, correct?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Copeland, we're going to change the subject a little bit. I want to talk to you about some of these statements you made to the police, okay? In 2015. All right. And let me just ask you, you said, I don't recall a lot when the police, when the Ms. Hilton asked you about things that you said in your statements in 2015, right?
Yes.
Okay, and that was 9 years ago? About?
I guess.
Okay. In these meetings that the DA's office or Ms. Hilton or whomever had with you in June of 2024, prior to you testifying, did anyone offer to play those statements to you to remind you of what you said?
No.
Did anyone give you a transcript of what you said in those statements so you could review them before testifying?
No.
They just told you, if you don't remember, just say, I don't recall, correct?
Yes.
The reality is they just wanted to play those statements. That's why they wanted you here today, correct?
Objection or speculation.
Sustained.
Okay. Let's talk about January 11th, 2015, okay? That was in the early morning hours of January 11, 2015, right?
What?
You met with Detective Thorpe. in
Oh,
the
yes.
Early morning hours of January 11, 2015. Okay. And you've stated you went to that meeting. You went voluntarily to clear your name, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you met with Detective Thorpe at the police headquarters, correct?
Yes.
You knew Detective Thorpe to be the lead investigator on the Donovan Thomas case. That's what he told you.
I can't remember.
Okay. Certainly, he asked you questions about the Donovan Thomas case, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And let's just talk about the timing of this meeting. If, and I know we're saying it did not happen, I want to be clear on that. If Demikian had told you something at the McDonald's, right?
Now listen.
This meeting with Detective Thorpe would have been hours after Demikian made that statement, correct? It would have been the same night, just after midnight.
But he never told me that.
I understand. I understand he never told you that, but I'm saying if he did.
Are you saying that?
The meeting was mere hours after.
It would have been.
Right, it would have been. Okay. And Detective Thorpe asked you about the Donovan Thomas shooting, correct?
That's what his papers are calling me down now.
And you showed up, and you went through your movements that day, correct?
Yeah.
Your movements from January 10th, 2015.
I think I did. He asked me where I been. That's what you asked me?
Right. And you went into details about everything that happened that day, correct?
I guess.
Okay. That meeting on January 11th, 2015, you never claimed that Demikian Garlington told you that Shannon Stillwell, Diamante Kendricks, Duwop, and Nard killed Donovan Thomas, did you? You never told him that on January 11, 2015.
No, I didn't.
Okay. And the reason you didn't tell him that is because you hadn't made up that lie yet, correct?
Right.
Let's talk about January 28th, 2015. That was your second recorded statement. And I understand what you've testified to. There may have been phone calls and all sorts of other communications in between there with police. But January 28th, 2015 was your second recorded statement. Okay. You met with Investigator Dennis, Investigator Gaither, and Detective Thorpe on January 28th, 2015, correct?
I don't know the date, but yes.
Okay. And they certainly asked you about the Donovan Thomas shooting, correct?
I don't remember what they asked me.
Okay, well, I'm going to play a clip, but you would agree that January 28th, 2015 would have been 18 days after, if Demikian Garlington had told you that information, it would have been 18 days later, this statement.
I guess. I don't keep up with time.
Okay, 28 minus 10 is 18. So 18 days between January 10th, 2015 and January 28th, 2015. You with me?
All right.
All right, cool. Mr. Kokomo, could you play DS20A, which is States 378 Yankee Beta from 7/22/37 to 7/24/40.
Yeah, who you think killed that?
Okay.
You're prime suspect, but move yourself out, people.
Okay, did you hear Investigator Dennis ask you, who do you think killed Nut?
Yes.
Guys, I gotta stop the show. And this is my fault because I did walk away. I literally just face planted in a sandwich. So I haven't been looking at my phone. I really want to shout out Brandon Lesko. He is your stream sponsor. If y'all could do me a huge favor, the legendary Brandon Lesko has sponsored so many streams on Lead Side and streams on my side. In fact, him and a few other people last week almost made me cry. So Brandon, I'm so sorry I didn't look at my phone, but thank you so much. I was trying to figure it out if it was on this side. I don't know if y'all were like, AV, fix your face. I was staring. I was like, I know I didn't miss it over here, but it was on the Cash App side. So Brandon, thank you so much. You know how much you mean to me. Huge pillar in this space in general, right? But let's see what Brandon says here. He says, Brandon, keep my name to yourself. Oh, shit. I just said it. Well, I hope you don't mind, but Brandon, thank you. Huge hugs. And I'm sure your wife will get a kick out of the new words that we learned today, nut juice. Thank you so much, Brandon. And thank you guys for shouting out Brandon in the chat. I'm going to go ahead and update that banner. But when somebody shows out like this, I do need to stop the show and acknowledge them. That was incredibly sweet. And, when people keep us going like this, like it just goes to show like the value of the community that we have. Lead at one point kicked Brandon out the chat by accident. And like me and Brandon always joke with each other on the Leads chat. So it's crazy. But I love both of you guys, but definitely have a huge place in my heart for Brandon. So thank you so much, Brandon. And I apologize for missing that. Let's go back in, guys. In the spirit of let's go.
Okay.
All right, I'm thinking about a long on Tesla, guys. I'm going to see if I can't get a revert on this here. You can see the buyers stepping up in a big way here. Look. Look at that. You can see them stepping in a big way right there.
But they ain't have anything to do with that. Who's that?
Shit. But those puts paid $465 from $270 to $280, just under $3.
What do you think? What do you think happened?
Okay, right there, you said to Investigator Dennis, when asked who you think killed Nut, they're saying, meaning the streets, right? Right. Streets are saying Head
I'm trying to log in. I'm
and
not even
Doc,
logged in right now.
who are two people you know. Right. Those are street names, Head and Doc. Right. Streets are saying they did it, but you don't believe that. Right. Okay.
Like real shit. I think it got something to do with them. I think they did something. They got another beef somewhere else. Cause I been hearing stories like Nut supposed to ran off on somebody with some. You know what I'm saying? But
When you said, I think it had something to do with them, you were referring to If Gang, correct? Yes. Okay. And I paused in the middle. I probably shouldn't have, but you started talking about the rumor was Nut ran off with something. That's what I said. Okay. And something would be narcotics. Yes. Okay.
It's undercover. I'm reason I'm here because I'm with Doug and Birdman, and he come back to them. Right. So Nut supposed to ran off on somebody with some and some jury. I don't know if they didn't say what it was. It's like he's supposed to ran off on them with something, and Rich Homie Corn supposed to gave him $50,000 to meet a new plug. Like Rich Homie Corn told him this out his mouth. Yeah. Then Rich Homie Corn like he got $25,000 to have tape killed. It's like from the picture you just showed me. Nah, I tell you who just got shot the other night. Oh, in the car over there. Okay. He got 25.
Okay. So you continued to say that the rumor was that Nut, or I should say Donovan Thomas, you said Nut, ran off on someone, and that something would have been narcotics. That's what I said. Right. Nowhere in that answer did you say, well, Demekion Garlington told me that Shannon and Mr. Kendricks and Doo-Wop and Nard killed Nut. I did say that. You didn't say that on January 28th. I didn't say that. Correct. I'm going to ask you to listen to what's been marked as DS20B, which is that same interview from 7:50:56 to 7:52:50.
Why would people saying Birdman have something to do with all this?
Because that's what they gonna do. They gonna do what they, like, I realize it. You know what I'm saying? They say they bagged me up. It might be, but they paying for it. So.
They finance it.
Yeah, that's what they saying. So I just like, man, whatever.
What about Nut stole his watch?
Stole what?
Birdman watch.
I doubt it. So when you go in Birdman's house, you're not gonna go in their room. That's Shannon calling right there. But like every time you're in the Birdman house, you go in the living room. Don't nobody go in his room.
What about Kels and Greedy stealing the watch? Stealing from the phone?
You never heard nothing back.
What about Kel knocking off Nut? Doubt it.
I ain't gonna say I doubt it.
I heard that.
I don't say I doubt it. Because when him and Thug, like, he was just like, well, call Nut. I'm gonna tell Nut about this.
Like his big homie.
Yeah. Like the big brother, like I'm telling like the boss. Yeah, like he just like I gotta tell Nut what he need to say. I'm looking at him like, why you gotta tell Nut? But I ain't never seen that, but right here.
What about Thug knocking off Nut?
Like I said, I really can't say, like, when he cut out of Nut, I don't know. I don't know nothing about it.
Who did you hear? You said that you heard just in the streets that Head and who was the other dude?
But they say they got locked up for it. Head got locked up with the gun, they killed Nut and all this shit here.
Yeah, like, it'd be like, it'd be 50% true, 50% falsehood.
It'd be 100% lie.
No, he did get locked up.
Okay. So in that clip, Investigator Dennis is again asking you about your theories about who killed Donovan Thomas, correct?
That's what I heard.
And he floated a theory about Birdman being behind killing Donovan Thomas because Donovan Thomas stole a watch of Birdman's, right? You heard that?
Yes.
And you said you don't know anything about that or you doubt it, correct?
Yes.
All right. And then he asked about Greedy. And Greedy is Donovan Thomas's brother, right?
I guess.
Okay. And you said you didn't know anything about that.
Right.
Okay. And then he asked about Kel.
Yes.
Kelvin Watts, Kel, killing Donovan Thomas. And you said you never heard anything about that.
Yes.
And then he asked about I think he said Thugger. We're talking about Jeffrey Williams, and you said you don't know nothing about that.
Right.
Correct? All right. That second time when you were asked about your theories about who killed Donovan Thomas, you never said that Demekion Garlington told you that Shannon, Mr. Kendricks, Nard, and Doo-Wop killed Donovan Thomas, did you?
Because he didn't tell me that.
I understand. Okay. I'm going to play DS20C, and I'm going to ask you to listen to this clip as well.
My girl, she get a lot of information from her friends. She got a lot of friends, so they be around me. Lucci and them was talking in the studio, and it was a girl in there. They missed one of them, and she my girlfriend. And she said that they nobody can do that. Nothing. You know what I'm saying? They was all like Kill and K Rock, somebody. You know what I'm saying?
Kill and who?
K.
Who's K?
I sent you a picture of that too then. I think I sent it to the other picture. They had a chop on in the picture.
Oh, yeah. And the gym was in the car.
Yeah, them two. Rock, somebody. And they supposed to came back. This was they talk about the studio. You know what I'm saying? They just put my name on it. They covered it up.
Make it seem like they ain't got beef in the streets, whatever.
Yeah. And then it's like, she was like, they know what they can do it. You know what I'm saying? but they're gonna keep playing on him. And she be like, K, when the nut got killed, K first one called everybody like, we killed Nut, we killed Nut. Tell the mom now what it did. He the first one started my name, and they like K went along with it. So they had J Ross, like then they did, like Nut died, then they started. That same day? I don't know when. They like they J Ross, and Nick's supposed to come back for them. You know what I'm saying? Like Kel Rock fly, plug, fly. He robbed one of them.
So in that clip, Mr. Copeland, again, you were asked about your understanding or what you've heard about who killed Donovan Thomas, correct?
Right.
And you said that you said that your girlfriend or a female friend of yours was at the studio and she was told that Kel and Kay had robbed somebody.
That's what I said?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And that the people that Kel and Kay robbed came back and killed Donovan Thomas as revenge for being robbed.
Yes.
And you said that Kay then started putting it on you to cover his own tracks.
Yes.
And you also specifically said your understanding was Kelvin Watts, the robbery he did was to Fly's plug.
Yes.
Okay. And so we're clear. Fly is Mr. Jervin Henry. Do you know his government name?
No.
Okay. He's someone who runs clubs, correct? And runs TIG, the record label.
I guess.
Okay. And when you say plug, what do you mean by plug? That's a drug distributor, correct?
That's just a phrase that we use. I don't know.
Is it involved in the drug game?
I guess.
Okay. The bottom line is you gave, on that third clip, you gave some more information about things you heard, but you never said, detectives, let me tell you, Demekion Garlington told me that Shannon, Mr. Kendricks, Doo-Wop, and Nard killed Nut. Did you?
I never said that.
Right. And the reason you never said that on January 28th, 2015 is because you hadn't made up that lie yet, had you?
Yeah.
Yeah, you had, or no, you hadn't?
I haven't.
Okay, and the reason you hadn't made up that lie, let's just be clear, on January 28, 2015, no one was trying to lock you up, right?
I just didn't have no reason to.
Right. You had no reason to finesse at that time.
Right. They lost like I was.
I want to ask you about February 20th, 2015. On that date, you met with investigator Curry, correct? And let me just, I think his name is Curry, it might be Kerr, but it was the investigator about those people shooting at you while you were holding your baby. Remember that?
Yes.
And you remember that investigator?
I remember, I didn't know no name, but yeah.
Okay. And that would have been 40 days if Demekion Garlington had in fact told you that my client and others were responsible for Donovan Thomas's death. That would have been 40 days after you received that information, if that had occurred, right?
I don't get it.
Okay. It would have been a little bit over a month. February 20th, 2015 is a little bit over a month from January 10th, 2015, correct?
Gotcha. Yes.
Okay. And you were asked in that interview about the Donovan Thomas situation, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't remember. I don't know.
All right.
I can't.
Well, you didn't say anything about Demekion Garlington telling you that Shannon and Mr. Kendricks and Doo-Wop and Nard had killed Donovan Thomas in that interview, did you?
No.
And the reason is because you hadn't made up the lie yet. right?
Right.
February 21st, Detective Gaither and Detective Thorpe had you in there. And they were arresting you for that bogus probation warrant, right?
Yes.
And you knew it was bogus. You didn't think that it was actually going to stick, did you?
Right.
They asked you about the Donovan Thomas case. And this would have been 41 days after Demekian supposedly gave you that information, right?
Right.
And you never told them that Demekian Garlington told you that Shannon, Mr. Kendricks, Duwop, and Nard killed Knott, did you?
Right.
We can agree that in the 4 recorded meetings prior to June 10th, 2015, you never claimed Demekian Garlington said those things about my client or Mr. Kendrick, correct?
Right.
So let's talk about June 10th, 2015 and what makes that date different. On June 10th, 2015, okay, we're going to that interview. You with me?
Yes.
All right, appreciate you. You met with Investigator Gaither, Investigator Dennis, Investigator Thorpe, and Federal Agent Cunningham, correct?
No. I didn't meet with them.
They brought you
No.
to the interview room and they came in the room.
Yes.
Okay, you didn't choose to meet with them.
No.
All right. And let's just talk about the circumstances. And I'm going to show you a picture that's already in evidence. I believe it's 378 Yankee Echo 1. If I may approach and get that right.
You may.
Shaq, you don't have. Thank you. May I approach?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as 378 Yankee Echo 1. That's Stacy's in it. That is a picture of you in the interrogation room on June 10, 2015, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to just wait till we can display this. Can you display it? Oh, actually, don't. All right. Thank you, Mr. Atkins. All right. Mr. Copeland, when you go to jail, you wear a blue jail outfit that's given to you by the Fulton County Sheriff Department, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and it says Fulton County Jail or Fulton County inmate on the shirt and the pants, correct?
Yes.
You absolutely hate wearing that blue outfit, correct?
Without a doubt.
Okay. In this picture, you are not wearing one of those blue outfits. You're wearing street clothes, correct?
Right.
Okay, but let's just be clear. In that picture on June 10, 2015, when you're being interviewed, your hands are shackled together, correct?
Yes.
You have leg irons on, correct?
Yes.
And the leg irons are attached to an anchor on the ground, so you cannot get up and run, correct?
And they're hurting.
And they're hurting. And you knew that it was only, unless something drastic happened, it was only a matter of hours before you were going to have a blue Fulton County jumpsuit on, correct?
Yes.
The circumstances of you being brought to that interview room on June 10th, 2015, were federal agents kicked down Miss Quarterman's door that day, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and they kicked down that door looking for you because they had an arrest warrant for you.
Yes.
They had an arrest warrant for you for the April 28th, 2015 possession of a firearm incident at the Dunbar Rec Center.
Yes.
Okay. And while in the apartment, they saw some things, correct?
Yes.
And they went and got a search warrant.
I don't know.
You're not sure if they got a search warrant. Okay. The bottom line is they searched your apartment.
They did.
Okay. And they found a Smith & Wesson handgun in the kitchen of that apartment, correct?
They found a gun. I don't know what kind.
Okay. Was it a handgun?
I never saw it.
Okay. They also found a stolen laptop computer in your apartment, correct?
That's what they said.
All right. They also searched Deshaun's car, correct?
No.
Well, didn't they find stolen IDs and other stolen property?
That was a rental car from
Okay.
her mama rented.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for that clarification. They found a stolen IDs and other property in a rental car that was associated with you, correct? That you had been driving.
Yes.
And also on June 10th, 2015, your daughter's birthday was coming up.
7 days.
7 days from that date.
Yes.
And you had plans to have a big celebration for her birthday.
Yes.
Even though you didn't have a blue jumpsuit on during the interview, Investigator Gaither informed you that you were under arrest for various charges, correct?
Yes.
And you were under investigation for various other charges.
Yes.
Okay. She told you that you were being charged with possession of a firearm by a convicted felon for the gun at the Dunbar Rec Center.
Yes.
She told you that you were being charged with reckless conduct for leaving the gun on the bleachers at the Dunbar Rec Center.
Yes.
She told you that you were being charged with gang charges for possessing a gun at the Dunbar Rec Center.
Yes.
And you knew that you knew that you weren't getting a bond for the gang charges at
Right.
first appearance.
Right.
You were going to have to sit for a while because of those gang charges.
Yes.
Unless something drastic happened.
Yes.
You were also told that they were that they were investigating the stolen MacBook computer found in your apartment.
Yes.
You were told that they were investigating the stolen IDs and other property that was found in the rental car.
Yes.
And Investigator Gaither told you that she knew that stolen property found in the rental car was taken during a series of auto breakings in the area, correct?
Yes.
You also had a Henry County bench warrant.
Yes.
I believe you had another bench warrant out of the city of Atlanta involving a four-wheeler. You don't remember that?
Yeah, I don't remember.
Okay, that's fair. And eventually, Investigator Cunningham also told you that you were facing potentially federal charges.
Yes.
For the gun that was found in the apartment, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Investigator Gaither told you it's real now. It's about to be real, right?
Yes.
What'd you take that to mean?
Exactly what she said.
She was telling you the way you took it, it was time to get to talking, correct?
Yes.
If you wanted to get out anytime soon.
Yes.
They told you that there was no way around that charge at the Dunbar Rec Center, that it was on video.
Yes.
That you were dead to rights.
Yes.
That they had all the control in the situation, correct?
Yes. I think it said open and shut case.
And let's be clear. Even though you don't have that jail uniform on in this picture, you were thinking about how you just got out of jail 3 months prior. You had just been in jail in that horrible unit with feces and people talking to themselves and people eating whatever they were eating and the isolation. And you were thinking about that on June 10th, 2015, correct?
Yes.
Could you play, Mr. Kokomo, could you play what's been marked DS23B? And this is from States 378 Yankee Echo 94048 to 94229.
Okay, what you're here for is your warrants from Dunbar Center. Can you tell me what's going on with that? Can you tell me what's going on with that? With that weapon? How did you get it? Number one. Because I got a version of how you got it. I want to hear from you. How did you get that gun? How did you get it? I got it. Because you had it. We got the video, bro. We got the video. So my question is to you, how did you become in possession of that? We ain't really gonna do the back and forth today. I know y'all.
We ain't going back and forth today. That's what Investigator Yater told you.
Say that again.
We ain't going back and forth today.
Right.
You took that to mean that they are in complete control, correct?
That's what it means.
You took that to mean that you needed to tell them what they wanted to know, or you weren't getting out, correct?
This is it. That's what I took it as.
You are, because I see it take place. This is an opportunity for you to help you. I'm asking.
Okay. You just heard Investigator Gaither say, this is your opportunity for you to help you. Heard that?
Yes.
You took that to mean that this is your chance to give the state or give the police what they want to help your situation.
Nah, this is a game time. It's time for me to finesse my way.
And do you remember when Attorney Steele played that video, I guess it was yesterday, with Agent Cunningham talking about the federal charges? Okay, I'm not going to play that video again.
Thank you.
But I am going to talk to you about a few things that were said. What you asked, I got charges with the feds, and Agent Cunningham said, it's up to you. It's totally up to you. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. The police are telling you that you can talk your way out of this situation if you work with them, correct?
Yes.
Agent Cunningham told you you're clearly guilty.
Sorry, guys. Max is getting good stuff, but it's a little lackluster. I needed to go get a cold brew. I was like, come on, Max, let's land the plane.
She told you that they had you dead to rights. You remember that?
I think she said open and shut case.
Okay. You took that to mean they have complete control and you need to play their game if you wanted to get out, correct?
Yes.
Agent Cunningham told you about the charges you were facing. She told you that federal sentences don't have parole.
Yes.
No early release.
Yes.
She told you that with federal cases, they don't typically let prisoners stay in Atlanta, right?
Right.
She said that they were typically going to send you to some other state to serve your federal time behind this.
Right.
You didn't want to be separated. You love your daughter, don't you?
With all my heart.
You post.
To clarify, when I say cold brew, I mean cold brew coffee from Starbucks. This is coffee. This is my afternoon cup. Let's go back
Okay,
in. Sorry,
we don't
guys.
care, bro.
About your daughter on Instagram and you're proud of your daughter, correct?
Yes.
And you consider yourself a good father, don't you?
I try to be.
Okay. And you did not want to be separated from your daughter in some federal prison in another state, did you?
Who want to?
Understood.
Kind of looking at the
And investigator,
210 calls.
excuse me,
Let's
Agent
watch 'em.
Cunningham
Let's watch 'em
also
here.
said that to
210
her
calls,
understanding, you're a
$1.39,
three-time convicted
$1.40.
felon, making you an
Let's see
armed
here.
career
Can
criminal
we get something
in the
out of
federal
these?
system, correct?
Can we get a bounce back to VWAP?
Remember hearing that?
We finna find out.
She told you that you were facing
Already in the
15
green on
years
those
without
entries.
parole, plus
$1.43,
another
45
10 years
now.
without parole for the gun charges,
Let's
correct?
go.
Yes.
25 years without parole, and that's not even
It
including
probably
the
won't give
conspiracy
you much.
charges.
There's no volume. Just be careful.
Right.
This
You
might
were
be as far as
23
you're
at the
gonna
time,
get.
and Agent Cunningham told you if you don't play ball, you're going to be locked up in a federal prison in another state until you are 48 years old. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Wasn't that said to you?
Yes.
On June 10th, 2015.
In the interrogation room.
Miss Agent Cunningham also said that all this is up to you. It's totally up to you, right?
Yes.
She told you that she reports to the U.S. attorney and she can tell the U.S. attorney what you did to help yourself out.
I think we all heard what she said to me.
Okay. Well, what did you take that to mean?
That I need to help myself out.
Okay. Does that include lying on others?
That means that this is my chance to get myself out of this situation.
It was time to finesse?
Yeah.
Could you, Mr. Kokomo, could you play 23E? And for the record, Your Honor, DS-23E is States Exhibit 378 Yankee Echo 1031 to 103250.
Do you understand the right that nothing had? Do you understand the right that nothing had?
Yeah.
What was he?
I don't know. I didn't know he was.
He was like the third or fourth ranking blood in Georgia.
But what I'm saying is, bro, they were between third and ninth.
You didn't let me finish. When you go to prison, your name is on there, regardless of if you did or if you didn't. Thug ain't in jail. Thug ain't in jail. Thug on the European tour, whatever the fuck.
Did you just hear Investigator Dennis pointing out while you're in the interrogation room, Thug, Mr. Jeffrey Williams, is on a European tour?
I couldn't understand nothing that was said.
Okay. Did Investigator Dennis bring up the European tour that Jeffrey Williams on? Is that something you brought up or Investigator Dennis, to your recollection?
I guess he did.
Can you keep playing?
The one that's gonna go courtside for that. And it ain't no protective custody. It's you. So you the one that's gonna have to speak on what you need to, if you need to speak on what you need to speak on. Help.
Okay. Did you hear Investigator Dennis say that you were going courtside?
Yeah, I can't hear it the way it sounds.
$1.52 now.
Okay.
On those.
And that's okay.
$1.52.
Did you hear him? I'm just going to keep asking. If you didn't hear, you didn't hear. Did you hear him saying that there's no protective custody?
I don't know what he said.
Okay.
I can't say I can't.
Did you hear him say, you need to speak on what you need to speak on, right after bringing up Jeffrey Williams and the European tour?
Y'all ears work better than mine. So you heard what he said.
Okay.
I can't say.
Okay. I'm going to play another portion of the clip. I'm going to ask you to listen, but I understand if you can't hear it, you can't hear it. Continue to play.
That's what you gotta think about. Your story.
I'm still going to jail. Period. You going to jail. But you can determine how long you want this to stand. But guess what?
Did you hear Investigator Gaither tell you you're going to jail?
I heard that.
But you get to determine how long.
Yeah, I can't hear it again.
Yes.
What you gotta think about. Your story.
I'm still going to jail. Period. You going to jail. But you can determine how long you want this to stand. But guess what?
What did you take that to mean when Investigator Gaither says you're going to jail, but you get to determine how long?
She gave me hope.
And what would you have to do to determine? You wanted to not be in jail at all, but certainly not long, correct?
Right.
So what did you feel you needed to do?
Listen to her and seek and I finish my way out of it.
Does that include lying?
That's the first thing first.
Okay. Mr. Kokomo, could you play DS23D, which is states 378 Yankee Echo, 10:04:20 to 10:06:25?
I ain't had no parts like the shooting, none of these. I didn't have no part. I didn't even do it for the thing. I mean, when they started doing this shit, everybody would call my name because they out. Who did it? Then they didn't come and name me. So it ain't even me. I mean, the way y'all look at me, y'all supposed to be sending them like this. I mean,
Before Max continues, you guys got us to 6,000 likes. That is a record on this channel. Thank y'all so much. Hopefully Max lands the plane soon. We're just under 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, so hopefully he has the rest of the afternoon. I don't know if he's going to use the entire 2 hours left of court or if the judge is going to cut this short at 4 o'clock, but let's keep going.
Did you just hear yourself say that people are accusing you of things?
Bro, I can't hear nothing in there, bro.
Okay, could you play that again, Mr.?
I can't hear it. You can play it 1,000 times.
Okay, we're going to try it one more time because I think it's important. But Mr. Copeland, if you can't hear it, we'll move on, okay?
Y'all ears are better than mine.
I understand that. I'm not blaming you.
I ain't had no parts like
massive rip on the spy here.
I didn't have no part. I didn't even do it for the thing. I mean, when they started doing this shit, everybody would call my name because they out. Who did it? Then they didn't come and name me. So it ain't even me. I mean, the way y'all look at me, y'all supposed to be sending them like this. I mean.
Okay. Mr. Copeland, did you hear yourself say I just hang out with Thug for the fame?
No.
Okay. Did you hear yourself say that people are saying that you're committing these crimes, certain crimes, but it's not you?
I didn't hear him. I heard I said Shannon's name, but I don't know what I said with it.
Did you hear? Well, do you remember, regardless of what you heard, do you remember saying everything that people are blaming me for, they need to look at Shannon?
I probably did. I can't hear what I said.
Now that you have this immunity agreement from the state, you acknowledge that you were committing crimes back then. correct?
What you mean?
Well, you've acknowledged that, and we're going to get to it later, but you've acknowledged that you and Threat shut up Rich Homie Kwan's dad's barbershop, for instance. Right? You testified to that.
All right.
Okay. So when you said, I ain't doing nothing, when people are blaming me, they need to be looking at Shannon, that was not true. That was you trying to shift blame from yourself. That was you finessing.
But I already said it.
I understand that. But that's an example of you finessing, correct? And shifting the blame from you to Shannon, right?
I said that to you, and I said that to them, and I'm saying it again. I have lied, and you're gonna keep sitting here asking me the same question you just said a minute ago. You weren't gonna ask me the same question.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna play something not that you said, what other people said to you. Okay. And I'm gonna ask you to listen. And if you can't hear, you can't hear. Okay.
All right.
I mean, there's some kids. I plan on taking care of my kids, man. I mean, fuck that, man. I ain't did nothing. I ain't shoot the houses. I ain't shot nobody. I mean, man, I wish I had a gun because the tip told me, man, I had the right to defend myself. Because the same night I got killed, I came down here. I was going to tell him, but guess what I was just thinking, like, man, this nigga thug, I got home, man. Even right now, I'm still thinking about it. Like, man, I just fucked myself up, man. Just worse. Yeah. I want to say, I don't know. I don't make that decision. I ain't have no choice.
Keep going. I'm sorry.
I would talk to the USA. The judge makes.
Did you hear yourself ask Agent Cunningham if your case is going to the feds?
Yes.
Did you hear Agent Cunningham say, I don't know, I just talked to the AUSA?
No.
Okay. Keep playing.
Decision on, what's going down there. I ain't have no choice. I ain't. But you were, but I don't know if you had no part of that. That's yet to be determined. But you had every part of the gun that was found today. No, you keep saying the gun that was found today. I didn't have that gun. Though I keep saying y'all no fingerprints. My fingerprint, I will come back on that gun. Do you know what actual and constructive possession is? Been around. Yeah, be around. But I didn't know it was in there though. Just like she said she didn't know, I didn't know. Man, I'm not even, the baby didn't know, she alert. Nah, this is what I'm saying here. Me and her just, we were there. But I wasn't there yesterday. But you were there this morning when they found it, sweetheart. You know how I got there this morning? Well, I didn't do that. But that's irrelevant, you were there. When they came and brought you up, it was there, you were there. That's all I need. That's on you. So what you need me to do? I don't know, I'm just trying to that's on you. This is on me. It ain't no way I can get out of it. Help yourself. I'm trying. Help myself you. That's you talking. That's where you start.
Did you hear yourself, Mr. Copeland, ask Agent Cunningham, what do you need me to do? I'm just trying to get out of jail.
Yes.
Okay. And did you hear Agent Cunningham respond, you help yourself? You help yourself?
Yes.
Help us help you?
Yes.
You're talking, that's a start?
I said yes.
Okay. Help us help you.
Look at this reversal.
Look at this reversal. For you to finesse, to start telling stories on others, to get yourself out of the situation.
Yes.
They won't let me out.
I got one more clip I'm going to ask you to listen to, Mr. Copeland. And this is actually from February 21st, 2015. Mr. Kokomo, I'm going to ask you to publish what's already DS24A, which is already, it's a clip from States Exhibit 378 Yankee Delta from 4:33:33 to 4:36:11. And again, that's from the February 21st, 2015 interview with Investigator Gaither and Detective Thorpe, okay?
On me. You know how they got me in jail? They got me in the back. Somebody protecting me. If you feel like you need to protect me, why they get me out of jail? No, bro, it don't quite work that way. It's understand.
Now, you recognize that as Detective Thorpe's voice, correct? He's not on the video. He's off the camera, but you recognize that as his voice, correct?
You play it again?
Yep. Just back up 5 seconds.
No, bro, it don't quite work that way. It's understand. It is not Burger King. You're not gonna have it your fucking way. I ain't trying to play my will.
You remember Detective Thorpe telling you that?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to ask you to listen to what he tells you.
Bro,
I just
these
wanted
things
to,
are ripping,
make sure we're on
y'all.
the same page with Detective Thorpe. Okay.
These things are ripping.
No. Hear me out.
Of course, we're right in the resistance at 560, 559, I mean.
I ain't gonna fuck around with you. I ain't gonna talk
Damn,
about my
man.
name. I'm not gonna help you cross the street. None of that. I ain't. Let me hear me. Hear me. You locked up for probation violation. Whatever happened between you and the parole board and the probation unit, that's on y'all. That's on y'all. Now, myself and Detective Gaither, we're gonna take time out of our off day to get you out of jail and talk to you to see whatever information you give can be used to help you. What you gotta give in order to get. All you want to think is all you want is give me. But you want to give nothing back. Here's the thing. I didn't ask and I told you before, you and I, we're not going to do a 68. I'm not going to blow you and you owe me one. No, it don't work that way. You understand what I'm getting at?
He said it,
You
Brandon.
understand what I'm getting at? Because I don't fuck around with you no more. You want people to help you out, but then you step and stop at the certain line and say, well, you pick out the rest. I got the information.
So, Mr. Copeland, that was on February 21st, 2015. You would agree that Detective Thorpe made these comments to you before you first lied and said that Mr. Garlington told you the information on Shannon and others, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Investigator Thorpe said, I ain't going to F around with you, right?
Yes.
You have to give in order to get.
Yes.
You want to say, give me. You don't give back.
Yes.
And of course, the give me was you getting out of trouble, getting out of jail, right?
Right.
Okay. You and I, we aren't going to do a 68. I'm not going to blow you and you owe me one.
Right.
You said that?
Yes.
Did you understand the message that he was getting across when he said that?
Right.
We are not going to no DA and say, you cut us a break and he ain't give us nothing. You heard him say that?
Right.
Go ahead.
I have the information, but I'm not going to say anything else. Y'all just need to go ahead and check me out of jail, and I'm good after that. No, brother, it don't work that way. Whatever fucking TV show you was watching, them motherfuckers was wrong. I don't even look at TV.
I can't hear
So
you.
whoever told you whatever you thinking, you're dead ass wrong. We're not going to go to no district attorney and say, can you go ahead and cut him a break because he gave us nothing? Nigga, it don't work that way. When the fuck did life start working that way? It don't work that way. That's a fucked up. You gotta give to give. And that's just being real. Now we.
Did you hear Investigator Gaither back Detective Thorpe up and tell you, you got to give to get, and that's just being real?
Yeah, I just heard it.
Ms. Copeland, these are just some examples. The reality is the detectives in this case had been encouraging you to tell stories on others to get yourself out of trouble, correct?
For the 100th time, I've been telling you that.
You knew how to finesse on your own, right? But the detectives were also encouraging you to finesse, correct?
They were tricking me.
All right, guys, listen, I think we have an update for our stream sponsor. This is him, I think. I think this is him. But I got $100 just now on Cash App, and it says, Brandon, you owe me one. Amazing, amazing coverage. Thank you so much. I think this is Brandon Lesko, is it not? Let me know if I'm wrong. But thank you so much to whoever said that. Let's go back in. Max is hopefully landing the plane soon.
Okay. As I understand it, Mr. Copeland, your testimony is that you told many lies in these interviews in 2015, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I would like to just review with you some of the lies that you told, okay?
All right.
All right, thank you. First of all, I want to talk to you about the gray infinity. Okay?
I'm listening.
All right. Through the questioning of the police, and I don't know, maybe through other information that you've been given, you're aware that there's a surveillance video of the shooting of Donovan Thomas, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you're aware that the surveillance video shows a gray sedan, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that the police believe it to be an Infinity, correct?
They put it on the news.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to ask Mr. Kokomo to publish DS-19A, which is a clip from States 378 Yankee A, which is the January 11, 2015 interview, from 3/18/47 to 3/19/38.
Who's Walter Lee Maddox? Who?
Before we talk about Walter Lee Maddox, you guys are so generous today. Huge shout out to Friendsgiving, a sister to this channel. She has just gifted you guys 20 AV to the 7th Power membership. She is so nice, so thoughtful. Huge sister to this channel. She also sent me, I was going to wait till later to announce it, but she also sent me a $50 Cash App last night. Friendsgiving is amazing. If y'all could do me a favor and type in Friendsgiving in the chat. In addition to Brandon Lesko, I'm going to add her to the banner. She's such a great sister, and I'm so happy that she stopped by in the chat today and blessed 20 of you guys with a membership. If you got one, please say thank you to her. She doesn't have to do it, but she did, and that's super generous. At the same time, I also want to shout out Dub Rightside, who gifted 10 of y'all some memberships as well. Jojo gifted 5. So many of y'all are gifting memberships. This is very generous. And then again, I think that is Brandon Lesko, your stream sponsor, that just added another $100 to the table. Thank you so much, Brandon. Thank you so much, Friendsgiving. Thank you so much to all of you. I do have a lot of super chats to read. Don't worry, I'll get there on our next break. I just want to make sure that these folks get acknowledged now for their generosity, and then I will get to all of your super chats. So be patient if I haven't read it so far, but when people step out the frame like this, I want to make sure that they are acknowledged.
Who's going to that? Huh? No gangbang? Did y'all ever rent or own an Infinity? Infinity. Y'all ever rent one of those cars before? Have you ever been stopped in an Infinity before? Yeah. Had an accident in an Infinity? No. A Maxima? Have I ever had a car wreck in? No. Let me think. Anytime. I had a car wreck in the Pontiac. That was a couple years ago. I ain't had no car wreck. I ain't had no red plate. I ain't had no money.
Okay, this is the same night that Donovan Thomas was shot and killed, correct?
Can you say it again?
This is the same night, this interview was the same night that Donovan Thomas was shot and killed, correct?
I guess.
Okay. And Detective Thorpe, you heard him. He asked if you've ever owned or rented an Infinity, correct?
That's what he said.
And you said no. Right?
Right.
He asked if you ever wrecked an Infinity. Right?
Right.
And you said no.
Right.
Okay. I'm going to publish, Your Honor, with your permission, DS-19B, which is a clip from the same interview on 378 Yankee Alpha, States Exhibit 378 Yankee Alpha from 3:20:28 to 3:20:48. It's just 20 seconds.
This is a video?
Yes. 3:20:28 to 3:20:48.
Y'all ever had a Infinity Gray?
He's not paying.
Gray? Y'all ever?
Is it up now?
No.
Okay. Could you start it over?
Y'all ever had a Infinity Gray? A gray Infinity Q45 before? A truck? No. A car? Yeah. Not I know of. Actually, but maybe his car. It would be a car he had rented or something like that. That's cool. That's cool. I'll be safe.
Okay. In that clip, again, Detective Thorpe asked you about whether you ever had a gray Infinity, correct?
Right.
And you said, not that I know of.
Right.
Okay. Those were your statements on January 11, 2015, hours after Donovan Thomas was shot, correct?
Right.
Okay. I want to talk to you about the reality. The reality is that you asked Jeffrey Williams to rent you a gray Infinity, correct?
I'm listening.
Or I should say, you asked him to rent you a car, and it ended up being a gray Infinity, correct?
I'm listening.
Okay. The reality is that on the night of June 9th, going into the morning of June 10th, the same day that Donovan Thomas was shot, you were driving that Infinity on the highway, correct?
I don't know. I can't remember when I was driving it.
We just saw your testimony from earlier in this trial.
Yeah, but you're being specific about the time. I don't know.
Okay. The reality is,
I don't know when I written on the expressway. That's what I'm saying.
okay. Do you agree that it was, I'm not asking for a time, do you agree that it was on the evening of January 9th? It was nighttime that you wrecked.
It was
correct?
nighttime.
You were speeding on the highway and you hit some cones.
I lost control, yeah.
And that was, I believe in your testimony, you said you wrecked the car. And let me be clear, Quindarius Zachary, Lil D from Cleveland, you know who I'm talking about?
Yes.
Lil D from Cleveland was in that car, that Infinity, with you on the night you wrecked.
Yes.
Okay. And after wrecking the car, you guys reattached the bumper on the side of the highway, correct?
How you know that?
Is it true?
I'm listening.
Okay.
Woody is
and
he's being combative.
After you reattached the bumper, that's when you went and pulled up on threat Trevante Turner at a music studio somewhere around Northside Drive, I believe is what you said. correct? And you gave that car to that Infinity to Trevante Turner.
Yes.
Okay, and in your testimony, you said then you went home, fell asleep, and the next day you woke up, and that's when the Donovan Thomas shooting occurred, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm just working through this with you. I'm not trying to trick you. So based on your testimony, you were driving that car, that Infinity, on the evening of January 9th going into January 10th, correct?
I guess.
Of 2015 with Mr. Zachary.
I guess.
And you gave that Infinity to your good friend, Threat, in the early morning hours of January 10th, 2015, correct?
I gave it to him at nighttime. It was dark.
Okay. So you don't remember if it was before midnight or after midnight. Is that what you're saying?
I don't keep up with the time.
Okay, that's fine. The bottom line is you were specifically asked about that Infinity or an Infinity hours after Donovan Thomas was shot. And you denied ever being in possession of an Infinity, correct?
Say that again.
When you were asked on January 11th, early in the morning, talking to Detective Thorpe, when Detective Thorpe, the lead investigator of the Donovan Thomas murder, asked you about possessing a gray Infinity, you denied that you ever had one, correct?
Right.
Okay. Let's talk about the gun at the Dunbar Rec Center. As I understand your testimony, or as I understand your statements, let me back up. I'm sorry. At the Dunbar Rec Center, we're talking about a Diamondback 223 assault rifle, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay, so we're not talking about a handgun. We're talking about a semi-automatic machine gun? Is that a fair assessment?
A chopper.
A chopper. Okay. And in your statements back in 2015, you repeatedly denied possession of that gun, didn't you?
They put it on me.
Okay. And your testimony actually here today is that you were just there playing basketball and they put it on you.
That's what the video would show.
Okay. You specifically said in your statements when you were trying to get out of jail, I ain't do nothing, right?
Right.
Okay. The reality is that you pled to that case in federal court, correct?
Yes.
Okay. In federal court, you acknowledged possessing that gun.
Yes.
Okay. And you were sentenced.
Yes.
Okay. And and to be fair to you, you served your sentence, right?
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk about the stolen IDs in the rental car and the laptop in the apartment on June 10th, 2015, okay? And that's the day that the federal agents kicked into Sean's door and locked you up. And that's also the same day that you made up the story and lied and said Demekion Garlington told you that Shannon and others were responsible for killing Donovan Thomas, right?
Yes.
Okay. Can you play DS23I for me, Mr. Kokomo, and that's States Exhibit 378 Yankee Echo from June 10th, 2015, from 11:25:01 to 11:26:20.
Like I said, you didn't say that. You said, I'll tell you, beat that shit. Yeah. Okay. They want to know now? Need the history, little Mike.
Pause.
Can you play it again?
Yes, we can.
Like I said, you didn't say that. You said, I'll tell you, beat that shit. Yeah. Okay. They want to know now? Need the history, little Mike. Little Mike quiz.
In that clip, you're being asked about how those stolen items ended up in your apartment and your rental car, correct?
Yes.
And you're telling the investigators that you didn't do those auto breakings that resulted in those items being stolen, correct?
Right.
You're saying it was Little Mike and Quez from Etheridge?
Yes.
You ain't never heard of them? You ain't never heard of them? They wild them. Whatever they call you about them. I'm pretty wait. You put out the other day about 5 o'clock of y'all and that.
There's gonna be a lot of motherfuckers out there.
How am I know this?
You.
Well,
Why you got it though?
I don't know it. Why I got it?
Yeah.
Kind of trying to jewels out for them. What that mean? Make me run out for them.
What, sell somebody out there?
Nah, just like, I mean,
What's the burger?
make me run out for them.
How?
How
What's the
did you
jewel?
get it? How did you get it? Shit, then I got it. When they bought the cup. Tay bought the cup, ain't you? Wait a minute, you let Tay borrow the Jeep. Yeah.
Lil D, bro.
No. You know what I'm about. You talking about Trevante. Yeah. You let Trevante use the car. Yeah, he's supposed to go to him. You know what I'm saying? But when they pull that car, I didn't know.
Okay. There you're saying that you gave the car to Javante, who gave it to Lil Mike and Quez, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you would agree that detectives Gaither and Dennis are telling you we've never even heard of Lil Mike and Quez, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Copeland, Lil Mike is not a real person, is he?
No.
That was the finesse. You invented a person out of thin air, correct?
Yes.
Quez is not a real person. You invented him out of thin air on the spot, correct?
Yes.
You invented those people to take the heat off of you and put it on fictional characters.
I done told y'all that's what I do.
That's your finesse, right? The reality is that stolen merchandise was found in your apartment and in your rental car, and you invented fictional characters to take the heat off yourself, right? I know you're going to say, I told you that's what I do.
Max got
That's what I
him.
got to ask the questions.
Max got him.
You understand?
Yes.
Okay. October 27, 2021. Okay.
It took a while to get here, but that was good.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Mr. Copeland, I am handing you what's been marked DS25C. Do you recognize the people in that photograph?
Yes.
Okay, and who are those people?
Me and the police.
Okay, and do you know either of the police officers' names?
Miss V, and I think that the white man named Kelly, something like that.
Okay, could the Caucasian gentleman be known as Investigator Kettle?
Yeah, something like that.
Okay, and Ms. V is Investigator Viverito?
Yeah, the probation officer.
Okay. And are you in an interrogation room in that photo?
Yes.
Okay, and is that a photo from the interrogation of you on October 27, 2021?
Yes.
Okay, and at this time, Your Honor, I would ask to admit DS25C into evidence.
All right.
Mr. Kokomo, could you publish that?
Again, we'll have Nvidia's earnings here. Nobody's here anyway.
And like I asked you about the photo from June 10, 2015, I'm going to ask about this photo as well. You don't appear to be wearing a Fulton County blue uniform, are you?
No.
Okay, and I can't tell if were your arms shackled together during that interview?
My leg.
All right, and we see you're wearing Timberland boots, and we see a chain right next to the boot, correct?
It's on my leg.
Right, and that's shackling you to the ground.
Yes.
You are under arrest in this photo.
Yes.
Okay, and you know that you are soon to be wearing a Fulton County blue uniform, correct?
That's what they told me.
Okay. And the allegations of that case were you were pulled over at Atlantic Station in Atlanta, correct?
No.
Where were you?
Walking.
Okay, you were walking. All right. According to the police, they searched a car that they were saying was yours, right?
Yes.
And they found a handgun under the car seat, correct?
That's what they claim.
Okay. And you were a convicted felon, so you're not allowed to possess the handgun.
But I was walking.
Okay, I understand that's what you're saying. But you were charged with reckless conduct and possession of firearm by a convicted felon, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
No. I was charged with driving with suspended license and a firearm.
Okay. Thank you for that correction. When you say firearm, you're talking about possession of firearm by a convicted felon.
Yes.
Okay. And there's a little complication with that explanation. You were in fact searched after you were arrested, correct?
I was tased and everything.
Okay. And when the police searched your clothing, correct?
Yes.
And they actually found a magazine in your pocket, and bullets in your pocket, correct?
That's what they say.
In the pocket of the pants you were wearing, correct?
That's what they say.
Okay. And when I say a magazine, that's a component of a gun that holds the bullets, correct?
I guess.
Okay. All right. Mr. Kokomo, could you play DS25B, which is from 10/27/21 interview from 2/23/05 to 2/23/58?
I think that video has been tendered and admitted.
Has it, do you know?
It has not.
I am asking well, I'll go about this a different way. Thank you, Ms.
I don't have an objection. I'm just saying it's not admitted.
I might not need to play the video. Mr. Copeland, do you remember in that interview, you were asked about if that's not your gun in the car, and if you were just walking, why do you have a magazine with bullets in your pocket? Correct? You remember them asking you that?
Can I speak to my lawyer?
Yes. Well,
Yes, you can. Let's take a break anyway.
Oh my
Take about 15 minutes.
All right, I put us on. I sped us ahead. Oh my God. Where do y'all want to start? Firstly, shout out to Max. It took a while, but he's trapped Woody. Max knew that those two people were fictional characters that Woody made up. The fact that the state bought this case, those detectives, it proves right there on its face. Max, that was a big win for Max because it proves that these detectives did not do their freaking footwork. And for the defense attorneys to be like, hey, you're lying on clients. He took a really long time for it to come out. But it's kind of like Max was showing that Woody lies. He repeatedly lies. You lied about this. You lied about that. You lied about this. You lied about that. You lied reading The Cat in the Hat. You were lying about all of it, right? But little Woody, now that we know you're a liar, this is kind of what Steele did yesterday. Now that we know you're a liar and that you mix things, and that's the finesse, right? That's what you do. He's like, yeah, that's what I do. Little Woody started getting, getting tough up there and kind of flexing a little bit. He thought he had Max, but Max had him the whole time because Max knew when that was coming. And do you see why? Like the judge wanted him to he wanted to bring the blue jumpsuit. I bet you Max would have bought that blue jumpsuit out right around that time when we were talking about nut juice. This man literally made up people. And these detectives bought it. And they built a case. They arrested other human beings and put them in jail based off of imaginary people that Woody made up. This looks awful for the state. Fulton County law enforcement and Fulton County DAs are a laughingstock right now. That was just played for the world to see. Now, do me a favor, chat. If you're watching internationally, let me know what country you're watching from. I would love to see that. And Angie, shout out to Angie. Squirrel brains. Woody knew that. If he could tell them things that not only weren't true, if he could talk about people that don't exist, what in the hell? Trinidad's watching, Canada's watching, Armenia is watching, Germany is watching, Australia is watching at 5 a.m. This is crazy. South Africa's watching. The world is watching. The world just watched the office of Fonnie Willis bring a RICO case against Young Thug and all these people. And their star witness made people up. Oh my God. The UK is watching. Germany's watching. Finland is watching. The Bahamas are watching. Oh, the Netherlands are watching. This is embarrassing. I cannot believe that Woody made people up. I really can't. All right, everybody else, let me know where your cities are and let's catch up on some supers. But that is absolutely absurd. I've never seen a case like this. I don't think any of you guys have seen it. I see Keita G in the chat. Jeez. Jeez Louise. How do you make this up? I think we left off right around like 12:20 p.m. That's how far back in super chats I am, guys. But let me see. I think we were somewhere around here. Shout out to Maduke with the 10 says good for the love. Great hood translation in helping us understand how you word your answer or statement that can make a difference. Respect your dedication. As retired law enforcement myself, thank you, Maduke. Really appreciate you. Shout out to Corey with the 2 says, AV, you got to look over the negative ones. I know. Y'all know it's taking me some time, but we'll get there. We'll get there. Thank you. Shout out to What to Watch on YouTube with the $2 says, AV, you are appreciated. Peace to TLA. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Shout out to KW Dread with $9.99 says, hands on your knees. Hands on your knees. Shake that ass for Dread. Now shake that ass for me. I'm so done, Dread. Thank you. Shane, this is when we were talking about love earlier in the whole knees comment. Today has been crazy with jokes. The knee comment, nut juice, imaginary people. I'm tired. I'm tired. Shout out to Don Allen with the 1999. He says, shout out to UAV and all your hard work. We see you. Thank you for the Mechanicsville Pootie Tang translation. Anytime. Thank you, Don. Really appreciate you. Thank you for the super chat. Shout out to Eve who I could super chat more, but times are tough. That's okay. Listen, this is fine. Listen, I'm just grateful that you sent anything. Thank you, Anna. She says, has anything interesting happened? I just hopped on. Girl, This one is probably like an 8-hour stream, but I will chop it up later for you guys if you want to rewind and watch the funny parts. I'll make sure that I do that as soon as we get off of this. So that way there are timestamps, and I don't know. I mean, I don't even know where to start, Anna. There's so much. Thank you so much for the super chat. Shout out to A View from Tracy's Point with $10. She says, AVs, haters are just admirers with low self-esteem. I remember the first time TLA recognized you on his channel. You were so shy. I was. Keep doing you and stop feeding the trolls. Yes. Yeah. Sometimes you just got to ignore negative people. Like, that's just what's got to happen. So thank you so much. A View from Tracy's Point. And she's right. 2 years ago, I was so shy to like go on lead side. But now I'm doing my thing over here. You know, I'm super comfortable with it. Really enjoy doing this. And, you know, I can stream with my eyes closed. Like, it's so crazy how far people can come. But thank you so much. Really appreciate you, sis. A Young Black Economist, 199, says, I like learning from smart lawyers, even if light skin. I love that. Thank you. Shout out to Miss Sabri with $2, says, I'd love to see you link up with Natalie, the lawyer chick. Oh my God, I'd love that. That would actually be really cool. I'm trying to do more networking on this side. I was thinking about her. I think it was like a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. And I looked up her channel to see if she's still putting out content. I didn't see anything new. Does anybody know if Natalie is still making content? Definitely would love to link up with her. I think that would be a really fun collab. Thank you so much, Miss Sabri. Shout out to K Zap Cook with $9.99, who says, you're doing a great job. I have just watched you bloom in your own channel when TLA is not with you. Love you both together as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the super chat. Shout out to Ruth Slappy, who became a member. Ruth Slappy became a member. Thank you so much, Ruth. You're going to love it here. Shout out to Danielle with $5. Says, shout out to Danielle, the researcher. You do us all other Danielles proud. I've never seen Danielle spelled the way yours is, though. That's really cool. Yeah, we've got a few Danielles in our community, so it's good to have another, and it's good to see the Danielles congratulating each other. Very, very cool. Thank you, Danielle. Shout out to Counselor at Large with $9.99, who says, I use one of your clips as a short AV. It got 7K views in one day. Salute. I'm trying to build my channel. Thanks for covering this trial. He's like, oh yeah, I just used your face. Here's a super chat. It didn't take numbers. No, I'm just kidding. But no problem, Counselor at Large. I understand growing a channel takes time. So thank you so much for letting me know. And thank you for the super chat. Shout out to June Jackson, who became a member. You're going to love it here, June. Welcome, welcome. Shout out to A View from Tracy's Point. Tracy's back with a 5. Says, isn't Rodelius Ryan already serving life without parole for the murder as a minor? I came across an Amber Alert for him when I was 11. When he was 11, he never had a chance. Yeah, you know what? I think this is Angela's client. One of you sent me an email about Angela, and we're going to have to talk about it. And you sent me a Cash App. I saw the email, I read it, and I saw the pictures. And when your super comes up, you know what I'm talking about. We're going to talk about Ryan and his attorney shortly. Thank you so much, Tracy. I appreciate the Cash App. Shout out to Metal Core with another with $4.99. She says, hands on your knees, hands on your knees. Love knows the rest. She does. I believe that's around her time, too. Shout out to K. Marie C, who became a member. Thank you so much, sis. You're going to love it here. Shout out to Michelle with the $2. Says, Woody being visible on social media saved him. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. We'll see what happens. Court is on a short break, guys. They should be back any moment now. And we will go from there. Shout out to Nikki with $1. Says, Shard is going to have to come with it for Shannon. I mean, he did. And it looks like you left this at around 1:11 right before we started, and now it looks like we're almost close to the end of the day. Nikki and Shard already it took a while, but he cornered Woody and got Woody to admit that he even made people up. That is damaging in front of the jury. It makes the prosecution look really silly, but in front of the jury, that's even worse, because the jury is seeing, like, his credibility is shot. It already was. But if he's now making up characters in this story, like Woody the magician. Thank you, Nikki. Shout out to Deshonda with $4.99. She says, Woody has been greenlit. He already told us how many times he's been shot at, but he is indeed covered by God. This is true. Just shot a very, very sweet comment too. Thank you so much for the super chat. Shout out to Proud Marine Mom 24. 199 says AV, the state is pissed. Oh, we didn't even get to see their reactions to Woody making people up. I started dying. Like I could not believe he said that. But I wish we could zoom in on their reactions. That would be hilarious. And you're a Marine mom. That is amazing. Thank your son or daughter for their service. Shout out to Lovin, who became a member. Thank you so much, sis. You're going to love it here. Shout out to Mush. We're going short today, Mush, with the $2. He says, love drives a Nissan. Y'all in the knee jokes. Shout out to Truest Dudes with $5. He says, blasting off while sending dollar chats while watching live videos on YouTube is diabolical work. You feel me? Sheesh. Yeah. How do you think I felt? Crazy. Shout out to Mush again with the $2. Says AV 77% on the likes is wild. Yeah, we're doing great today, guys. You guys have set a new record on this channel. We've never had this many likes on any live video ever. Crazy. Thank you so much, Mush. The Little Gaming Channel with 20 says, you would have to lock my ass in jail if you think I'm going to accept $25 a day for over a year. Get the F out of here. This is a travesty. I would geek the other jurors up. And we would walk out. Unacceptable paying them slave wages. Yeah, I mean, and if Nathan Wade had all this money, why can't we allocate resources to paying jurors at least like livable wages, especially in Atlanta? So crazy TLGC, but thank you so much for the super. Mixed Chick Sammy with $4.99 says, Max questioning Woody makes me nervous. It don't make me nervous anymore. I'm nervous for Woody for the rest of the day. Every time Woody says, I want to talk to my lawyer, that's because he's about to talk about the crimes that he did commit. So when they come back from break, we will see what Woody is about to implicate himself on. So thank you so much, Sammy. TLGC back again with another 10 says, this is how you should question Woody. 10 words max so he can give you a yes or no answer. That's right. That is right. Shout out to TLGC with the 10 says AV eating a big donut for energy. Yeah, I needed a sandwich. Somebody was upset that I was eating on camera, but I mean, I don't know what else you guys want me to do. You can't look at. Do y'all see how many like complaints and demands and things people want? It's just like, can I just live? Can I just live? It's my platform, like. It's okay. Shout out to Trainwreck Entertainment with the 20 says, keep it simple, stupid. You have to ask questions in simple ways. Sales 101. This is a method in your prosecution book. Max is doing it. I tried super chatting last night and couldn't on lead side. Yeah, weird. I'll let him know about that. But shout out to Trainwreck Entertainment. Also content creator, husband and wife team. If any of the mods are hanging around and can drop the link to that channel, that would be fantastic. Thank you so much, Lucy. Hope the husband is doing well. Shout out to Leah, who gifted 5 memberships. Leah, across the pond, gifted you guys some memberships. Thank you, Leah. I'm sure that folks said thank you the moment that you did it. But this just proves how amazing our community is. Shout out to Kimmy. Kimmy with the 5 says, new subscriber. Thank you for all your hard work and all that you're doing during this trial. Thank you so much, Kim. And I am glad that you like it here. Welcome. TLGC with another 10 says, I agree with Woody 100%. Growing up in certain areas, the hell with the red light. What one G coach said, we appreciate you. Thank you, Jojo. That's very sweet. Edgar with $9.99 says, I miss anything good? Ugh. Well, you've been here for a while, Edgar, for a few hours, but before you came, like you've got to check this out later if you have some time, but there's just all types of shenanigans going on today. K Maria C with the super sticker. Thank you so much for $1.99. Really appreciate you. TLGC back with another 10 says, Woody says, sometimes you see people eating a tossed salad, drinking nut juice on their knees at Rice Street. He did. That nut juice thing, Lee's going to have a field day with that. Shout out to Sammy with
Mr. Short, you say you have maybe another hour or hour and a half.
She scared me.
Okay. And then the state thinks redirect of
About an hour and a half, 2 hours.
Okay. Said Mr. Copeland, I'm sure much to his chagrin, will be coming back on Tuesday of next week anyway. Here's the situation. We also need to deal with what we're going to do about the juror. And I know y'all wanted some further information and maybe to even ask some questions And
This always happens. They never finish the fucking.
it doesn't
what they-
necessarily have to be done
Oh my
today, but it has
God.
to be done fairly quickly.
This always
if
happens,
The
bro.
ultimate decision is going to be something other than
It happened
she
yesterday
stays here.
with Steele.
So
He couldn't get his point across.
we can do one or the other this afternoon. We could either finish your cross or we could deal with the juror, but I don't think we can do both, which is fine.
He's got to reiterate.
So I just was kind of maybe going to ask you, do you have a preference?
I would prefer to finish my cross.
Okay, and I think that probably makes more sense anyway, but we're gonna need to then deal with the juror issue Tuesday, I think is. We just can't leave that out there. You know, I'm sure she's wondering what the decision's gonna be.
Are we able, if Mr. Sharp, I know he said he was gonna go for maybe another hour to
Yeah.
hour and a half. If he does finish just before 5 or within a certain amount of time, would the court be willing to inquire of the juror?
Sure, if we, if it's like close to 5, but I don't want, yes, maybe. It just all depends on what our timing's gonna be. Okay, all right, let's get Mr. Copeland back in, get the jury back in.
And while we're waiting for them, guys, shout out to Edgar, who is also joining us as a stream sponsor. If y'all could
So you can see what the state's doing there, trying to be a friend. Yeah, she's got issues. Let's let her go. I don't. This lawyer is obviously missing.
type
that
Edgar
one.
into the chat, you know that we
Come on, bro.
have
Put
so
this
much
in
love
the
for
chat.
Edgar here on this channel. He is doing amazing work.
Love on the
I
numbers,
love that. I
yeah,
love that. There's a
and-
lot of
yeah,
Armenians
sorry,
on the
guys.
West Coast.
The only reason I keep her on is because she is a lawyer and she'll give commentary, but I'm been giving more commentary and just kind of bringing forth things that are happening like an hour or half hour, 20 minutes before they happen. And then like here she comes, like again, I don't know how to say it, but she's been a half hour late on everything.
All right, for the jury.
Look at Woody. Look at Woody just staring him down. I was trying to see if he was paying attention to one more than the other and kind of like could see his head move or something. Then you might be able to know if like one of them is young, a female.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Sharp.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr.
Or,
Copeland,
hey, I know
before
you
we
from the
broke,
streets.
we were talking about
Oh my God, is she really behind, bro? Yeah, she's way behind, bro. Woody just walked in. Come on, man. Fast
in
forward.
that
Get with the
statement you
program,
gave
bro.
on October 27, 2021, okay? You were denying possessing the firearm that was found in the car that they said was being driven by you.
Yes.
Okay. And what I was asking you about is about your pockets being searched after your arrest, right?
I'm listening.
Okay. And the reality is the police did search your pockets and they found a magazine and some bullets. And Investigator Viverito told you that the magazine and the bullets were in your pocket because you had just grabbed someone else's pants and put them on, correct?
Yes.
Okay. The reality, Mr. Copeland, is that those were your pants.
Prove it.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Did you plead guilty? to possessing a firearm in case 22 SC 182134 on June 28, 2023?
I play NOLO.
Okay, and that was involving this incident, correct?
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. Going to ask you about the shooting of Rich Homie Kwan's father's barbershop. Okay? Is that okay?
No.
Okay, well, I got to do it. You're aware that Rich Homie Kwan's father does own a barbershop in Atlanta, correct?
I guess.
Okay. 2014, someone shot up Rich Homie Kwan's father's barbershop, correct?
I guess.
Okay. And this was a big deal. Rich Homie
Notice how he's
Kwan,
not
at least at that
answering
time,
questions
was
anymore, 'cause the
a
lawyer told him you're getting
well-known
a little too
rapper.
friendly with the other ones, and they ain't working for you. And you're not federally whatchamacallit.
I'm listening.
Okay.
Under the state, you're good.
And
but federally, you're not.
Rich Homie
so
Kwan was
see
trying
how
to find
things have
answers
changed up a little
to
bit?
who shot up his father's barbershop, correct?
That's
I
him.
mean, he came to you for answers.
All right.
You knew Rich Homie Kwan, right?
Something like that.
Okay. And he came to you for answers, and he told you that he thought Trevante Turner threat shot up his father's barbershop.
Right.
And you took it upon yourself to convince Rich Homie Kwan that it was not threat.
Right.
And you did that, at least partially, because you knew that Rich Homie Kwan was thinking about putting money on Threat's head, correct?
I'm listening.
And when I say money on Threat's head, taking out a contract to have to have Trevante Turner, Threat, killed.
I'm listening.
25,000, right?
I'm listening.
Okay. On January 28th, 2015, you were asked by investigator Dennis about the shooting of Rich Homie Kwan's father's barbershop, correct?
You said when?
January 28th, 2015, during the interviews that we've been talking about.
All right.
Okay. The interviews that you've said you lied in, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to ask to publish DS22A, which is States 378. At that time was a well-known rapper.
I'm listening.
Okay. And Rich Homie Kwan was trying to find answers to who shot up his father's barbershop, correct? I mean, he came to you for answers.
All right.
You knew Rich Homie Kwan, right?
Something like that.
Okay. And he came to you for answers, and he told you that he thought Trevante Turner, Threat, shot up his father's barbershop.
Right.
And you took it upon yourself to convince Rich Homie Kwan that it was not Threat.
Right.
And you did that, at least partially, because you knew that Rich Homie Kwan was thinking about putting money on Threat's head, correct?
I'm listening.
And when I say money on Threat's head, taking out a contract to have to have Trevante Turner, Threat, killed.
I'm listening.
25,000, right?
I'm listening.
Okay. On January 28th, 2015, you were asked by investigator Dennis about the shooting of Rich Homie Kwan's father's barbershop, correct?
You said when?
January 28th, 2015, during the interviews that we've been talking about.
All right.
Okay. The interviews that you've said you lied in, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to ask to publish DS22A, which is States 378 Yankee Bravo. And the time is 7:24:00 to 7:27:30.
All right.
Okay, and on the screen, that's you, Investigator Dennis, and Investigator Gaither, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Then reach on the corner like you got 25,000 have Tate killed. It's like from the picture you just showed me. Nah, Tate who just got shot the other night. Oh, in the car over there. Okay. He had 25,000 have.
We're gonna get to Rich Homie Kwan's father's barbershop in a second. Trevante Turner is now sadly deceased, correct? All right. When you were talking about him being shot back in 2015, he was also shot in 2015, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that was Shell Kel who shot?
I'm not for sure who shot him.
Okay.
Take you.
Who did?
Just reach on the corner shit. Cause he be telling me. So I'm telling Rich on the corner like, but you got these niggas in your house. These same niggas shit on my house, bro. Right. Rich on the corner like, he like, bro, they just look like that, bro. He like, we the same shit. I'm like, but still, bro, you out here hating these niggas this and that. So Rich on the corner like, bro, it ain't dead. We the same shit. I just can't turn my back on. Like, it ain't dead, bro. You support these niggas, bro. So the more you support them, the more they gonna come out and do that. If you leave them alone.
And in there, we still haven't gotten to the barbershop part, but in there, you're talking about conversations with Rich Homie Kwan and his problems being linked to the Bloods, correct?
I guess.
Okay, and Rich Homie Kwan not really being built like that.
For sure.
Okay. And the fact that he was scared to leave the Bloods, but in your opinion, they wanted to use Rich Homie Kwan for his money.
I'm talking to the police.
Okay. But that's what's being discussed.
All right.
I'm not saying it's the truth. That's what's being discussed, though.
All right.
Okay.
Then everything gonna go away. Yeah. Then you're like, bro, just protect me, bro. We need y'all, bro. I need y'all to protect me. How the hell we gonna protect you? You and these niggas out here doing it. Then you're like, so you shot my truck, bro. That side of the truck. Man, you been, you know what I'm saying? Man, you been around. Like, nah, I'll just ask you in there like this.
What did he have a 25 to do Tay here for?
Say, his daddy got shot.
Rich on
barbershop. So like how they say my name? On Bankhead, they say Tay name. They saying Tay did. I know Tay.
And just so we're clear, you said Rich Homie Kwan's daddy got shot. So it wasn't just a barbershop that was shot. His barbershop was shot, but he actually got shot in the barbershop, correct?
I don't know nothing about all that.
Okay. Well, that's what you said. You said that Rich
I'm
Homie
talking
Kwan.
to the police again.
Okay.
Ain't do it. You know what I'm saying? Then I'm lying stuff saying Tay said like my I know Tay ain't do it. You know what I'm saying? Because the night before we just hit the party. Yeah, who did it? Somebody else did some
Spit it out.
You know what I'm saying? Well, it's supposed to be some niggas that had money over there. You know what I'm saying? Over there got money. No, I'm talking about Bankhead. A lot of niggas on Bankhead got money. So when I started thinking, I couldn't think of the name, but this nigga supposed to have paid somebody on Johnson Road on one of them streets over there to do it. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? To kill him and retaliate, to get that Quan? Or to target his daddy? Cause like the same day, we like, I was in the studio, I seen Quan crying. Like, oh, bro. And he tried to kill my dad. You know what I'm saying? But him and Tay didn't have a problem. So that's why he think.
And you just, about 15 seconds before we paused it, you were talking